It is my great pleasure to open the third International Baltic Conference on Healthy Longevity. It has been a great pleasure to be involved in this project from the day one, from the establishment of Longevity Alliance Baltic, the first conference in 23, the second in 24, and now it's the third one. And I believe it has been helpful for advancing the agenda of healthy longevity promotion, research, development, and education in the country, in the region, and internationally. Thanks to everybody who helped. Thanks to all the activists, all the board members of Longevity Alliance Baltic. Thanks to all the speakers who will present today, top key opinion leaders from the region and from abroad. Very proud to have such an amazing representation. Thanks to the supporters. First of all, thanks to the Riga Technical University that hosts us. And especially to Professor Agris Ņikitenko, who will speak next, and Dmitry, that actually helped us to receive this auditorium. Thanks for your support. Thanks to all the others who actually provided material support to all our sponsors, to VETIC Association, to the Multilabus, to the Foundation for the Love of Latvia, to Korea, especially to James, to all the other sponsors, to Elblend, to Genotypus, to I hope I didn't forget anybody. If I did, I'll remind next presentation. In short, thanks to everybody who helped this conference take place. Without your support, it wouldn't be possible. And I hope we continue to advance the agenda of health and longevity promotion for years and decades to come. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Professor Agris Ņikitenko, Dean at Riga Technical University. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving me floor to say some few words, opening words for the third International Baltic Conference on Healthy Longevity 2025. So it's my great honor and pleasure to say those words. So that is the third event as far as I have learned of it. So it brings together not only field professional and prominent scientists, but also young researchers, innovators, and possibly some business representatives. You all are following the same mission as far as I have learned, which is literally making our lives better. So making not only them lengthier, but also of a better quality. So meaning we are transiting from lifespan to health span. So which makes our precious lives, as I said, not only lengthier, but also more valuable for us, for our families, for our society. There are different fields represented throughout the conference. So it's healthcare, it's medicine, biology, data science, computer science, sensor technology, sensor systems, which makes it very practical and also very interdisciplinary. Currently, this interdisciplinary approach resonates very much with what we're going through here in Riga Technical University. We're in great change time currently, and we're also melting together different fields into a larger research body, academic body, bodies to, to transit to more valuable research output, not only in terms of capacities, in terms of number of publications, but also scientific value and attracting the funding for it. So therefore, I'm absolutely sure you will have not only an excellent presentations and interesting discussions, but also you will have a chance to to make new friends, new contacts, come up with new proposals and new ideas for further research. Therefore, I truly wish you to enjoy this event. I hope our weather will be a little bit nicer and you will have a chance to enjoy not only Riga Technical University and our campus, our hospitality, but also hospitality of our capital, Riga, and feel the vibe in the Riga city center of Art Nouveau and also medieval architecture. So I really wish you that and enjoy the event. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ņikitenko. As somebody coming from Israel, I must say the weather absolutely amazing. So that's one to give this. The next speaker is supposed to be Mr. Svens Henkuzens, Deputy State Secretary for Health Policy Affairs of the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Latvia. So welcome.
Good morning. You see, I already look much younger in that picture than I'm actually. So, conference is helping. Dear distinguished guests, it's a true pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Health to the third Baltic Longevity and International Longevity Conference. And I want to sincerely thank the organizers for bringing together well-known speakers to Riga, Latvia, from Europe and beyond. In relation to Latvia, I have to say a few words. The past year has been, from one side, encouraging because life expectancy has grew by 1 year. But from the other side, we know that we have to do still a lot because our healthy life years are still 10 years below EU average. So this is alarming on our side, and the tasks ahead of us relate to not only extending life, but extending healthy lives, and extending lives that are active and full of life and joy. Our key document is the public health guidelines that set clear goals to strengthen prevention, reduce premature mortality, and narrow inequalities. Promoting healthy lifestyles through programs that encourage physical activity, balanced nutrition from early age, and reduce the use of tobacco and alcohol. And most importantly, addressing overweight and obesity. We have a national action plan that sets quite a few activities, and we hope in longer term to reduce overweight prevalence to 45%. Mental health and health literacy is also on our agenda, and we want to make sure that people have the knowledge and confidence to make healthy choices throughout life. I can't go not addressing communicable diseases, so cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, chronic respiratory diseases remain the leading causes of mortality in Latvia. But we also know that many of these can be prevented, delayed, and that is why prevention is at the heart of our policies. Strengthening primary care, early detection, and patient education is at the heart of it. But we also know that healthy aging is economical and social priority. Every person is a valued member of society, and services for older people should be seen as investment in human capital rather than a burden. As the World Health Organization has underlined, the health of older people is the foundation of sustainable societies. Finally, digitalization. I have to mention that this is another priority of ours. People are increasingly turning to internet for health information, and we are working to strengthen digital literacy so that citizens can benefit from modern tools and safely and effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference could not have been more timely. Over the next 2 days, you will discuss science of aging, innovation and digitalization, therapy, the role of nutrition and physical activity, and the importance of governance and investment. These conversations reflect an important truth. Longevity is the responsibility of several sectors, and it requires collaboration between science, medicine, policy, education, technology, and communities. I'm confident that the ideas shared here will inspire further action in research, in clinical practice, and in policy. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference full of new knowledge, new partnerships, and energy for the work ahead. Together we can make a healthy longevity not just an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is our shared mission. And our third presenter in this honor section is Mr. Lauris Vidzis, who is the CEO of the Paulstrādens Clinical University Hospital, also as one of the leading promoters of longevity, health longevity in the country. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and distinguished colleagues, researchers, and longevity pioneers. It's truly an honor to welcome you here in Riga. As you can see on the picture, I also am looking very young there. I think the picture may be 5 years old, though. I'm purposely not changing that, trying to show my genes when I'm looking at it, so maybe I will stay at that condition, which may be possible maybe after a few years. But nonetheless, let me start with some facts. As you heard already from Mr. Henkuzens, that according to the latest Eurostat data, Latvia is not doing that great. In terms of life expectancy, we are on the bottom of it, the third worst country in European Union, 76.7 years. And even worse data are when we are looking at healthy life years. It's 51.2 healthy years that average man lives in Latvia. Comparing to Malta, Malta is 71.7 years. So it's 20-year gap. So imagine spending your golden age or golden years, 20 years, if you are Maltese on Malta beach, but in Latvia on a physician's office waiting room. So what would you choose, right? I think I would move to Malta, but I don't know if that's genetics or lifestyle, right? Or something else, the air, pollution, maybe the stress that's around us. But here's the important part. This is not inevitable. Research shows that up to 80% of premature heart disease, stroke death, can be prevented with lifestyle changes, with early detection, and proper treatment. And every extra life saved brings at least 50,000 euros back to society in economical value. And if we reduce healthy life or improve healthy lived years only by half, that would be billions of euros for Latvian economy. But the most important part, it's tens of thousands of lives that live better life, live longer, and live healthier. And we at Paulstrādens Clinical University are ready to play our role. We are proud to have some of the best region's specialists, leading researchers and clinicians who dedicate their lives to improving outcomes. Our hospital supports this movement fully, not just as a participant, but also as driver of innovation, education, and care models that can transform longevity medicine into daily practice. The Baltic states may be small, but this is our strength, and we are agile, and we can implement innovations quickly. And I truly believe that we can be and become a living laboratory for Europe and beyond. So thank you so much, Ilia, for organizing the conference. This is the third time in Baltics. Thank you, Riga Technical University, for being very welcome and open to this. And let me finish with one thing. So I think if we close longevity gap, and let's hope that Latvia will be known not just for hockey or basketball. Maybe not that good this year, but next year, like we talked with Lithuanian colleagues, there's always a next year where we can play better. And not only known for good beer, for Jāņi, but also one day we will be known for Europe's healthiest grandfathers that still will be dancing at the midsummer by the fire. So thank you so much, and let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauris. Indeed, this is our mission. And I think I will introduce myself and say a few words myself, and then I will give it over to our wonderful presenters or moderators, Agnes and Eva, who will continue to conduct. But right now, I would be happy to join some of the points that were raised earlier. I hope my presentation can come up as well. Yeah, great. Yes, and my time starts, great. So yeah, that's what we do. We promote health and longevity, research, development, and education around the world. I'm chairman of International Longevity Alliance and chairman of the Israel Association VETEC, the Movement for Longevity and Quality of Life. Also one of the co-founders of Longevity Alliance Baltic, and very proud to be involved in this initiative from the beginning. So what is it exactly that we advocate for? What is our mission? I think one slide is missing. No, that's the same slide, right. So basically the idea is very simple. We want to advance preventive medicine to prevent chronic age-related diseases. And if we are serious about this mission, we have to intervene into the major underlying risk cause or a risk factor or underlying cause, which is the aging process itself. That sounds simple and trivial, but the implications are not trivial at all. It's a new paradigm in medicine, a new paradigm in biomedical science. Intervention to the aging process as a major driver of chronic disease, also as a major risk of communicable diseases. That's the main idea of the field of geroscience. That's the main idea of longevity medicine or health longevity medicine, and also the main idea of the healthy longevity movement, a social movement for health longevity that we also represent and advance. As it was mentioned here today, with regard to longevity and health longevity, Latvia and generally the Baltic region is not a shining example. Sorry to say, the situation is not very encouraging. Lauris gave the data of 54, about 50 plus years healthy life expectancy. That's Eurostat data. According to the WHO data, they are more generous. They give it 64 years healthy life expectancy, and the general life expectancy is 76, just slightly above the world average, but still it's the lowest range in the OECD with regard to health longevity and general longevity. About 10 years less, both values 10 years less than Japan, about 8 years less than Israel. So for us, not only professionals, not only health professionals, health scientists, but also as health advocates, this is the call to action. This is the sound of the alarm to invest more resources into research, development, education to achieve health and longevity. And our explicit goal is indeed to advance not just longevity, but also health and longevity. And it is feasible, yes, it is possible to intervene into the aging processes and achieve health and longevity, prevention of multiple age-related diseases or multimorbidity. There are several major classifications of the aging processes, such as the NIH Geroscience Pillars of Aging or Hallmarks of Aging, which basically divide the aging process into several categories. And for each category, for each major aging process, there were shown methods of intervention, proofs of feasibility in animal models, in some human clinical trials. So it is our goal, once again, not only as health professionals, health scientists, but also as health advocates, to help move those studies from the lab to the clinic to benefit as many people as possible with the highest, of course, with the highest efficacy and safety possible. Here are a few more examples from Israel of this geroscience-based approach, intervention into aging to prevent multiple age-related diseases, epigenetic rejuvenation, stabilization of DNA by sirtuin overexpression, rejuvenation of the cardiovascular system by growth factors, by vegetative endothelial growth factor, replacement of senescent cells, replacement of senescent immune cells, mitochondrial replacement therapies. Various directions have one thing in common, that by intervention into aging, into the basic process of aging, we can actually extend health and longevity. And let us hope that this approach, this geroscience-based approach, will gain a greater acceptance, support, and implementation. And of course, very important to note that we cannot treat or cure something that we cannot diagnose. I've been making this point consistently through many years. Also at this conference, we simply don't have reliable metrics of aging or biomarkers of aging. There are various directions, but we simply need to come with some kind of consensus or science-based evaluation of aging, not only to predict aging health trajectory, which is a necessary condition for preventive medicine against age-related diseases, but also to test the efficacy of putative anti-aging and health span improving treatments, to prevent the dissemination of snake oil remedies on the one hand, on the other hand, to promote, to support the treatments that actually improve health in old age. This is not a trivial task. This will be a vast task for the scientific community, but also for the policy community, for the regulatory community. So hopefully through conferences, through consultations, we'll continue to advance this task. If we do develop such reliable metrics of aging, that will be a huge boost for health and longevity therapy development. Simply we'll have to establish the criteria of effectiveness. Another huge boost, I believe, will be by advancing human clinical trials. As mentioned, there are many proofs of feasibility of intervention to aging from animal models, from cell and culture models, but many of those models simply do not translate to humans. If we really wish to see therapies in humans, we'll have to make clinical trials in humans. And that's, once again, a huge task for the scientific community, as well as for the policymaking community and the regulatory community. There are no evaluation criteria. Once again, there is no agreed definition of aging, even in clinical terms. That's, again, a task for the future that hopefully will all advance through consultations, through exchange of ideas. And we, of course, do not forget about the promotion of healthy lifestyle. All the things that we know, but not always do, like sufficient rest and sleep, sufficient and persistent exercise, moderate and balanced nutrition, life-affirming attitude, very important, perhaps even more important than the other components, to have motivation in life, to have something to get up in the morning for. Employment of all the people, very important under any conditions, even under adverse conditions like the war that we are having in our country right now. Even now we advance health and longevity through those means. But it's important to note once again that the advancement of healthy lifestyle should go hand in hand with advancement of advanced biomedical research. For many older people, we simply do not know how to personalize treatment. So if we really wish to see effective personalized treatment for older people, there is no choice but to analyze data, to collect data, to share data, to come up with metrics of aging once again. And that's a task of research. So promotion of healthy lifestyle is indispensable from research. And our goal is not just to promote the pleasures of to prolong the pleasures of the flesh. Actually, we promote health and longevity as a way of human development. Health and longevity correlates pretty much with every human value that we hold dear, with the value of life, with peacefulness, with quality of life, with economic prosperity, even with equality and justice. So if we really wish to promote other human values, so we need to promote health and longevity, because it is really a great driver, a great proxy for all those values. And I hope the longevity movement really succeeds in this regard. Then we'll probably avoid various other problems that we're having on our agenda. And one of the major benefits is just the economic benefit. As it was mentioned, if we're able to extend health and longevity just by 1 year, It will enable huge savings for the healthcare welfare system. In many cases, it will just save the healthcare welfare system. We saw during COVID that a disease that affected all the people actually brought us to the brink of economic and humanitarian crisis. And that's just a small sign of what can come if we are not able to intervene into aging to promote health and longevity. On the other hand, if we are able to promote health and longevity to prevent age-related diseases, the economic savings will be enormous. It was estimated for a large country like the United States will be hundreds of billions of dollars a year from just 1 year of healthy life extension. For a small country like Latvia or Israel, it could be billions, still very significant, even essential for the economy, for the general economic development. And that's not just the direct savings in healthcare welfare. There are also side benefits such as extended period of productivity, development of biomedical industry, freeing resources for other areas of economic development. So if we really wish to advance our economies, we need to advance health and longevity. And how do we advance it? Like any social movement, we don't just wait until the benefits will arrive. We go after them, we advocate for them, we educate for them, we form a social movement, even a political movement. That's what we also do in our non-profit public association, not necessarily political, but certainly social movements. We organize conferences like this one. Like soon we'll have in our country, in Israel, and around the world. Our International Longevity Alliance organizes about 10 international conferences this year. In 2023, we actually organized a series of demonstrations around the world for the cause of health and longevity. Once again, like any other social cause, like environmental cause, we need to get public involved, because from the demand, we'll actually have an offer also from the scientific, from the health professional community. It is very important to build up the community, to build up the longevity ecosystem. Some of the important tasks are organizations, building the organizations. And of course, all the accompanying activities like conferences, meetings, meetups, publications. Here are some of our projects where we are involved in the past few months, such as soon will be published a book by International Longevity Alliance called Health and Longevity, Policies and Practices. Also, there's a work in progress on a new book called Health and Longevity Promotion, in cooperation actually with some of the authors in the Baltic countries. So that's also called for participation. That's only the beginning. And once again, very important to support the organizations, to allow them to grow, to allow them to exist, to enable them to conduct events, publications, and then generally to have a social support for health and longevity. And there are some results of this movement. Just two examples that I always mentioned. First of all, in 2017, we were able to include aging into the work program of WHO. It wasn't included before. WHO didn't think that aging is important for global health. So actually, hundreds of organizations raised their voice and demanded it's included, and it was included. Another achievement of our advocacy is the inclusion of aging into the ICD-11 system, International Classification of Diseases, not as a disease per se, but as symptomatic code, the so-called aging-related decline in intrinsic capacity, and as a causality etiology code, so-called aging-related extension. And once again, advocacy was important here, even to propose these changes. Of course, it's not only us, not only our organizations, many others were involved, but also our involvement was significant. And that's just an example that, yes, through public advocacy, through social movement, you can actually influence policy, you can actually influence health policy, research policy to advance health and longevity. Our advocacy mostly focuses on our country, on Israel. Most of the research programs, most of the finding is still distributed at the national level. So some of our achievements include the inclusion of health and longevity promotion, research, development, and education into the Israel National Master Plan on Aging that was published by the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, back in 2019. that included such topics as increasing funding for aging research, developing metrics of aging, improving education for health and longevity. All these things are written into the Israel National Master Plan on Aging. And of course, we're happy to export the revolution, happy to suggest similar measures for Latvia and for any other country, because it works everywhere. The same, we have a common problem with common possible solutions. In practical terms, what we achieved was to publish calls for research proposals. In our experience, calls for proposals is very powerful means to engage the scientific and professional health community in this topic. When there is some funding promised, suddenly the entire community becomes oriented toward this problem. So in Israel, we were able to achieve about $25 million in funding. I'm very proud to say that pretty much all the governmental funding in Israel, mainly from the Ministry of Science, was achieved thanks to our advocacy, thanks to convincing that it's an important topic, helping to formulate the proposals. Even now, during this time of war, with the $100 million cut in the Ministry of Science, we still were able to keep this program, a few $1 million for aging research, and I hope we continue when the situation hopefully improves. And once again, I recommend similar allocations in Latvia and elsewhere. And hopefully, thanks to all our efforts, we'll actually build up the longevity community, build up the longevity movement, and enjoy the fruits of our joint labor. We'll enjoy the healthy lifestyle, healthy longevity therapies, technologies for the benefits of all of us. Thank you. Any questions? It is so clear, let's get to work. Like Lauris also said, no, seriously, it is all a call to action, call to work. Now the next stage of work is to give the reins to our wonderful, I would even say beautiful hostesses, Agnes Sander and Eva Moreno. He will continue to announce speakers and lead us. Just to be sure, at the end of the session, at about 11:20, we'll have a group photo at the entrance of the RTU when we all came in, and you know, it will be memory for the decades to come. Thank you once again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eva.
And my name is Agnes.
And we will be your moderators for the conference. We're happy to welcome you here.
We hope that you will find this conference inspiring and fun. So let's get started.
So the next speaker will be Dr. Wouter De Tavernier with developing of OECD framework for healthy aging.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I will be talking a bit about the economic impact, among others, that was mentioned by Ilia. I belong to the OECD. We're primarily an economic analysis organization, hence also in the field of health. We mostly look at economic drivers of health. Oh, thank you very much. The economic impact. And I can already make publicity for a report that we will launch October 8th. So that's upcoming, exactly on healthy aging. And the presentation I'll give is related to that report. Unfortunately, the authors of that report are very busy trying to get this finalized, so they had duties in Paris, and that's why I get to present the work. I'll do my best to present it as fair as I can, but if you have any questions, I might not be able to answer them because of that. Do not hold back. I can always relay back with Paris to here if I can get a quick answer and come back to you during a break. Oh yeah, I have to move there as well, because I have my notes here. First of all, people aren't aging as healthily as they could. I don't think this is news to anyone here in the room. Although if we look at WHO data on life expectancy and healthy life expectancy, then we see that actually in 2021, I think this is compared to 2000, the share of life expectancy at age 60 that people pass in good health remains remarkably stable. I say remarkably, it's around 75% of remaining life expectancy at age 60. There is extremely little variation in this share across countries and across time. So even though the OECD has a vast range of countries going from, you know, Colombia in Latin America to Korea and Japan in the East, in all these countries, this share of life expectancy at 60 that is in good health is always somewhere around 75%. So there must be more going on than just that. One reason why it might not fully capture what's actually happening is the way in which this measure is constructed, and it's kind of a black box. We don't fully understand how they calculate these data. Now, the graph I'm showing now looks at the share of people with at least 2 chronic conditions, and there indeed we see that over the last 10 years, this is the share of people 65-74. This has increased across the OECD, or the countries, the 28 countries for which the data are available, by about 6 percentage points. So about half of people in this age range live with 2 chronic conditions, at least 2 chronic conditions. But again, ranging widely from around 1/3 in Korea, all the way up to 2/3 in Hungary. Living with chronic conditions creates a number of issues for these people. Among others, they become more vulnerable to any deficiencies in the healthcare system because, you know, multiple chronic conditions, so you need more complex care. If the health system isn't properly adapted to provide you these complex forms of care and to coordinate different care provisions or different care providers, then these people will notice that. It also makes them more vulnerable to overall insufficient support. So yeah, if their social networks, for instance, aren't able to provide them sufficient support, then the health problem that you have might actually result in a certain functional limitation as well. Within that background, we were asked by the countries to think of, oh, this is moving around a bit, to think a bit about healthy aging and to come up with a framework for that, which is what my colleagues did. In the publication, it's just a simple table, but since tables don't present very well, I tried to think a bit about what that could look like in a figure form. So specifically, the report assumes, basically the baseline position, that people prefer aging at home, that they have better well-being in that context, and therefore we're looking into ways to maximize the possibility for people to stay at home. And then, you know, you're at home, you're in your community, you want to participate, so there's this, you've got activities to do, which also keeps you busy and keeps you healthy. You can maintain your social networks, which provide support when you need it. And then there are a couple of things related to health and healthcare that might actually affect this capacity to go around, this capacity to interact. First, obviously, health itself can limit your possibility to move around, and there, you know, and this won't be news to anyone in this room. Obviously, prevention is a big one to avoid that people face health limitations in the first place. When they do face health limitations, you've got to deliver the right care. Afterwards, you want to provide rehabilitation or reablement to make sure that they regain any function they might have lost because of this period of bad health. Then there are some aspects to the healthcare system, or the care system, so health and social care combined. As I said, it has to be comprehensive because it has to be able to deal with complex situations. It has to be available close to home. So home care will be a big one, but it shouldn't only be home care. I'll talk a bit about daycare centers later on. And then the availability of a skilled workforce becomes increasingly a challenge across OECD countries. So we see that across OECD countries, among others, because of population aging, because of migration, countries increasingly struggle to recruit enough care workers to supply the care older people need. A third factor that can influence your extent to which you can go around, participate in community life is infrastructure, starting at home. So if you can't move around your house, it'll be very difficult for you to move outside. A very simple one would be like typically older houses, they'd have like 2 or 3 steps before you get into the front door, which I'm sure was nice and fashionable at the time. But once you lose your ability to climb stairs, these 2 or 3 steps can become a serious problem. It's not just about the steps, you know, it's about having good access to your bathroom so that you can wash yourself and, you know, prepare to go meet people. Also, the environment has to be inclusive for older people or anyone with a disability, really, to be able to move around. In the street, have some options to sit down and rest. And then finally, at the intersection of care services and the infrastructure, there are a couple of aspects. There's this continuum of care in the community that combines these 2 aspects, really. So there's home care, which is what most people will think of when you think of care in the community. Then there's daycare. As I said, I'll come back to that in a bit. Basically, it's a bit like daycare for children, where you bring older people together to a central place during the day, and then they go home again in the evening. But it doesn't mean that you need to have certain infrastructure, you need to have the people available. The upside there is there are some scale advantages by bringing people together rather than having one person go around and see one person at a time. And then there's some communal living options as well, where it's communities themselves looking after people monitoring basically their health and to signal when there are issues, to support them when people need it. In terms of economic benefits of aging, so the OECD has this new data source, this new survey. I think you might be aware of PISA, the education data the OECD produces, testing pupils every 2 years, I think, on a range of metrics. Since, I think, last year, we now have Paris data as well, which we're thinking of a patient equivalent to PISA data. So the idea is to have recurring surveys with patients and to measure how these people are doing on a number of issues. And the idea would be to use this for benchmarking healthcare systems, basically. One of the indicators in this survey is health literacy. And what you see here is a comparison of health literacy of people aged 45, 54 versus the 75 plus among patients, right? And you see that systematically the middle-aged people score better in terms of health literacy. Italy, we took apart because in Italy the sample's very specific in terms of the patients and the regions it covers. Obviously, health literacy is important for prevention. People have to be able to make informed choices in terms of what to eat, what to do, but also it's important for managing complex health issues, managing chronic diseases. People have to understand how their behaviors affect their condition and what they can do about it to minimize the impact. A fortiori, these age gaps in health literacy are stronger when we're talking about digital health literacy, which is important for people's ability to find information, as most health information now is found online. It affects people's ability as well to make use of any digital solutions that are available for, say, for instance, monitoring a health condition. The OECD has the WHO has recommendations on activity for older people, and across the OECD, only about a quarter of people actually managed to reach the recommended 150 minutes of at least moderate intensity exercise. Exercise, again, is important to, for instance, maintain strength, which helps you prevent falling, issues like that. So exercise is an important component of prevention of health in old age. And indeed, most older people, just about everywhere, do not fulfill the recommended or the recommendation. Again, very wide variation. On the one hand, you know, there's the usual suspects: Scandinavia, Switzerland, I believe, is there, the Netherlands, where about half or even more older people, people 65 plus, this is, I think, they meet the target. On the other hand, I'm very sorry to say, the Baltic states are represented at the lower end of the graph, as is much of Southern Europe, Turkey, Greece, you know, Poland is there as well, for instance, so it's not just the Baltic states in this region. A colleague of mine did some simulations on this and tried to estimate the savings, a 10% increase in preventive efforts, or a 10% increase in spending on preventive efforts. What would that save for overall healthcare costs? And he came up with a number of about a 1% reduction, 0.9% reduction in spending on healthcare, specifically for older people. This is based on past studies that tracked preventive care and its impact over a 5-year period on a number of chronic conditions. And then if you, based on that, assume, you know, we increase preventive care by this amount, what does that do to the number of people with chronic conditions, and therefore what does that do to healthcare spending? Then care provision. I've said I would come back to daycare. There it is. Overall, across the OECD, almost everywhere, home and community care are very much underused tools in long-term care. They remain limited. Not just long-term care, also some healthcare at home projects still remain a fairly marginal phenomenon. And among the different options for care in the community, in particular, daycare is very underused. I mean, there are only really, say, 4 countries that make any meaningful use of community care. So you've got Latvia, as it happens, next to Luxembourg, which is a combination that you don't tend to find at the same side of the graph. Then also Japan and the Netherlands make use of daycare to some extent. And then, you know, you see as well the long tail tending to zero towards the left of the graph. Why do we think daycare? I mean, we're not advocating for pushing everyone into daycare, obviously, but daycare should be an important component of any long-term care provision because it allows for some economies of scale. You bring people together, for people requiring a certain amount of monitoring, for instance, during the day. You bring those people together. You don't need a single person to go from door to door. So yeah, there are some economic gains by bringing these people together. It also creates some supplementary issues, like for instance, transportation. So you might build a daycare center somewhere, but people still have to get there. So just having the infrastructure, having the people is not good enough for people to actually make use of it. A second problem with daycare is that people just tend to not be aware of its existence. What happens to overall long-term care spending when you increase home care spending with 1%. Then we see that across countries for which data are available, it decreases overall long-term care spending by about half percentage point. You might be wondering what on earth is going on in Poland. I asked my Polish colleague who actually did the simulations this morning, and it's got something to do, but I didn't quite understand his explanation, I have to admit. It got something to do with Poland already spending a fairly high amount on home care. So therefore somehow, the impact on total spending is bigger if you increase this fairly amount by another 1%. But as I said, I didn't fully follow his explanation there. Why does increased spending on home care, that's probably the more important message here, why does it decrease overall long-term care spending? First and foremost, home care is just cheaper than institutional care. You don't need to manage the buildings and whatnot. But also, it serves a more preventive role. So, you know, you've got someone coming over every day or every 2 or 3 days. That person will know how you're doing compared to last time they saw you. That person will be able to flag it if there is a certain condition or if they're a bit worried that something's not evolving in the right direction. And therefore, any problems are picked up early and therefore can be treated more easily. So the number of people with severe care needs actually decreases by improving home care services. And then the final component, the environment, I decided to go with this slide, or this figure, which shows the number of houses older people live in that have certain adaptations. And then you see that, in Europe, it's about 1 in 6 older people who live in a home with any form of adaptations at all. In the US, it's 1 in 8 even. And then typical adaptations are like a bathroom adjustment that makes sense. Some rails as well to hold yourself onto when, I don't know, you're going through the corridor. A ramp here and there to be able to manage the 3 stairs to get into your home. So overall, the numbers, like the housing stock older people live in tends to not be very adapted to older people's needs. And even though most countries do provide some sort of support for people to do this, there are loads of problems with these programs. I know from Lithuania, because we did a project on this a couple of years back, but I don't want to pick on Lithuania here. But for instance, their bureaucratic procedures are an issue. So application procedures are long. It takes a while to get it approved. You need to get a professional to have these things installed, even though it's like a toilet seat, for instance. It might take you half a year to get a request for a new toilet seat approved. And then a professional has to come to install it. So it all creates disincentives for people to actually make use of the programs that are there, provided that they actually know these programs exist, which is a big step in the first place. And then finally, in many countries, any adaptations are made inside your own home, but not in any communal areas. Which might be an issue if you live on a second or a third floor of an apartment block, right? So you can freely move around in your house after adaptation or in your apartment after your adaptations. Unfortunately, you can't get outside because the support doesn't service communal parts of the building. So with that, I'll round up here. This was just a brief, let's call it a teaser for the report that will appear in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you, and if you have any questions, please do let me know.
I think we have time for one question.
Thank you, great presentation. But if we think in terms of economics, nationally or internationally, there's a trade-off. There's a trade-off on the resources invested in preventing the process of aging, and therefore all the consequences that you're talking about and dealing with those consequences. It's a sort of thinking fast and slow kind of problem. And most governments see the immediate electoral reason to help manage the consequences of not having prevented the diseases of aging. How does the OECD think about that trade-off?
With just about any report where we get the chance, we tell countries they should increase spending on prevention. So it's a point that we hammer on at regular intervals. But you are right, it is a point that is not easily picked on by policymakers. It's not a sexy thing, there's no direct impact. And I guess it makes political sense as well to want to spend your budget on, you know, people having a problem. Yeah, so I guess we're on the same side of the struggle here. We try to remind people that indeed prevention is important. You should be spending more on prevention. But when it comes down to, you know, okay, we're looking for a budget, we need to cut budgets. One of the first things to go is prevention, because, you know, we can cut it and no one will notice, right? Yeah, I fully agree with what you say, and it's a message that we do support as an organization.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. So our next speaker will speak about European health data spaces and the sharing of health data for longevity, Didier Coeurnelle. Thank you.
Hello. First, healthy longevity is not a typo, it's just a new way to say it, you know. Okay, so this is about how to better share health data and how to accelerate clinical trials for healthy longevity. And the first important thing that most of you know or should know is today, like every day, about 120,000 people in the world will die of diseases related to old age. And that is the majority, the large majority of deaths in the world. And even in the poorest countries, now it is the majority of deaths is caused by aging, by senescence, more precisely. So in Europe, you know that the situation is that life expectancy is increasing. It was decreasing for the first time it was the first time in the world since World War II that life expectancy was decreasing during the COVID years, but now it's going back again. And the situation in this country is, like some speakers said already, sadly, not the best. And I was surprised that nobody was speaking about this. The difference by gender is the highest, one of the highest in the world, and it's really very impressive. Men live 10 years less than women, okay? And the situation here also is better than during COVID times, and I just heard it was 1 year more than what you see here, data from 2023. Very, very important, and I wanted to speak with Wouter about this, maybe during the break. Very, very important. We will speak a lot during those 2 days about healthy aging, healthy longevity. It is important to know that statistics at the moment concerning healthy aging are not really reliable. So these are statistics concerning healthy longevity in Europe, if you compare 2015 and 2022, and you see that the variation are like, well, there is no logic. Another example, if you take Sweden, if you take Finland, Sweden, and Norway, and you compare life expectancy and healthy life expectancy, you will see it change. Healthy life expectancy is very different from one country to another, and also changing very much. So it is important. Healthy aging is important, but at the moment there are no reliable statistics. For example, I can tell you for my country, We have a changing of policy. It's going to be quite more, let's say, radical concerning sickness allowance. So officially, there will be less people sick. Well, but there will be less people sick because there are less people receiving sickness allowance and not because they are more healthy. Okay, very important also the maximal lifespan. So the average lifespan is increasing, but the maximal lifespan is not increasing. So 2,000 years ago, more than 2,000 years ago, the widow of Cicero, Terentia, died. She was 103 or 104 years. So we didn't progress. We progress about 20 years in 2,000 years. And the oldest person ever was Jeanne Calment. She died in 1997 when she was 122. And today, the oldest woman in the world is 116. The oldest man in the world, 112. So concerning maximal life expectancy, sadly, we don't progress. And also, we don't progress for animals. The oldest mouse in the world is like 4 years old, and it's not more than 20 years ago. So I think it is very probably possible to find a treatment against aging in 15 to 30 years, but it will be complicated, expensive, and we need AI to progress rapidly. A few facts about big data for health. So it's supposed to be about 1/3 of all data is health data. You can find it, of course, in administrations, medical institutions, and so on. You can find it, of course, when you sequence your genome. There are also, this is a bit less known, so just curious, who know the company IQVIA here? Raise your hand. No? Ah, one person. So this is a very big company of almost 100,000 people with a seat in the USA, and they have data, health data, since decades about, I think it's something like 80 countries. And sadly, they don't share the health data, or they don't share enough. So scientific literature, and of course, in your smartphone, you have also a lot of health data already that is kept, and you don't know where it is. So we have enough health data to know which human clinical trials should start immediately, to know which existing drugs have very probably positive effects or negative, or even negative effects. And we have enough health data for small longevity progress and to prepare breakthroughs. But yeah, we have to make it possible to share, to really share. And the situation at the moment is you are de facto not allowed to share most of your data. So there is no country where you are really allowed to share it easily. Even if you decide to share it, the scientists who, let's say, accept to work with you, they will have problems to publish because it will not follow the usual rules because you say, okay, I want to, and not because you are in a group with following all so-called ethical and technical and bureaucratic rules. So what can we do? What can we do for a faster and more useful European health data space? So European health data space is a very, very good regulation who is, I will come back to dates about when it will be really working, but it's a very good regulation, but it's going too slow. I will come back. And we should constantly, I think, remind that most people are willing to share their health data when they are asked, and when it is for scientific and medical goals. They don't want to share their health data, of course, to pay their drugs more in a higher price, or they don't want to share health data to make drug companies richer, but they want to share their health data for science. What I personally hope, but okay, that's more, I would say, a bit of politics. It's a patent left system, or at least a system where no patent are allowed when work is made with public money. You know, when I was following this, the questions related to longevity 15 years ago, people were speaking about medical progress. No, sometimes people are only, you see, the first information is about the number of patents. Yeah, it's not progressing so much because we have patents. So, and this is, of course, for share health data. And also, one part of sharing health data is publication of negative results. This is very important. When people make clinical trials or made experiments on mice, sometimes they don't publish the data because the data is not good. It is very important to publish the data and also to have research outside patentable fields. Sorry. So we need also what's called in the European regulation altruistic databases. It means that the databases are not for profit. And we need, of course, interconnectivity of databases, but there the EHDS is good organized, so interconnectivity between states, between European states, EU states, of course, between clinics, between periods, and between practitioners. So this is the time scale, and this is the bad news, I would say. This is the time scale of the EHDS. So this is officially in force from March 2025, but it is only in March 2029 that it will be possible to have what's called a secondary use, so use for research, and also in 2031. And in 2034, it will be possible to have agreements with states outside of the European Union. There is one positive aspect not so far away. It's from March 2027, each EU citizen will be allowed to have a copy of his own health data, electronic health data. In my country, in Belgium, it's still not in the law. It's crazy. Well, de facto, it's almost always possible, but legally, it's not possible. From March 2027, each European citizen can ask his medical doctor and so on to have an electronic copy of data without cost immediately and without hindrance. That's explicitly written. We need a less bureaucratic and faster system of authorization. At the moment, an average ethical authorization in the US and Canada, they speak about IRB. It takes many months. It also, an authorization should be valid everywhere. You know, at the moment, there is a very complicated way to ask in the European Union and in the US with the FDA. And even in the European Union, when you have an authorization, it's only sometimes in one country. And even in a country like Germany, I read that it's sometimes only in one land, one part of the country. So we need more clinical trials, less bureaucracy, and not more organizations, but better organizations. There are, I think, too many organizations for longevity. And we should use AGI, artificial general intelligence, combined with human general intelligence. Human intelligence is not no longer better than AI, but AI is not yet better than human intelligence. Because, yeah, you all know probably about LLM. This is really the thing that's going to advance for medical research and for many aspects. But LLMs still hallucinate. So we still need to work together. And in a best case situation, we could have kind of a CERN-like project for an AI for a longer, healthier and safer life at the European level. It is for me sad that in this part of the world, we have so many scientists, we have so many computer scientists, we have so many people specialized in health questions, And what we are doing is creating laws, creating regulations, and not really working, I don't know how to say in English, les mains dans le cambouis, so not really working to find solutions. I'm a lawyer, so I know that you cannot trust lawyers. Okay. One slide just outside of the scope, but resilience and safety, if we want humans to survive, there are many aspects concerning artificial intelligence and what's called existential risk. So that's 30 seconds outside of the scope of this conference. I advise you to Google about this. If we use artificial intelligence, it can be also, it could be in the future very, very, very dangerous. Okay, a few words about clinical trials. This is, of course, very important. We are, so in HEALS, the Healthy Life Extension Society, the organization where I'm co-chair, we are making a call to have volunteers who want to, officially declare that they are volunteers for clinical trials. So the important aspects are transparency, of course, and to have, and to have also patent-free environment. I spoke about this already. Proven credibility, okay, and the idea is also when there is a possible treatment to have it on mice and to have it also on humans, mice or rats, and to have it also on humans. You know, the situation at the moment is very often you have clinical trials or you have tests on mice and rats. And when you have tests on mice and mice, very, very often the animals are sacrificed before they die of old age. So this is a kind of a very strange situation. So in our announcement, we say that we have to have tests on mice or rats really about life expectancy and not about effect on therapies on the short term. So we are volunteers for longevity clinical trial. I said it already. Okay, and I'm already coming to the conclusion in time, so we have more time for questions. Please don't hesitate. So what we want is a system trusted by citizens, managed by a public institution, ideally at the on the short term, a European public institution, where by default I didn't speak much about this, but it is important to have a system where people share their data, except if they don't want, and not the other way around. Otherwise, you don't have reliable data. So all health data after anonymization or pseudonymization can be used for scientific research and not for any other use. So to start clinical trials and, of course, at the end, to enable everyone wishing it to live a radically longer and healthier life. If you want more information, you have my email, you have the website of the organizations, also the website of the organization shared by Ilia. And you can write to me even if you agree with me, but also if you disagree, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for 2-3 questions.
Great presentation. I volunteer as long as you do not have to live in a cage through the experiment. Yeah. But I'm very interested in your CERN-like suggestion. I think we can all agree Europe has missed the boat on the foundation models, but not on necessarily on the application of the foundation models, for example, in this. So I think it would be a very exciting European project. Are you suggesting we go to the governments for funding for this project? Have you any idea how much money we would need in total and so on?
Well, the first thing, I'm not the only one to say this. Second thing is there is no very developed project about this at the moment. Third thing is, I don't know how much it would cost. It would be a few billions, but I mean, compared to the health budget, is about nothing, you know. And like you say, for me, it's really, I cannot understand that you have in Europe millions of also IT specialists paid by the different states. And what are they doing? They sign agreements with Microsoft and so on. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. So, but yeah, I propose we discuss. We brainstorm a bit after during the post to how to organize this, and I will give also one example. I don't know if you know the TAME study. It's a study, okay, but for the others, it's a study for metformin to know if metformin is working or not for longevity. The TAME study is announced since now about 10 years, and it is still not there. And it would be, it's not useful for the drugs company because it's the patent is finished since many years, but it will be, there are tens of millions of people taking metformin each day, me included. So it would be very useful to know if it is working or not for the average old citizens. For longevity, it would cost something like 50 million euros, and nobody is doing it. Okay, and this is not speaking about AI and so on, but that's for later. Yeah.
Thanks very much for a provocative talk. I think one of the questions I have is your idea or your proposal to get rid of the patent situation. And one of the questions I have is then who is going to pay for the clinical trials? Who is going to pay for all of the other programs that you have in there? Where's that funding going to come from? I'm assuming it'll be a government funding.
Yes, government. And like I said, in my slide was no patent, at least no patent when it is paid with public money. Many of those studies are paid with public money, you know. In my country, Belgium, you have a big part of scientific research is made by universities. And university, it's for, I think, something between 80 and 90% of public money. The teachers are paid by the state and so on. State, okay, Belgium is a complicated country. State doesn't exist, but okay. They are paid with public money. And then after that, sometimes they create a startup and they take a patent and they sell their patent to a big drug company, and the big drug company is selling. So, yeah, there is enough money to lose for the state with having no patent. And okay, technically, it's more to have a patent for, I mean, that is made. How can I say that? It's technically it's a patent, but you say that everybody can use it, because if you don't take a patent, some other company, a private company will take a patent, and then you cannot use it anymore. But I mean, it has to be a situation when you have public money paying for scientific research, the results are for all citizens.
I certainly agree with you with that.
Thank you. And one last question.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a quite technical question because currently we have a problem with the clinical trials. Clinical trials are not standardized for geoscientific trials, which means that in our case, when we're talking about longevity-oriented trials or geoscience-oriented trials, we need longitudinal plan how we will establish and monitor those patients, because we have direct evidence like MACE criteria for life extension or mortality. We also have indirect measurements like epigenetic clocks, yes, or other surrogate markers. So the question is, currently each facility has its own standards. data standards. Even in our hospital, we have, I guess, 14 data repositories. So it's an enormous amount of data, which is completely different in different country or different clinics. So the question is, if, for instance, we want to establish an ecosystem of longitudinal neuroscience-oriented clinical trials, how we can work on the data standardization, because without that, we'll have a problem with the data, from different sources. Yes, so how to standardize the data?
Yeah, that's, I would say, too long question to answer here. And also, I'm not a specialist of, but maybe first you speak about human clinical trials here. Huh? Okay, human clinical trials. Well, first you have this de facto official website, clinicaltrials.org from the US, where you can find quite a lot of information. I don't know at all the situation compared between, you are from Latvia, compared between Latvia and other countries. I don't know enough. I know that the best place in the world at the moment to have clinical trials concerning, let's say, less bureaucracy, faster, and respect of ethical aspects is Australia. But I of course agree that it is important to have better, let's say, comparable health data, but first better sharing of health data. That's all I can say at the moment, but also maybe we can discuss later. And also at the moment, just a few weeks ago, I don't know if some of you were in the RDD conference, the big conference concerning all aspects of longevity organized by Morten, sorry, I forgot the last name. And Alex Zavronkov, but just there was an announcement about a new organization of longevity clinics. And they were saying, okay, one of important aspects is to work in the scientific way and so on. And I asked, yeah, so you are in a sense, I said, you are in a sense the perfect place to speak about clinical trials. So are you going to share your health data? And the answer was no, you know. So the first problem is to share the data. The second problem is to compare the data. And concerning comparing the data, theoretically, in theory, AI should be good to detect where are the, let's say, the things, how to put that together. Should be good, but it's not always the case yet.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will have a short break. At 11:30, we should be back for the next session, but at 11:25, we will gather for a group photo. Everyone is welcome in front of the RTU sign outside. Yeah, so 11:25 group photo, 11:30, we're back here. Okay, hopefully almost everyone is back from the break, and we'll continue with our next speaker, Dr. Svjatoslavs Kistkins from Paul Strudins Clinical University in Riga, and he will speak about health literacy, the first intervention for healthy aging of the population.
Agnes, Eva, thanks a lot for introduction. I'm an endocrinologist. I work in the field of longevity since 2020. And today's topic I want to discuss is quite important. And recently it also was discussed in the previous presentations, especially OECD presentation, health literacy. So, and why exactly it's crucial for healthy aging? Let's start with the terminology, because I think it's my duty to help distinguish between science and between bias, because it's quite crucial to know that health literacy, it's our ability to use knowledge about your health, about our health, and to implement it in daily practice, which means that we need to focus on those interventions that are really helpful and that are really healthy. And within this presentation, you will see that not all healthy habits are healthy. Let's start with some buzzwords. So, how many of you know who is that man? Please raise your hand. Okay, so quite a lot. So this is Brian Johnson, like a tech millionaire who wants to extend his life. But how he wants to extend his life? By creating an enormous amount of intervention within daytime. There is an enormous amount of supplements, physical activity, nutritional patterns. So he has enormous amount of biological clocks that can extend. So it's a tremendous field, yes? But the problem is it healthy? And is it really prolongs lifespan and health span as well? And you can see here Vadim Gladyshev, a professor from Harvard University, who commented this documentary saying that it's not a science, it's just an attention, which is crucial for the field because the field lacks of financial resources, and that's why if we want to move into healthy aging, into longevity research, into new modern society where we live happily and healthy, science is the basics, but attention gives the resources. Let's move forward, and you can see that, well, technically, we are getting old each day. So it means that within some period of time, something is changing in our body, and we are getting old. So the primary question is, what exactly do we want? Do we want to, how long do we want to live, or how long do we want to live healthy? And this is the difference between terminologies. One is lifespan, to promote lifespan, and the second is to promote health span. And currently, we are able to promote health span. Currently, it's quite hard to promote lifespan because we do not have proper technologies, like we previously, in previous presentation, it was mentioned. My dear colleague from University of Connecticut, one of the leading longevity scientists who hates words longevity, which is, I mean, quite awkward, but he's a neuroscientist. He's the great guy who works in neuroscience and in clinical trials. He's looking for answers. And some days ago, he sent me a letter because we are currently working on position statement. We are preparing clinical guidelines in longevity field, in the field of longevity with major stakeholders from Cardiac Society, from European Diabetes Association, and in Healthy Longevity Medical Society. So we are working on evidence-based interventions. And what was crucial is that within 5 years of working in the field, only now, 2 days ago, I realized what means healthy longevity. And this is quite important because we need to separate healthy aging from healthy longevity. And what George mentioned was longevity means lifespan, not health span. And that's why there is a problem with the terminology. When you see a lot of those guys who say, I'm in longevity, I work in longevity, I treat patients, what they are actually treating. Maybe they are just wellness, representative of wellness clinics or functional medicine, which is not bad, but it's a little bit different. So the question is, what does it mean longevity? And longevity means to extend lifespan. And when we talk about healthy longevity, the secondary outcome of longevity will be health span. While healthy aging means quite opposite. We are working on health span and after that on lifespan. But even with healthy aging terminology, there is a problem. Currently, as you can see, Professor Gladyshev and Professor Zhavoronkov have published, with many co-authors, published one quite important statement that there's lack of consensus what means aging. So imagine 2025, and we do not know what means aging. Yes, so, and this is the problem. Second problem, 187 definitions of health span. So what we are doing now. So imagine how many interpretations do we have when we talk about longevity. And this is the problem. We have now, for instance, Healthy Longevity Medical Society, an important community and society with clinicians, with researchers, who works to establish guidelines, etc. But we do not have therapeutics that can extend lifespan. And we need to know that now, that we do not have. We have models, we work in animal models, but we do not have a proper clinical approach. What we can do within the healthy longevity medicine is to prolong health span. And this is our top priority now, because firstly, we need to promote health span. And if there will be emerging technologies in the field of longevity that prolongs lifespan, then we can define it as a pure longevity medicine. Current status is health span medicine, yes? And it must be pointed out because it's quite important. And here is guidelines from Ministry of Health of Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, and you can take a look on education, nutrition, exercise, sleep, mindfulness, avoiding toxins. This is primary interventions. And here exactly health literacy persists. So we need to educate how to properly eat, how to promote physical activity. And other stuff currently, unfortunately, is bullshit, unfortunately. By bullshit, I do not say that it's completely bullshit. It has tremendous data, but in different indications. And that's why we need a lot of studies in the field now. That's why, just to compare, wellness medicine and healthy longevity, the difference is one prolongs health span, the second prolongs well-being. And that's why many of us think that when we receive supplements, we'll be healthy, etc. It's not so easy. Health longevity is not functional medicine because it's based on evidence-based approaches. So we need to look on evidence-based, MACE criteria, mortality, indirect measurements like epigenetic logs, while functional medicine is more empiric one. And finally, health longevity is not luxury medicine because we're looking for answers. And the major misconception is that if you have a lot of money, you will live healthy. No, it's completely wrong. Maybe there will be more attention to your health. Maybe there will be some screening programs that will help find some diseases in your body. But no, healthy longevity medicine is not luxury medicine. So longevity medicine currently at this stage, today, is health span medicine, not lifespan, health span medicine. And it focuses on age-related disease management. It focuses on identification on intrinsic capacity. I will describe it a little bit later. Evaluation of biomarkers of aging, and finding an answer how to provide the therapeutics and healthy longevity interventions, which is important to understand and to separate bullshit from evidence-based medicine, which is also tremendously important for us. But now about health literacy and what we can take from that. So we, as humans, we are interacting with the environment. So it means that our inner intrinsic capacity, it's a sum of biological processes, interact with the environment. How we interact with the environment? Through healthy behavior. I will discuss it a little bit later, but the question is, what means intrinsic capacity? What is inside of us? And this is the ability to live happily, to work. There is resilience, there is functions properly made. So it means that we are capable to live. Within a period of time, we are aging, and within aging, there is changes in intrinsic capacity. And exactly here, biological clocks are crucial because we need to evaluate what's happening in our intrinsic capacity. Within our position statement, what we are currently preparing, we are showing that there is a quite crucial, important aspect. So we need to focus not only prevention of disease management, or age-related disease, because prevention of age-related disease is just a part of how we are have healthy living. So it's an old paradigm. We are focusing on the novel aspect of medicine the state-of-the-art medicine, which means that we preserve intrinsic capacity and we're looking for biomarkers that helps us to maintain this intrinsic capacity. And only based on these markers, we are focusing on longevity intervention. But still, biomarkers of aging are in validation process. So, as you can see, quite pessimistic. To move forward, we also establish a protocol how exactly we will move forward to longevity-oriented care, because definitely we need to focus on what's existing now, and major societies are focusing on age-related disease, which means that first of all, we need to maintain disease and maintain well-controlled disease. And this is the main point. If a disease absent, it can go to longevity-oriented care. If there is a CMD present, so you need to focus on age-related disease management, which is crucial. Just to make sure that we do not disagree with existing medical society. No, we are complementing them. So, and now about healthy behavior, which is crucial for us how we interact with the existing environment. And healthy behavior is a sum of healthy habits. And what does it mean, healthy habits? Smoking cessation, alcohol withdrawal, healthy nutrition, physical activity, supplements, and as you can see, I've put there a question mark. And how do you think why exactly this? I will show it a little bit later. And here's the problem. First of all, our society really likes to promote unhealthy diet because, I mean, like, companies promote that it's their revenue, it's okay. I mean, like, we are in the system that supports that kind of culture. And so we think that carbs are bad, right? So what the companies are doing, so bad too many carbs, and the second one, Coca-Cola Zero, is the good one. So, right, so what we are thinking, carbs are bad, zero sugar, great. Statistics shows and research shows that, unfortunately, we can promote insulin resistance by using these sweeteners, like aspartame. So, I mean, like, what we see now in the field really just create a misunderstanding what happens, really, and what is really the clue how exactly we need to live healthy. Okay, bad, good alternative. So this is the question what we need to address. Because there is an enormous amount of young people who are just using and vaping, etc. So we need to ask this. I like this picture because it's wonderful, and that's how we present unhealthy lifestyle. While how we present healthy lifestyle in our, for instance, government-supported initiatives several years ago, the paradigm is changing, luckily. So yeah. So please compare and what you will prefer more. I mean, like, I guess it's obvious. Yeah, okay, you get the point. So healthy lifestyle, I do not cover vaccinations, sexual reproduction, etc. It's not the topic what I want to discuss. It's also part of healthy literacy, but in our case, we are talking about healthy aging in major topics. And now let's move forward. Nutrition. Mediterranean diet is currently one of the best studied diet. And if you do not know where to start with the Mediterranean diet, because it preserves from cardiovascular mortality. But what about intermittent fasting? A tremendous achievement was done by scientists like Professor Barzilai, etc., who were working on intermittent fasting, who were advocating intermittent fasting. Well, the new data shows that intermittent fasting can promote cardiovascular mortality 135%. So imagine what we have now. I mean, like, what the problem we have now. We do not know what the intervention can be used. And of course, I'm also advocate of intermittent fasting. As an endocrinologist, I know that it's a problem, and we need to use physiological cycles to maintain proper health. And within this paper, we see some problems and issues how it was designed, because there was a survey and follow-ups. So we still have questions. And I mean, like, for instance, Professor Barzilai published on LinkedIn this topic, and he do not believe in this study, which I agree with him. And I totally respect him because he created an enormous effort in the field. But at the same time, while we were preparing position statement and we were working with one tremendous scientist, Bruno Velles, he created an enormous, strong society in France regarding frailty, etc. So he said that still intermittent fasting needs to be cautiously used in patients that are above 65 because there is a risk of frailty and sarcopenia. So as you can see, there's two separate poles of those who advocate for and who are advocating against a specific condition. And there is some data also that shows why exactly intermittent fasting is, in some cases, is not a good alternative. Despite the fact I'm advocate for intermittent fasting. About physical activity, everybody knows you need to do a lot, you need to be healthy, you need to exercise, etc. And again, if we will do quite a lot, we can provoke harm. So it means, as you can see, there must be a maintenance and balance in our culture. What exactly the proper physical activity we need within our lifespan. What about supplements? Right. I mentioned previously about Brian Johnson, so please take a look on this article. It not only reduces mortality, but it also promotes mortality. And how many people are using supplements now? I mean, multivitamins. Can you raise the hands who is currently using? So as you can see, the problem with the situation is, I do not know what you're using. That's why maybe you're just using the vitamin D and it's okay. But when you talk about multivitamins, the problem with those ingredients that they are not standardized, some of them are great, like omega-3, yes, in high-risk patients, or vitamin D in deficiency, yes, but there is an enormous amount of supplements that we do not know how they are working in our body. And imagine you are putting a lot of supplements, do not know how exactly they are interacting in our body. And you can see there's a lot of people who are recommending supplements. So what they are recommending, nutrition, sleep, physical activity, and supplements, enormous amount of supplements. Everywhere you can see supplements and they are great. No, they are not. Because we do not know how they are interacting in our body. Some of them are well studied. And we can move forward with them. And we can establish them in the protocols, but still we do not know. So in conclusion, as you can see now, so there is a lot of bias, there is an enormous amount of misinformation. That's why you need to update yourself every day. You have a publication, take a look on it, where exactly it was published as well. So maybe just from my perspective, if you want to start your journey in healthy longevity, there are several major recommendation that I would recommend to you. If you do not know how to start a diet, start with Mediterranean one. There is Nordic diet, there is also plant-based. They are not well studied, but you can also see this alternative as well and use this alternative. From my perspective, physical activity must be moderated. Still, if you are not a professional, if you're not a professional, do not use it in a high intensity. You do not use high intensity exercise because it must be managed with the professionals. Regarding sleep hygiene is the great one. You take a look, do not use wearables or devices, gadgets before sleep, etc. There's an enormous amount of recommendation of sleep hygiene. Stress management, great. Supplements, as you can see, only in deficiency, and also it's a question. And health monitoring. At this time, health monitoring is the crucial one. So regular screening and appropriate treatment of disease. And what next? So we are currently establishing digital solution in Latvia that promotes such kind of initiative. We want to ask people what they're lacking, what do they know about the Mediterranean diet, and how we can support them. So, and we already received enormous amount of feedback from participants. We also gave them recommendation based on nutrition, sport, activities, sleep, stress management. What we also found within our data analysis was that females are better in health literacy than males, unfortunately. For me, I mean, unfortunately. But it's great that women are so great because thanks to you, males at least can be better in the field of longevity. Just to make sure that we are currently also initiated one project in the cardiometabolic risk assessment. So soon we'll also launch an initiative where we also screen for cardiometabolic diseases as well. It's also, as you can see, it's supported from Paul Stradnič Clinical University Hospital, Riga Technical University. The previous initiative, I forgot to mention, was supported by the Ministry of Health. So as you can see, our government tries to focus on our health. And I hope we can continue this conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kistkins. We have a time for one question. Does anyone have any question?
There's a question.
There's a question.
You mentioned stress management. Can you explain a little bit what should that contain?
Stress management is a part of our daily life. I mean, stress is the part of our daily life, and the crucial part is that chronic stress is quite important for us. I mean, like, because it changes our hormonal levels, it changes our neurological status. So from this standpoint, there is still debate about what exactly would be the proper intervention from the healthy aging standpoint. We are working on that, and within the position statement, you can take a look on that afterwards. Yes, because as you can see from previous guidelines, yes, what was mentioned in Abu Dhabi, the initiative. We need to believe, and what Ilia previously mentioned, could you, Ilia, mention it again, about the concept that we want to leave the mindset that we need to survive. You mentioned it. The idea that of our strategy of our life, that we focus on longevity, as how you wonderfully said it.
Yeah, I mean, health longevity derives from valuation of life. And if we have valuation of life, health longevity derives from valuation of life, I believe. And if we have valuation of life, then all the other values attach. So basically, health longevity is a driver or proxy of human development, of human values, if that's what you mean.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So we need to focus on that, and we know if there is a stress. There's many approaches, like psychotherapy. There is, as you can see in these guidelines, mindfulness, meditation is a part, a quite strong tool, by the way. Breathing practices that are also established in our even government recommendations. As you can see, even religious practice, because we need to establish some belief, yes, belief in healthy and healthy life. That is something that supports our life within this tremendous journey. So that's why it's quite hard to answer on your question, because there is enormous interventions. Not all of them are validated. Yes, and that's why I can't now just answer on it quite robustly. Yes, what exactly? But here's just examples of that kind of interventions. That's are part of health literacy, as you can see.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kistkins. Our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Pedro Barata from Portuguese Society of Longevity Science and Medicine. Unfortunately, he will not attend in person today, but he prepared an amazing presentation, so you're welcome to enjoy.
So, hello everyone from Porto, Portugal. And my apologies for not being present due to a bureaucratic problem. And I'm here to do my presentation on optimization of longevity therapeutics and development of new medical devices and pharmaceutical dosage forms. As we know, longevity has been increasing, and we do not see it as merely the extension of life, but the optimization of health span, the period of life spent in good health, as we can see in the picture on the right, which means free from chronic disease and functional decline. For that, understanding the hallmarks of aging, including cellular senescence, mitochondrial dysfunction, and genomic instability, provides target therapeutic opportunities that we can address. As we watch the evolution of human lifespan, we can see that from the 50s, the global life expectancy and health span has been increasing, rising from 48 years in the 50s to 73 in 23, but the gap between lifespan and healthy years remains substantial at 7 years. And more than longevity, this is what we want to increase. Now, there are a couple of pharmaceutical interventions in longevity that can be very useful. It has evolved significantly, moving beyond traditional symptom management to target fundamental aging mechanisms, focusing nowadays in geroprotective compounds that modulate cellular pathways, including mTOR inhibition with the very famous rapamycin, autophagy enhancement, and senolytic therapies. The leading pharmaceutical interventions include metformin, rapamycin, and novel NAD. So these are the key pharmaceutical compounds for longevity. Metformin, originally developed for diabetes, that has demonstrated geroprotective effects through the AMPK activation, reducing inflammation and improving metabolic health. However, we should watch out for the doses that are needed to achieve these results and the side effects that they can induce. Rapamycin is very promising and lots of people swear by it, as it inhibits the mTOR pathway, showing a remarkable life extension. And the focus on its intermittent dosage is very interesting, as you don't have to use it on daily or weekly basis. And then you have the NAD plus precursors like nicotinamide riboside and nicotinamide mononucleotide that support cellular energy mechanisms and DNA repair mechanisms, addressing age-related mitochondrial dysfunction and genomic instability. So now mitochondrial is one of the most known targets and very effective to address and to improve metabolic health, as we know that when the mitochondria start working unwell, it will promote the senescence of the cell. One of the problems is that, for instance, with NAD, we have to make sure it enters the cell, and this is not easy. So we need precision delivery systems, either based on liposomal encapsulation, sustained release matrices, or target delivery systems that may include nanotechnology, personalized dosing algorithms, chronotherapy, as we know that the time of day influences a lot the time where the drug is more effective, statins being the most famous example of them all, and biomarker responsive systems that here we can see, due to internal stimuli or external stimuli, will make the drug release at the adequate place and at the adequate pace. So also behind and in an area where regulation is much mandatory, we have nutraceuticals and supplemental strategies. Polyphenolic compounds, including the famous resveratrol, quercetin, and curcumin, but also xanthomol, in which I've run a very interesting clinical trial with very marked anti-inflammatory effects, they have significant anti-aging properties, namely by activating sirtuins and, as I said before, antioxidation and anti-inflammatory. This evidence that supports also cardiovascular and neuroprotections. Also very widely used are omega-3 fatty acids, as they support cognitive function and also reduce inflammation and may even extend telomere length. And then there is the vitamin D optimization, especially in the countries with less sun exposure. And this can be very ambiguous, but we know that having high levels of vitamin D or higher levels that we now recommend is important. And this is very dependent on the individual, but it also is very important to take care of patients and make sure that they take the direct sunlight. Also, we have to make sure when they take vitamin D that they take vitamin K2, otherwise their bioavailability and functionality will be not as good as we want to be. Another situation that is increasing steadily, and at this point, at least in where I live in Portugal, it accounts for at least half of the expense in healthcare, it's medical devices, and medical devices of all types, more from the most sophisticated to the less, just as you can see here, here's class 1 simple bandage. They range from continuous monitoring systems to active therapeutic intervention as pacemakers, and they are also very usable for longevity enhancement. In fact, I do believe that in the near future, which is within our lifespan, we all be using some kind of medical device and probably some exoskeleton to make sure that we can do our daily activities by decreasing our weight, by increasing our muscle strength, and by protecting us and gaining us more equilibrium. So this is something we should be very much looking forward to in the future, and that I am sure will make a very big difference. Another therapy for cellular rejuvenation, and that I like a lot, we don't use it for that most of the times. We use it for much easier things like diabetic foot ulcers or sudden deafness. But hyperbaric oxygen cellular rejuvenation, where a 100% oxygen at over 2.4 ATA induces physiological changes that promote cellular repair and regeneration. This is known to stimulate angiogenesis, reduce inflammatory levels, including in sepsis, and even activate stem cells. We do know by a study of Shaya Frati in Tel Aviv that it is also able to increase telomere length by at least 20% while reducing senescent cell population. Or here we have a dual mechanism for cellular rejuvenation. And even though this is a very promising therapeutic, it is yet to be fully demonstrated, and it's one of the areas where we hope to have better results in the future. This is the clinical evidence demonstrated, but because we don't only have telomere extension and senescent cell reductions, but we have also a marked improvement in cognitive care, and this is very important for the future. In fact, post-stroke is probably one of the areas where HBOT will be more used in the following years. So here we have what we have in HBOT, a reduce of cytosines, a boost of antioxidants, a restoration and improvement of mitochondrial function and biogenesis, which promotes, in the end, and activates cellular repair and recovery pathways. Also, wearables are changing nowadays, and I am wearing myself an Oura ring and a Whoop, and this has transformed personal health monitoring not only to world-class athletes, but to the common man. And this provides real-time data on physiological parameters that can correlate with longevity outcomes. The HRV is probably the most famous biomarker of them all, but we also have tracking of sleep, metabolic markers, and these wearables incorporate multiple sensors and machine learning algorithms that provide actionable insights for longevity enhancement. We had, during the pandemics, we had some people that reported that the wearable detected they had been infected with COVID-19 before they even showed the first symptoms. And in fact, it's very interesting to monitor yourself and your strain and rest using these wearables through a long time. It may be not as convenient as we wanted, but it is very interesting. So probably the most famous one is here, the Oura Ring. I have nothing, I wish I had, but I had nothing related to the Oura Ring, but it has a very advanced biometric tracking, and it is incredible for sleep and to monitor your sleep. And we all know that sleep is fundamental for your longevity and healthy aging. The Whoop is also very good, especially for strain monitoring. They also recommend for sleep coaching. I do feel that Oura Ring is better for sleep, and the Whoop is better. So it's a kind of combination for those for strain and recovery analytics. But you don't have to go with Whoop or Whora. There are a lot of new players in the market, including Hume Longevity brand, and it has a band. It also has a scale where you can measure your body composition. They say it's the body pod. It's like an ultimate health checkup anywhere. But they say something that I strongly believe. Longevity isn't luck, it's also strategy. Well, you can have a fatality, but basically you have to prepare your last 10 years of life. Also very important, it is the continuous glucose monitoring, not only for diabetics, but for you to understand also the impact of your nutrition and your response to food, exercise, and stress, which again will facilitate personalized strategies to optimize your metabolic health and conveniently your longevity markers. And in the near future, we will find a lot of wearables that will interact with your interstitial fluid in a minimal invasive healthcare, and that will give you drug monitoring, delivery of ions, large molecules, all kinds of microdialysis, and this will give you a lot of interstitial fluid sensors that will be amazing for you to gather data and to understand the way you were working more and more and more. So in the near future, we will be more and more and more monitorized, which also raises a lot of questions, but we'll have to address them later. So we will live in a fully integrated wearable ecosystem with data collection, pattern recognition, need for personalized intervention that in the end will give you an optimized health span through precision medicine. So now it's like going to a tailor and having a suit made, except instead of going to a store and buying a suit that you can adapt to yourself. It's like personalizing your wardrobe. Another thing that we have to consider is that large language models, well, not ChatGPT probably, but other versions of ChatGPT, are revolutionizing personalized health coach. In fact, you'll see that the Oura Ring, the Whoop, and the Hume, they have it, and they will give you evidence and will be a coach based on your health profiles and goals. And they will include lots of data, your lab results, your genetic information. Now we have to be very careful with our GPD, but this will be very interesting as you will have access to a full team of coaches that nowadays only the very rich or world-class athletes have. You can have your own nutritionist, you can have access to a health coach, you can have someone saying that you are overstressed or that you should improve your sleep, you can have your sleep coach. So this is very interesting. And in fact, these large language models are now being regulated as medical devices themselves. So as I said here, AI gives you incredible quality for personalized nutrition, exercise optimization, supplement guidance, but obviously we have to make a very careful risk assessment of what we're saying and about the models, because they should not hallucinate when it comes to this, just to quote one of the problems. So this will be definitely incredible for Excel at early detection of age changes, enabling proactive interventions before functional declines, and they analyze complex data sets for multiple individuals and modalities, and will have better and better results throughout time. Just to say, nowadays we have those for cardiovascular assessments, including ECG, arterial stiffness. Nowadays, I have to say that there are AI ECG recognition patterns that are much better than most medical doctors. Cognitive monitoring just from the way you interact with your phone, your speech patterns, your metabolic profiling, and your biological age assessment that we see nowadays. People see, well, I am 50, but I'm biological, I am just 45, whatever that means. So we will need a very determined and very demanding regulatory landscape for longevity therapeutics. We have seen that recently the FDA has called upon Whoop as they should be a medical device if they want to measure blood pressure. And we see that either FDA and EMA are very carefully looking into these novel trial designs and biomarkers of aging to clear pathways of longevity therapeutical approval. In what concerns clinical trials, we have to select and develop new biomarkers, identify and validate them, design adequate trials, adaptive designs mandatorily because these are long-term interventions, carefully select our population, taking into care demographics, baseline health status, and genetic factors, and engage frequently with the regulatory agencies. So nowadays, what we have is a combination of epigenetic clocks, telomere length, inflammatory markers, metabolic profiles, and cognitive assessment. Also some parameters of strength, like your gait, like your grip strength, like the number of times you sit throughout 30 seconds. But it is all the combination of these that will give you a really, truly credible indicator of the therapeutic efficacy. So nowadays, what we're really knowing is that big genetic clocks demonstrate the highest predictive value, whilst cognitive assessments offer the greatest utility for patient monitoring, but this may change in the near future, and this is incredibly important to know, as epigenetic is changing genetics from a sentence for something that you can change, and your exposome and your immunosome are very important nowadays and have to be taken into consideration. So we will come to a personalized medicine approach based on your genetic analysis, individual genomic risk and variants, your biomarker profile, your lifestyle data, namely in diet, activity, and sleep patterns, your converted insights based on AI algorithms with integrative modeling and predictions, and tailored interventions based in this data by an AI algorithm that needs to be validated and regulated. Obviously, pharmacogenomics will be very important. We all know the role of ApoE, systems genotyping, antioxidant systems, sirtuin expression, and your CYP450 variants for your enzyme polymorphisms, and that now are commonly detected in hospitals. But there are also a lot of new emerging technologies in longevity, and the frontier encompasses revolutionary technologies as gene therapy, cellular reprogramming, and all kinds of nanotechnology. Gene therapy can go from telomerase activation to mitochondrial enhancement and protective factor expression. And reprogramming and regeneration, though very carefully done, will have a lot to do with partial cellular reprogramming with the Yamanaka factors for reversing cellular age without full differentiation. So this safety first, but there is a lot of things that can be considered through this as therapeutic targets. Senolytics, as the well-known dasatinib, quercetin, fisetin, and navitoclax, are also very promising. They don't have yet fully validated clinical trials. They may have in the future, and they are something that you should be looking into. And it's time for the digital therapeutics and the longevity, which will incorporate your behavioral therapy, your mindfulness training, and lifestyle coaching based on the relevant biomarkers. So everything we've been doing in the past years will be incorporated in this digital therapeutics, and wherever you are, you can be followed by your own team and do not change. This will be to stress reduction. We all know the negative impact of cortisol, sleep optimization, and cognitive training. We all know also that there are a lot of economic considerations to take care in longevity medicine. Obviously, research and development and clinical trials are the biggest slice of the pie, and the investments are huge nowadays, and the World Economic Forum estimates that the longevity economy, encompassing healthcare, finance, and technology, may generate over 30 trillions by 2030. So this is amazing, as we know that more and more we'll have population over 50. So this is a clear indication that we will have market, and we know that market generates need, and needs generates means. So there are still a couple of challenges that we need to address. The regulatory pathways I've already mentioned. The trial duration, these are very big, especially in humans, very long trials. The difficulties in patient recruitment and in clear endpoints and surrogates definitions. We also have ethical considerations, and above all, we do have to maintain our key ethical frameworks to address the implication of significantly extend lifespans and social structures. So in this phase, we're pretty much focusing in biomarker validation. We expect for the next years the first approval of geroprotective and senolytic therapies, and then until 2030, the technology integration with the integration of AI-powered diagnostic and wearables and precision medicine approaches. And by 2030 and plus, we truly have the medicine 3.0 with transformative interventions. So this needs an implementation strategy for healthcare systems in terms of infrastructure, of education, of patient engagement, and above all, of outcome monitoring. So as key takeaways, an integrated approach is deemed to be essential. Precision medicine is a reality and a priority. We do need a strong regulatory environment that needs also innovation, and the technology integration is crucial, and the intertwining of all these areas is mandatory. In this very interesting and elegant slide made by the Politecnico of Milan, you can see that pretty much all I've talked about is related in this graph, and we can see that in the end, we will have an intertwining and a very elaborate, but very effective ecosystem to make us live more and better. So the future of human longevity is promising. The ultimate goals is about compression of morbidity and enhancement of health span quality. I don't know if we'll make it to 150, and I don't even know if we want to do that, but I do know that we want to live our last 10 years with adequate cognitive function, physical vitality, and quality of life. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you very soon in Porto on the 8th and 9th of October. You're all invited to join and speak to Ilia if you want, to make sure you can join us at a beautiful city of Porto in our next Longevity Congress. Thank you all, and again, my apologies for not being able to be present. I wish you a great Congress.
Okay, so that was a very interesting presentation. And unfortunately, our next speaker couldn't arrive today due to unexpected circumstances. So we will continue with Yuri Ostrinski, who represents the Institute of Microbiology and Virology of Riga Stradins University and Scheibye Medical Center, and he will talk about physical exercise as a targeted healthy longevity intervention.
Hello, dear friends, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you all for being there, for organizers who supported and make this event happen. And I would like also specifically to thank Dr. Ilia Stambler for his persistence and belief that we can make a change. So Ilia, well done. This is because of you. So I will focus my talk on the new player in the intervention for the health and longevity, namely on the targeted physical activity as a therapeutic strategy for health and longevity. I will not argue about the correct name, Slava, what is a healthy longevity or a healthy lifestyle, but we will make some interesting discoveries in the next few slides. So, yeah, I will start with some teaser. So, health and longevity. May it start in the gut until proven otherwise? We will see the answer very soon. So I'll just briefly come again through the health longevity definition because it's not It's good to state it's again and again because longevity by and large is a very important part of the life if we need an active and healthy life. So today's longevity, as we have mentioned, is usually a kind of disease. And this is accumulation of different chronic diseases with the age, and the ages and the years become to be a burden. On the opposite, the healthy longevity is when we live a long, healthy, and active life. And this is what most of us want to do in this life. So actually, healthy longevity is a complex thing which composed of some predisposition, and this is a genetics. But as far as we understand, the genetics plays only about quarter of the outcome. The rest, about 80 to 85%, this is a variety of choices, yes, which surrounding us. It calls epigenetics. So first of all, this is what we are focusing in my presentation. Those are our life choices. Life choices, I will expand on it. They are most important in these triggers of our genome, which turn us either to disease or to health. Of course, environmental factors are important. Healthcare access is very much important as well, and psychological factors are very much important. So definitely, as I have mentioned, the healthy longevity is just to live a full and productive life. This is good on the personal level, but it's also very much important on the national level, because a healthy person is not a burden, but this is a complementing unit of the society, yes? And I will explain later on why. So I like this slide because, we are, in the previous lecture, we already, talk about how to make the health and longevity important in our life society. So I believe in, we are in capitalistic society, most of us actually. So the health and longevity is very desirable and very powerful economic tool. Let's say most of you keep some money in the bank, yeah? So the interest that your bank gives you is maximum 2, 3, in better cases 5%, yes, depends on the inflation rate. But what if I would tell you that you give me €1 and I will give you back €12, let's say. Is it a good deal? I believe so, yeah. So this is actually the outcome of the €1 which is spent on the prevention and on the healthcare promotion. The rest are just the numbers, but these numbers are very much important. If we take a look on the Baltic region example, so net benefit of adding 1 healthy year for the elderly person is €3.6 billion for Latvian economy, yeah, and we are always crying in Latvia that we have a lack of, of money and our budget is not enough. In global perspective, 1 healthy year of the elderly person is equivalent of adding almost 10 trillion euros annually. This is enormous money. So I believe that we are quite convinced that health and longevity is very much economically proven intervention. So what to do? First of all, we have a caloric, my colleagues from previous presentation already mentioned that most promising and important intervention for promoting healthy lifespan are, of course, our food diet, yeah, and specifically caloric restriction and intermittent fasting. Now, the next player, and I want to by the end of my presentation, maybe to a little bit shift this paradigm, is a physical activity. And the rest already has been discussed intensively. Now, let's speak about physical activity. So physical activity, this is actually everything that we do in the life. This is physical activity. Yes, it accompanies us during our daily movements. But of course, we are speaking about exercising. Yes, exercise is a structured physical activity. It's quite obvious, yes, that the benefits of physical activity are very multiple and very large. It starts from improvement of the cardiovascular health, muscle strength, independency, flexibility. You know, our body is machine. So we take care of our machines on the monthly or yearly basis. We take them to garage, yes, and we do not skip the test for our machines. But our body is exactly the same machine that should be maintained, and the better maintenance for this amazing machine is a healthy, is actually a physical activity. The mechanism of action, biological, and is quite complex, and it reduces oxidative stress. It stimulates the myokine release. Myokines are anti-inflammatory cytokines which are produced within our muscles. So this remarkable fabric for anti-inflammatory production is within our muscle actually. It makes a lot, yes, it reduces the stress. Yes, we spoke about the importance of stress as a main promoter of the disease and inflammation. So physical activity reduces the key factor of this inflammation and many more. So let's move to the essence. So let's say I ask you to make a physical activity, or let's do, let's pick some of you and let's say, let's go to make a physical activity. The current stigma of physical activity, it depends on your age, on your background, but for most of us, it's quite scaring. Yes, at the age of 50 plus or 40 plus, to start something de novo, yes, to come to the gym. And let's say it can be also a quite traumatic experience, yes, if you start on the not proper way. So we propose to introduce a kind of, precision medicine approach for the health and longevity. So we call it a disease-targeted physical activity. When we combine a specific combination of exercises for, at first, for specific diseases, for a specific population and age group. So I will explain specifically what we did on this example. So we took this idea of disease-targeted or disease-designed physical activity to a very interesting disease which called the inflammatory bowel disease. I mean, namely the Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. And we have constructed about 7 years ago the series of exercises which we are targeting the abdominal area, because in IBD the main affected organ are an intestine. So this was actually a double. This was a really interesting and remarkable pilot study when we compared the placebo exercises, unrelated exercises, with the abdominal targeted exercises. And it was the Corona time, by the way, and we conducted this study even online, remotely, without physical presence of patients. So when we created this study, we postulated that IBD, actually, this is inflammation of intestine, and it might be induced by the chronic stress. I'm coming back to the stress, which induced ischemic injury to intestinal tissues, and under certain genetic and environmental predisposition, this escalates actually to a full-scale autoimmune inflammatory bowel disease. So we wanted to reduce intestinal inflammation and damage and to promote the tissue restoration by specific exercises which were targeting the abdominal area by moderate compression, extension, torsion of the abdominal area, and we combined it also with this kind of abdominal breathing. The results were actually very much surprising. We have seen, of course, the reduction of the disease activity score and overall being improvement in the patient in the targeted group. But what is most important, we have seen also the reduction of calprotectin. Calprotectin, this is an objective biomarker which shows us the reduction of the disease activity. So we took this approach to the next study, and we have conducted just a year back, and the study is still ongoing. We have conducted the disease-targeted physical activity for fibromyalgia. Have you heard about fibromyalgia? Just raise the hands, please. Oh, it's good. So fibromyalgia is a very interesting and enigmatic disease, which actually, you know, kind of encyclopedia for many diseases. So this is a chronic autoimmune condition which marked by a widespread pain, fatigue, and different complex symptoms. Among them, by the way, also the digestive disorders, yes, kind of irritable bowel syndrome. And as you may know, this disease is really a pain as for physicians, because most patients are female and they are not getting better, you know, despite every possible, you know, trial that you try to make. So we conducted a little bit different a series of exercises, and this time we did it for 8 consecutive weeks intervention, 3 times a week, face-to-face groups, and this intervention lasted for 45 minutes. I personally conducted this study with my patients as well. So both us and our partners were quite surprised about the effect of these exercises. As you may, this is still unpublished data. We are waiting also for biomarkers to be measured very soon. But as you have seen from the bars are representing actually the activity of different parameters of this disease. So in blue, you can see the patients who underwent this intervention. In red, we see the controls. Currently, we have much bigger cohort. But we have seen that in widespread pain index went significantly lower, yes, down in intervention therapeutic group, and in control groups there was no significant improvements. This is about widespread pain index. Now, in symptom severity score and number of symptoms, we have seen also a remarkable reduction in the disease activity. So our patients, our fibromyalgia patients, got better. Again, no significant improvement in the control group. The next interesting thing that in digestive system related symptoms, we have seen also the same decline in the systems. Now, in some patients, by the way, we have seen even disappearance of these symptoms, and as our colleague, doctor who just was observing these patients, professor, neurologist Victoria Kenania, that was actually the first time in her professional career that she has seen the patients with fibromyalgia, you know, getting just healthy. So this is about, you know, these preliminary results. So I want to ask you a question. We see here a remarkable list of the diseases, from autoimmune diseases, IBD, irritable bowel syndrome, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, different skin conditions, metabolic syndrome, obesity, type 2 diabetes, cancer, and inflammation. So what do they have in common? Any idea? In common, they have the phenomenon that's called impaired intestinal permeability, or leaky gut. So leaky gut, this is actually a very interesting player in our systemic, I should say, pathogenesis for most of the diseases. I will just explain, yeah? So impaired intestinal permeability or leaky gut is actually increased, non-selective permeability of the intestinal lining. So we call it sometimes also a gut barrier. Yeah, we have a few barriers in our body which helps us to promote some selective passage of you know, outer world into our inner world. So impaired gut barrier leads to endotoxemia. Yes, a translocation of bacteria, toxins, and food particles to cross into our bloodstream. It causes the immune system activation and low-grade systemic inflammation. And it triggers also the chronic disease and their progression. So actually, the systemic low-grade inflammation is a key contributor to age-related disease and to aging as a pathological process. Yes, so our leaky gut or our broken intestinal barrier may be the still undervalued link in actually our pathological aging as well. So the potential implication of this disease-targeted physical activity. We have tried to fix, actually, if I can speak in these simple words, the impaired intestinal permeability and to normalize it. And that was a target in our intervention also in IBD, in Crohn's disease, and in fibromyalgia. So when we aim to restore the normal intestinal permeability, so we reduce the passage of bacterial and toxin translocation into bloodstream. So we reverse the process. It reduces the system activation and systemic inflammation. And actually, the outcome is actually the reduction of the chronic condition in the existing situation. So specifically to our target and to our intervention, we created a model, a tool for restoring the normal intestinal permeability. And it should be and can be a very promising and novel intervention for healthy longevity when we address the inflammation in the very core. So we believe, you remember my very first statement, that it all starts in the gut until proven otherwise. And we are quite confident in my group that we will know much more answers very soon when we will receive the results of biomarkers from our previous study. And we also aim to make a study for relatively healthy individuals, let's say 40 plus, to assess the efficacy and efficiency of this targeted physical activity, which are targeted to the abdomen in comparison to the regular physical activity. So welcome aboard, and this is all news about physical activity, a specific one. So you're welcome to ask the questions.
Thank you, Yuri, for the great presentation. And we have time for one question only.
Yes, please.
So I would like to ask, what do you believe are the mechanisms behind the positive effects of your study, besides maybe the only intestinal permeability? Maybe there are others that you believe which would be connected maybe with nervous system?
Yes, this is a great question. First of all, we also act on the nervus vagus, region, and the activation of nervus vagus also creates some, vasovagal interaction, and it can be also a very significant player. But still, we believe that the reparation of the leaky gut can be a major player in these remarkable results, because it's hard to explain how the improvement can be achieved in such a short period of time. And we have seen also, by the way, I have a few patients with cardiovascular pre-diseases, and after 6 weeks of the intervention, we see the reduction in high sensitivity CRP, interleukin-6, in some cases also in TNF-alpha. So, the reduction of the systemic inflammation in such a short period cannot be explained by maybe, kind of mechanistical, explanation of, repairing the broken chain, Maybe yes. Again, I'm not familiar too much with this specific, field, but I believe that yes, we do believe, and when I speak, I have a team of my colleagues and friends who are physicians and scientists. We believe that reducing the ischemic damage to intestine, it most probably the major player. Vasovagal pathway is also very much important, but I don't know what is the balance between this. It works, amazingly it works actually. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation will be pre-recorded as well by Professor Arnon Afek from Scheibye Medical Center in Israel, who will talk about National Program for Preventing Cardiovascular Diseases and Diabetes.
Hello, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak with you about the prevention of cardiovascular diseases and diabetes, which are a cornerstone to healthy living and healthy longevity. My name is Professor Arnon Afek, and I'm the director of Gertner Institute of Epidemiology and Health Policy at Sheba Medical Center. I'm also the dean of the new Rekanati School of Medicine at Reichman University and the former Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Health. My main topic of research is diabetes and heart diseases. So when we are looking at the challenges we all face at the healthcare system throughout the world, we know that there are many, many things we should try to manage, such as the financial sustainability, providing quality of health, clinical effectiveness. There are also the problems of clinical burnout of our physicians. But one of the most important things is the burden of diseases and trying to lower the burden of diseases down. Next. So when we look at the diseases we all face, we see that, of course, there is cancer, infectious disease like the COVID-19, but one of the most important issues are diabetes as well as heart diseases, which are related to hypertension, to our style of living, and the fact that this cardiovascular disease increased tremendously and caused so much damage to our people means that we have to intervene and try to prevent them, and it is possible. Countries who created prevention program diminished cardiovascular diseases and the burden of disease in this case. Next. So when we are looking at the life expectancy of countries throughout the world, we see that many countries are trying to increase the life expectancy. And again, prevention is the main way in which we can increase life expectancy in productive years, which is very, very important, as many countries faced a diminished population and they need the people to be healthier for a longer period so they continue to produce and be part of the economy. Next. And the things that prevent this increase are, again, issues which are related to cardiovascular diseases and cancer, of course, such as smoking and obesity, and both of them continue to become a huge challenge and a huge burden on health care, including, for example, smoking, which unfortunately is something we see among the Baltic countries, including, of course, Latvia and Lithuania. Next. But even worse, in many, many cases, we see our own people, our own researchers in the past introducing concepts which are wrong. One of the key papers that was published on JAMA showed the involvement of the sugar industry in supporting research. It was done in the 50s when people were facing a huge increase in cardiovascular diseases throughout the world and in the States, and people were becoming more and more obese, and something had to be blamed for that. It could have been sugar and carbohydrates or fat, and the blame was put on fat. And we now know that part of it was associated with the fact that the sugar industry supported the research done. And if you want to see next what is the significance of such an issue, look at my next slide, and you will see in the black the older food pyramid, and you see that at the base you find cereal, white bread, all these things which we know right now are bad for our health. On the other side, in the new food pyramid, there are all the things we should be eating: vegetables, fruits, fish. All of these are very important in the prevention of diseases. And if we eat this type of diet, we know that people who do that live for longer time. For example, people around the Mediterranean area and in the blue zones around the world, these are the places where people live for longer time. And it's not just longevity, which is the part of these blue places throughout the world. It's also the healthy living. It's you get older, but also live healthier life. Next. So the question is how to meet this challenge, how to prevent diseases. And in order to do so, what we need to do more than anything else is to adapt ourselves. As Darwin already said, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most adaptable to change. And we need to change the way we treat, the way we prevent, the way we eat, the way we move around, and of course, the use important, novel, and innovative technologies in order to meet these challenges. Next. So, my own medical center, the Sheba Medical Center, has been ranked among the 10 leading medical institutions in the world for the last 6 years as one of the top 10. And last year we were ranked number 8. But was even more surprising was the fact that about a week ago, they published the list of smart hospitals. And again, Sheba is one of the 2 non-American hospitals to be graded as smart hospital. And now we are ranked number 9 in smart hospital. And next, if you will ask me why you are ranked as smart hospital, first is due to our vision. The fact that we are not just dealing care of medicine, but rather of health. And you know, prevention and healthy living is part of our health. And of course, it is for us as important as having this vision is sharing it and using our ability to impact the way healthcare systems are being done and health is being run throughout the world, Shkufit. So we established an innovation center in order to promote innovation throughout our own country, throughout other countries. We focus this center of innovation called ARC in digital health, open-end innovation, entrepreneurial and international collaboration, which is exactly why I am very honored to be here and share our knowledge with you. Next. And we have many startup companies as part of our ARC network. We support them, and many of them are important in the field of prevention and help us to prevent diseases and to treat them and to rehabilitate the patients afterwards. Next. So in order to sum up my first part of the lecture is by the words of a very smart person, Albert Einstein, who said, we cannot solve our problem with the same thinking we used when we create them. We need to change the way we are looking at things and moving forward toward a novel, innovative approach to the prevention of cardiovascular diseases. Next, please. So I'm going to use innovation and to speak to you a little bit about innovative technologies which enabled us to prevent cardiovascular disease and diabetes. But don't forget, this is not the whole picture. The basis of the picture is of healthy living is to do physical activity and to live well and eat moderately and eat fruit, vegetables, fish. Remember all these basics, and of course not to smoke and to do a lot of physical activity. But apart from that, at the end, once you want to take care of the population, you need nowadays to use model technologies because we know that we do not have enough healthcare providers to take care of all the sick people and to prevent diseases. So we can use telemedicine in order to do so. We can use ECG recording to, when a person has some sort of a pain, a chest pain, AI can help us to pick up the most urgent cases to bring him as quick as possible to the ER so we can treat him. We have also, by using eye health through another innovation, try to find out changes in the eyes in diabetes, what we call retinopathy. And if we catch it early enough, we can again prevent the progression of eye diseases and even blindness. Next. Monitoring is very, very important. Here you can see how you can monitor glucose throughout the time, and I'll show you in a second how you can share the information with your physician if he's far away from you. We can also monitor high blood pressure and through wearable and heart rate, and find out whether there is arrhythmia so it can be treated very quickly. Arrhythmia is a change in heart rhythm that can be harmful to you and even cause death. Next. And these are the digital platform we formed. Some of them, as I said before, are part of Shiba's startup and already established companies. And these enabled us to share the data with our physician. Now, this is very important. Think of people in rural areas, people who are far away from health facilities, and you want to let them get the right type of healthcare as people who live in the big cities. And you can do it through these digital platforms. Next. And at the end, we are aiming to reach an automatic system which can control your health. This is, for example, what we call the closed loop or artificial pancreas. It's a way in which the body both monitors and injects insulin for patients who have type 1 diabetes. And it's being developed right now and tested right now by Medtronic and Shiba Medical Center. So once we will have it, we know that people, even who are far away, can reach the optimal glucose levels, which will enable them to prevent from having heart disease, CVA, and controlling their diabetes, which is again very important, as about higher percent of the population gets diabetes nowadays. Next. So in order to sum up my lecture, I would tell you that the burden of diseases, the prevention of diseases is something which is common to us all. We are both to use what I would call traditional ways, which are very, very important. They are simple, they do not cost a lot of money, by walking, doing physical activity, taking the right diet, and eating moderately. All of these are very, very important. Not to forget, stop smoking, which even saves money. But apart from that, we can use model and innovative technologies in order to be able to control better the diseases and prevent exacerbations, heart attacks, CVAs, arrhythmia, see that our glucose level is well. And these are just few examples of the things we do now at Shiba Medical Center, at our innovation center. So again, thank you very much for having the honor to speak to you. Valdis, I hope I spelled it right, and hope to see you personally next time.
So now it is time for lunch break. We will have 1 hour for the lunch. And please be here not later than 2:10 because we're already late, so we're not even more delayed for the next session. And the speakers, we meet here at the entrance and we go together to room 204.
I am happy to present the panel discussion, topic education for longevity from scientists and healthcare professional to the general public. I'm happy to present our speakers, Amit Goldman, EMBA Longevity Education Hub, Dr. Svjatoslavs Kistkins, Paul's Stragens Clinical University Hospital, Dr. Silvija Valdone Alšauske, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, Dr. Likalivskaya Longevity Alliance Baltic, here, Dr. Tamara Pfeiffer, Afro Longevity, South Africa, long way. Welcome.
Thank you. So welcome back, everybody. Put my mic on. Welcome back after lunch. I hope everybody ate all their micronutrients and it's got all of our biochemical pathways firing so we can focus on the next half of today. And thank you so much for being here today. It really means a lot to us all that of all the things you could have chosen to do today, you've chosen to be in this room listening to what we have to say. And that really proves the importance of why we're all here and why we're focusing on longevity medicine. So I was going to start with a different question, but after Dr. Kistkins' talk, I realized that the more we know, the less we know. So it's currently estimated that the entire body of medical knowledge doubles every 73 days, which is crazy. It's crazy to try and keep up with that. And then on top of that, there is a concept of medical half-life. So now, not only does it double every 73 days, but how long does it take for half of what we know to become completely irrelevant? So the question I want to ask is, how do we ensure that education for longevity stays evidence-based, stays up-to-date, and avoids overstating claims, but also how do we remain flexible enough to let go of things that we thought were true yesterday but may not be true tomorrow?
Thanks a lot for the question. And from my perspective, what I see is that that's the duty of scientists and clinicians. That's why there is an evidence-based medicine, so we need to provide an evidence, which means that there must be an enormous amount of preclinical and clinical data before we start to state that it works or not. And of course, there must be a global consensus about interventions. And we all know that the problem is that in most cases, we also need personalization because each of us are unique individuals, all of us. But the problem is that personalization lacks evidence, unfortunately. And that's why there is an enormous amount of alternative medicine concepts, which are not bad, but they lack evidence. And if we want to move forward longevity medicine as the one that can establish not only health span, but also prolongation of lifespan as a prioritization, because we want to live not only longer, but much longer than we live now. Yes, it needs data and it needs evidence. Without an evidence, we struggle and we just speculate. From my perspective, if we want to initiate dialogue, scientists, researchers, and clinicians must ask a proper question and provide a proper evidence. And we need to discuss. And for instance, as I mentioned today about intermittent fasting, yes, we now have an evidence and we need to look on that evidence. Is it a problem with the clinical trial? I mean, with the trial, or it's really a problem from the biological standpoint? But it doesn't mean that, for instance, clinicians who advocate for that are bad because they have a little bit different data. That's why there must be a consensus and there must be idea that everything must be evidence-based. Without that, it's speculation, it's alternative medicine. If it's evidence-based, what is the data and how strong it is? How we will interpret it. And for instance, Cardiac Society has strong guidelines. Is it a strong evidence, moderate evidence, or weak evidence? That's why we need to change the paradigm, and we have no need to speak about wellness or other stuff. And we do not need to cover wellness clinics by naming them as longevity clinics, which is crucial because it's misinterpret population. So this is my comment on that.
Could I? Okay, I really want to agree with my colleague and say that how we keep up to date is by being brave and asking questions again and again and trying to prove it with scientific data. And also, what I want to emphasize is communication between clinicians and researchers. Sometimes what we get, we close up in our bubble and we think that we're the smartest person in the room. If you think that, you're not. So yes, that's the sad truth. So communication between researchers and scientists and clinicians is vital for keeping up to date and evolving in longevity medicine. Thank you.
So if precision medicine is the future of medicine, and we're all biochemically different and biologically different and genetically different, do we need to change or restructure the way clinical trials are performed in order to get empirical data behind precision medicine?
From my perspective, definitely precision medicine is a part of longevity medicine. And this is the case, and this is the problem. We can establish clinical trials, but clinical trials must be established in a little bit different format. We already discussed with colleagues about that, and most importantly, that we need not just clinical trials. We need longevity trials, but they are, like longitudinal neuroscience-oriented clinical trials, which emphasize longitudinal, which means that we need to survey, we need to look what happens with the patient afterwards. And that's why it's so crucial that family doctors, general practitioners, internal medicine specialists, or specialists in the field of internal medicine, like cardiologists, endocrinologists, look on their patients within time. And that's why primary care currently is the place where we can establish these longevity-oriented clinical trials. A wonderful example is in Mayo clinics. I've discussed with the CEO of the longevity department in the Mayo clinic how they established that, and they established in the same format. The same situation is in Sheba clinics, and one of the future presenter, Evelyn Bishop, will briefly describe that. But yeah, the idea is that the paradigm is changing, and we need to establish, as I said, longitudinal, neuroscience-oriented clinical trials.
So I know that we are very distinctive between wellness, functional medicine, longevity medicine. During COVID, we saw a big uptick in people's awareness of their own health. For the first time, I think, in history, medical history, every single patient knew what a comorbidity was and what a pre-existing condition was. And that drove a lot of people to investigate what was going on within themselves, early detection, making sure that they are prepared for the next, heaven forbid, COVID. So if we are talking about the man on the street and we're looking at this wave that's cresting of people's understanding and interest in their own health, how can we in longevity medicine take advantage of that and get down to the man on the street, help educate them? And where do we see their knowledge base at the moment when it comes to longevity medicine?
I can start. From my perspective, to reach the common people, at first we need to educate medical specialists and clinicians, because as we saw today, there is a misconception what longevity is. how we measure it, and what is the end point of longevity, yes? So nowadays we do have a lot of pseudoscience going around, and a lot of clinicians are thinking that longevity medicine is also a pseudoscience. That is really sad. And the first to make an impact in this field, we have to reach our fellow clinicians and show them what is real longevity medicine, and that is evidence-based, and it should become a subspecialty. In my case.
My dear friend, Dr. Silvija Valdonė-Alšauskė, she's not only a fantastic specialist, one of the biggest up-and-coming stars in Lithuania in the medical field, but also she's a very humble person, because not only she mentioned that, what she didn't mention is that we're actually working on a course to be integrated in Lithuania at the Lithuania University of Health Sciences for physicians on longevity. So congratulations on that. That's first of all. And don't be so humble. I know we're from the Baltics, but sometimes it's good to put it out there. Maybe we'll see something like this happening at Ilia Stambler University. So that's first and foremost. Second of all, you've mentioned, how do we make it accessible? But before going into that, you've mentioned COVID wave. There was a COVID wave, and a lot of people got interested into what's happening within their bodies. I think there was one more thing that really pushed people into learning a little bit more, and that is ChatGPT and Claude and other tools that gives us access into programming and learning and writing a short prompt and just learning a little bit more about what's happening with them. I'm following how my menstrual cycle influences my weight fluctuations. Do I need to stop eating that piece of cake, or I shouldn't, to help me analyze that? That's a lot of data. That's something that I sometimes do. Of course, that's my sense of humor, so I'm sorry for a semi-appropriate joke here, but I think that's another reason why we got even more interested and make some problems to physicians when we come with our personal analysis to physicians. And to the points that were made, and I'm also a member of the team at Longevity Education Hub, you have to make the knowledge accessible. And yes, researchers is important. Physicians are important. But from what I've heard in the conversations in the room here in the room with us, we not only have physicians, we not only have researchers, we have investors. I'm part-time with a fund that invests in early stage digital diagnostics. I've heard we have some innovators here who maybe not necessarily are researchers or physicians, but they're working on other tools to bring that knowledge in. For example, at Longevity Education Hub, we also have a separate course, because in order to make something that will help the world and the people, you have to know what to, for example, invest in. And in order to know what is a good longevity focused, let's say, digital tool to invest in, you have to understand. So for example, at Longevity Education Hub, we also have a course that is completely for free for investors to learn about that. And if we have any investors in the room, I very much want to encourage you to take the course. So also making the education online and accessible. That means basically, hopefully for free.
Now, that's a really good point, because when things become very accessible, when we're looking at social media and things like that, there's a lot of misinformation as well. So to have a place where people can go to for accurate information is so important. I'd like to touch on the psychology of longevity. This really comes up a lot when I do talks in South Africa. When I talk about longevity, 20% of the people are excited, 80% of the people don't want to live past 70. So what is the psychology of the people on the street when it comes to longevity? How can we help their understanding?
It's a very interesting question. It's such a young field right now. It's very little research and very little information about that. And for general public, literally, it's sadly to say, pretty much nobody knows what's psychology on longevity. And I think it's very important, because even among us sort of professionals, we don't have enough information. There are studies. I'm actually deeply involved in this field right now and writing a dissertation on this topic and etc. There is not enough information. And like you mentioned before, there's a longitudinal studies and all this scientific advances. Of course, we need to approach the subject on not just on a general level, but on a scientific level. So psychology and longevity. So imagine if we physically, like we work in here, manage to live longer, right? So we're, our 80 is our new 30. So, okay, so obviously our psychology changes. So how do we approach this? So why do we want to live longer? How do we gonna integrate ourselves into this new reality, right? So what I'm gonna do when I'm 80 and I can jump like a 30-year-old, right? So those are very, very important questions, and how the society is gonna take upon that change. So this is a very interesting questions. As I mentioned, it's a very young field, and a lot is gonna be coming. I just want to share one fun fact. When I was doing a research, and it's interesting how psychology connected with physical longevity, and it's been evidence, the scientific evidence through several longitudinal studies and cohort studies, that conscientiousness actually really connected with longevity. There's actually two different factors as well from big five factors, but conscientiousness was number one, and it's actually extended lifetime in quite a bit. So that was a very interesting fact for me. Thank you so much.
Maybe I just comment additionally, which is also crucial, is that psychological well-being is the 14th hallmark of aging. It's the new data that was published. I don't remember, Nature or other high-impact journal. I don't remember, unfortunately. But the idea is that today also I've presented the concept of health literacy. It's also part of psychological well-being, how we communicate. That's why I definitely strongly support stress management and psychological intervention. Yes.
Going down that track a little bit, what I have found in the people that are excited about longevity is that a lot of them want the result. We want to have a longer health span. We want to possibly have a longer lifespan, but many people are not willing to put the work in. Not many people want to stop eating the cupcake, drop the alcohol, stop the smoking, focus on sleep hygiene, all of these things that you mentioned earlier. So what are the emotional levers that we could use to best encourage individuals not only to adopt these habits, these healthy lifestyle habits, but also to help with compliance long term? Are we looking at running away from fear, or are we looking at moving towards motivation?
I'll start from fear. Jokes aside, I do like numbers a little bit sometimes, and I think that fear sometimes also is a good motivational tool. If I may ask, and because we recently had a conference at Lithuanian University of Health Sciences that was co-organized by Sylvia, and I gave there a talk. It was a little bit resonating. We laughed a lot, we cried a lot, and we laughed at Latvia for one particular reason. And I want to ask you, could somebody tell me, on average, how long does a Latvian man live in Latvia? Anyone? How many years do you have, Yuri?
69.7.
You have 69.7? I've got data from 2023. It was a little bit longer. So congratulations. I mean, something around that. What was really shocking, and especially we Lithuanians laughed at our broliukas, because because you guys are at the bottom of the EU in most of the, and I believe there was one of the slides that was presented earlier today. You're not doing that well, unfortunately, Latvians. And yes, you might have around 70, 71, 69, which number you like, you prefer, it's up to you. But the horrible part is not the lifespan, but the health span. How many healthy years do you have? Could somebody give me the... So how many years with some kind of a chronic condition will you have? According to the data that I found, it was around 25 years. A Latvian will live with some kind of a chronic condition, and that's literally, in most of the charts, the bottom. And I think that's pretty horrible statistics when you think about it. And the question is, what can you do about it? And when we think about the education, I think this could be one of the best motivators in this side of the world, because you can look at all of the cool people sitting in there doing all of these fancy, questionable techniques to prolong their lives, right, that we see on the media most of the time. But the real question is it accessible to the general population? And what does the general population in Latvia, in this part of the world, can afford? What can be compensated by the national national healthcare governmental foundations, right? What can people afford? What can people do? And how do we make these things accessible that could at least prolong Yuri's life, not up to 69, but at least to 70, right? Or maybe much more. So I think our region is very, very different from the rest of the world, and this is something that we need to think about, because when you think about, you know, cryotherapies and like whatever, cryofreezings, whatever we see on TV, that's not necessarily what an average Latvian might get access to. And this is something that we shouldn't forget. So once again, scary part, the 25 years that you live with a chronic condition. Why is that? Is it because the diagnostic is so good, or there may be some other reasons? And what do we do to improve that?
Would anyone else like to add from a clinical standpoint or from psychology? What would you see as big motivators for people to help keep them on this straight and narrow of longevity health?
Psychology? There's so many things. There's so many things we can do. I just want to share some. I shared a fun fact. I'll go back to the question, but so now I'm gonna share along with this lack of years sad fact. So we have people actually due to psychiatry, due to some illnesses, psychiatric illnesses, actually lose on average 14.7 years compared to healthy people. So this is, like you mentioned, Svjatoslav, is extremely important to keep up with the mental health. Also, we have really, really scary numbers in terms of substance abuse and longevity. So we have expectancy gap with just healthy people, 20 years. So people lose 20 years of living due to substance abuse. So this is like really sad numbers. So the psychological advice, I would say, as I mentioned, so the studies tell us that, so if we develop some characteristics, it's very important to work on our characteristics. There is plenty of tools, and I know you guys talk in the Education Hub with the meditation and affirmations, and there's a lot of things we can do. Of course, if there's a problem, I'm going to say the obvious things. Of course, work with a good psychotherapist. It does miracles. Of course, if there's some psychiatric illness, it needs to be addressed through medical needs, of course. But there's few things we can do. Extrovertness actually been linked to longevity also. Conscientiousness is number one. So it looks like connection with people, being open, being honest, kind of works miracles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've spoken about the public and about professionals and about validating research and making sure that we don't just believe everything we see and hear. How, if we look at the average when new research takes 20 to 30 years to filter down into general practice, everyone on the stage is doing phenomenal things to bridge that gap. But how do we overcome skepticism and resistance that we're getting from traditionally trained clinicians about reversing aging or health span extension? It's becoming more accepted, but how do we bridge that gap further?
Again, terminology, I guess, is the most important. And the proper use of terminology is crucial for us because, as I said, wellness can use a term longevity, and prescribe enormous amount of vitamins. I do not say that vitamins are bad or good. We have data, yes, about the multi-vitamin use. So the first one, definitely need to clarify to patient what we are doing with him. If, for instance, we have an intervention, like intermittent fasting, for instance, and we are prescribing, knowing that we can provide him data that it can support quite opposite, even cardiovascular mortality as a study. Yes? So it means that we are honest with patient about ongoing research, ongoing evidence is the first one. So, and as I said, we need to really separate and provide evidence-based. So if we establish evidence-based, evidence is the most strong, is the strongest argument against many interventions. So that's why first clarification of terminology, how exactly we interpret what means longevity, health span, healthy aging, etc. It's the first one. And the second is what the evidence do we have? Is it just an evidence of changing in insulin sensitivity? There's an enormous amount of intervention that can change insulin sensitivity, but does it mean that it promotes health span? Who knows? Just one evidence, it's not enough. That's why there is levels of evidence. And yes, so it means evidence plus terminology.
I really do agree. And as you asked how to overcome skepticism is by educating. As I mentioned before, it's simple educating. Open access journals, scientific conferences, inviting fellow clinicians, fellow scientists, because we really do see that in Lithuania that, who of you are clinicians? Who of you are doctors? Can you raise your hands? Oh, okay. So maybe you do have this hierarchy. When you were a student, you had to bow to your professor, no? You didn't have it? Okay, so in Lithuania, sorry. Oh, okay, yay, we're not alone. So that stopped education for a bit because we believed our professors endlessly. What they were saying was the truth. That was not questionable, and you were dishonoring your professor if you were questioning his truth, his lecture. So, as I mentioned before, we need to be brave. We need to try and ask those questions and try to educate our fellow clinicians. If they think that longevity medicine is only supplements, we need to show them that it's not, that it is a science, it is a deep science, based on artificial intelligence, a lot of networking and stuff like that. So if you're not a clinician, please tell your family doctor to look into it, because we in Lithuania are trying to do that, and we're not accomplishing a lot because we still had a lot of those skepticism. So please do that on your own too.
Thank you so much. We have 2 minutes left. So does somebody have a quick question for us from the audience? Can we get a mic there?
I will try to check out. So you said at the beginning, Tamara, that we have thank you. we have like 2 times more, let's say, scientific articles each, I don't know how many months. But okay, my conviction is no, most of those articles are not anymore of any interest, you know. We don't have anymore the possibility to read it, everything, but it's also, so how to stop this? I don't know. How to have a system where I know that there are the problem of publish of page, there is the problem now of articles written by AI, there is the problem of replicability since a few years, but how to stop this? Because it is meaningless, or even worse than meaningless. Yeah.
That's a very good question. It's really difficult to part that knowledge. What do we, and who decides what is relevant and what is irrelevant, and at what point, how much research has to be behind either side? We're going to have to rely, I would say, on the alliances that we have in the different regions and different countries to really champion that effort to put forward and to make accessible the information that is valid for what our project is, but also we need to be brave enough to say what isn't true, right? When things become irrelevant, even in our field, we need to be able to admit we're wrong. Want to add anything?
No, there was another question.
Was there another question?
No, there was
It's not a question, it's a very small remark. We disregard often the role of sunlight, the role of sunlight, the role of social cohesion, the role of spiritual meaning in our lives, and these elements are fundamental for longevity. You see, we have people who live very long, not only in the blue zones, and they don't take any of the supplements, they don't do anything of what we're discussing here, and it's going on for centuries, essentially because of that. And I'm not even talking about our food that is tainted and that is not biological anymore. I mean, really biological, okay? Not with the label. So these fundamentals are important.
We're 55 seconds over time. Can we take another question, or must
The last one, last comment here. I believe that the main effort that should be made for the healthcare education is actually to act, you know, in front of the policymakers, because the biggest effect that we can make, you know, in the country level, if the stakeholders, you know, in the, I don't know, presidential level, prime minister level, understand the point that the health longevity is the most effective tool for the healthy economy, a healthy country. I believe that it should be like, you know, a flag which is raised above by the policymakers and governors of the country. It's also populistically wise, but it's also economically wise. So, you know, we've got the honor to have this representative from the Ministry of Health, and this is nice. But I think it should be even much more higher. And if anyone has an access to the presidency level, so I believe they are people who have to, you know, to drive the change in the country level.
Africa, but not here. Thank you so much for our panelists, and thank you for all of the questions. I'm sure there are many, many more, but during the break, come and ask them with pleasure. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
So our next speaker will be pre-recorded as well, and it will be Professor Evelyn Bishop from Scheibye Longevity Department at Scheibye Medical Center, Israel, and she will be speaking about pioneering longevity medicine AI, clinical implementation, and the future.
Welcome, everyone. It's my great honor and pleasure to be invited to give a talk at this great conference. I'm truly sorry that I cannot be there in person. I really wish, but we have to keep the clinic running. But I'm with you, and I'm sure you will have a wonderful time. And I'm passing my regards to everybody in the audience, but also deepest congratulations and thanks to the organizers. Such a massive work, and especially big congratulations on this massive step of bringing the agenda of healthy longevity or health span medicine really on the policymaker parliamentary step. It's massive, and I know it's a lot of work. And it very much connects to what I have been invited to talk about, which is what are the next steps for health span medicine? What do we need in terms of steps to grow, to become a field, to become a discipline, to become a specialty, and to involve more people who can help us with that. Therefore, I will, without further ado, share my screen and presentation. So today I would like to share a few things about health span medicine. How can we move forward? What can we optimize? Just sharing my thoughts as well as sharing some data from our clinical work, both in terms of the health span as well as in connection to so-called curative medicine, reactive medicine, things that we are all very much used to in our healthcare systems. So I like to always start with things that you have seen so many times. We are working towards extension or optimization of health span, but in terms of health span extension or health span optimization, we are not only looking at this horizontal part where we are looking at how many years can we add in good health to the life of a person, but also how much of an optimum can we achieve for a specific person at a specific point of time. And this brings us also to the question, who is actually the population that is covered by health span medicine, or who are the people who can be benefiting from diagnostics and interventions. And in a consensus of HLMS, Healthy Longevity Medicine Society, which we are now writing up, we actually see it's pretty much everybody besides of those who are terminally ill and those who are cognitively so impaired that they are unable to make independent decisions. Therefore, as we can see, health span optimization and really finding the right threshold of optimization for a specific person along the lifespan is something that we are striving for. And in order to achieve that, we really need to work together with our colleagues in curative medicine. Most of the health span doctors are actually still practicing this type of medicine, and it's very important in my opinion. And so I think in order to move forwards, we all agree we need some sort of an orientation, we need some sort of standards and guidelines. They should be not stiff, they have to be very flexible, we also all agree on that, but we need some guidance. And this is also something that can help us to shape the field in the terms of getting into the regulatory medical boards, provide the right education and certification of healthcare professionals and associates in the field. So few words on Healthy Longevity Medicine Society, what has been done so far. As you have known, we've been proposing a definition of healthy longevity, which is optimizing health span by targeting age-related processes along the lifespan. Everybody is invited to become a part of the society, because we can only grow if we are acting together. And so we assemble healthcare professionals, associates from the industry, and also associates from policymaking, in order to grow together, to learn together, to make projects together. And that's our council. As you have many times seen, we have a broad variety of experts who are also MDs. It was important for us to have people who are actually treating patients, dealing with patients in different capacities. And one of the milestones last year was the development of healthy longevity standards for clinic certifications, meaning when a clinic wants to have the name of a healthy longevity clinic or health span clinic in Abu Dhabi, which the standards were developed for the Department of Health, those clinics have to actually go through a system of criteria that they follow It's a very simple one, it's all accessible, and it's also hopefully a sort of a template for many other centers to have, of course, as a fundamental basis, and of course to be then adapted to the regional situation and of course to the medical system in the place. But there is at least a very clear yes and go for and a no-go, and the spectrum in between. So those are the healthy longevity medicine clinical standards, and we are currently also working together with the Department of Health through Dr. Nicole Sirotin from the Institute of Healthier Living in Abu Dhabi on also standards for physicians, healthcare professionals, and how to upskill them, and then also hopefully how to certify them in terms of education. Our work is also spanning through building and working together as clinical centers that are seeing patients. And so we've started with our trio of Shiba department where I'm working at, and NUS, National University of Singapore, Alexandra Hospital in Singapore, and Mayo Clinic in Rochester. And so that's how we started, and we published this longevity protocol diagnostic and monitoring paper back in Times, which is basically a basic framework of a flow of patient journey within such a department, and also discussing on how to build such a department, who are the people working there, what is the basic training that is necessary, all of the SOPs that have to be developed. Working as a department in an academic public hospital requires combination and a fusion of the regulations that are seen in academic university hospitals with a very strict rigor, and also health span diagnostic new biomarkers. So it's really a fusion, but still under this monitoring and oversee of quality control of the normal regulatory setting. Now, of course, we are now inviting, or we've always been, but we are more so inviting new departments all over the world. We are aware of the fact that a lot of them are starting. We are so excited from other countries now to join. And there is actually a very clear set of criteria that we came up with in order to be more inviting and to understand that there are different models all around the world, but also to make sure that when we talk about departments in academic hospitals or departments that are affiliated with a larger public sector, we are talking about an institution that is involved in education of healthcare professionals, that is involved in certifying them, and is involved in research, either directly or affiliated with a university that is doing research in the field of health and medicine, and finally also a place that is seeing patients. That is fundamental and very important. So, and I think, when we ask about what is the future, what is that will bring us forward, is definitely seeing more and more of those departments all around the world, simply because we need also to work on larger trials. And a lot of the things that we do in this type of a setting is to do larger and smaller clinical trials, and I will show that in my example of Shiba. But when we want to bring and validate a lot of new technologies, we want to repurpose a lot of existing technologies for the health span diagnostics and so on. A lot of those things have to be done in a setting that allows very rigorous research. And then the next step, and this, by the way, is of course very, very important in private settings. So any type of data of patients that can be mined, especially also N1 trials, especially also in private settings where patients are being seen with follow-ups. It's a beautiful place also to mine the data and then kind of work together. And those departments that are working this way, I think the next step is, of course, to take a big advantage of what is now possible in terms of AI and building prediction models because we are really going from prevention as of early detection of disease, which is very important, has to be there, it's going hand in hand, but to really achieve as a point where we are seeing so-called healthy individuals, chronically stable individuals, and actually build health trajectories for those patients, we need to be able to use the data that we have and build, based on that data, of course, small prediction models, personalized intervention plans, but then fuel them in constantly and repetitively in order then to have, just like in any other sort of algorithm, such as biological aging clock, in a larger scale, using, for example, constant data flow in the data lake of getting more and more patients in a clinical setting, learning from the discussions among the doctors, right? Like the MDTs, like the multidisciplinary discussion in the team, like we see in oncology or other disciplines. Learning from the discussions with all the health coaches are tremendously important, and not only nutritionists, physiotherapists, psychologists, but also other trainers, also those who are motivational trainers, and so on. So it's very large granular data, and it's very important that the data lake for such a purpose in such a department is very well defined and can really help us to build trajectories for a specific person, very personalized, also to go from this general approach and general markers then for a very personalized approach for a specific person at a specific point of time, but also then at the same time enlarge it and see, okay, from that data, what can we do for the whole population? You know, how can we really build a city of health or healthy longevity city that is going beyond several buildings, but really using the data, the baseline biomarkers, the knowledge on which ones at what point of time have to be used, what are the minimal sets of biomarkers that potentially maybe be used at some point of time, such as in a setting of prevention, right? Not only mammography, but a set of, for example, biomarkers of aging could be done on a regular basis. And hopefully at some point of time also that will enter the healthcare system. So in order to have such a model also for the healthcare insurance companies, we need to have our very significant work in those types of departments to have an economic model of how much actually can be saved for a person and for the whole. Some small examples of such studies, even on a, you know, actually it seems so small on that level, but already very, very impactful, I think, for the clinical setting is when we look at all the data of the patients in a cohort that we did actually in China, we looked at their baseline assessments for immediately and then for 10 years actually, and we looked at combinations of how, for example, cardiovascular outcomes are being impacted by not only intermittent fasting, but intermittent fasting combined to the chronology of a person, so circadian rhythm. And here we see that it's not one size fits for all, which is not a secret, but we hear a lot of studies, you know, from big data that are giving us very different assessments. Some say that fasting is not good, some say that fasting is good. Well, it's all personalized. And also using big data, we can not only personalize that for the nutrition of a specific person, but also for the circadian rhythm of that person. And then that is very helpful to track the outcomes, where we can actually see that in the cohort that we had with patients with stable cardiovascular morbidities, the time-restricted eating was actually the best in terms of adjusting it to the circadian rhythm. Something that is a hypothesis for long, but to show it actually and objectively measuring it is a whole different story. So that was something that we've seen, that circadian alignment of food intake was extremely beneficial in cardiovascular health, and we were able to measure that in single markers like cholesterol, but also in compact biomarkers like mitochondrial aberration and so on. And of course, we need this type of studies in order then to trial and and see the real impact of geroprotectors and senolytics on different specific cohorts and at which point of time. So for example, when we look at oncology, that we will talk about in a moment, maybe which analytics are good for which type of patient, for which type of cancer, and then at which time, before, after chemotherapy, during, constantly. All those things are very important to gain knowledge of based on large data in a health span kind of a department setting. Now, I think, as I mentioned in the beginning, what is very important is to work with curative departments. In our setting, being in an academic hospital and a large one, we are working with different disciplines, and they are becoming more and more responsive and very welcoming, of course, to what we do in terms of health span diagnostics. And it's a win-win for everybody, for the patient and for the curative department and for us. So, for example, we work directly and partially with full-time employment in our clinic with cardiology, with psychology, with sleep specialists, neuropsychologists, sport medicine / physiotherapy, both, and internal medicine, and also urologists / endocrinologists for the andropause, and of course gynecology for the menopause and women's health, and endocrinology for body composition and bones. And just an example of how such a collaboration already for many years can help is the fact that we see a development of more and more oncology departments embracing this concept of geroncology, meaning not geriatric oncology, which is focusing on age-vulnerable patients, chronologically ordered patients, but geroncology, where we really say we optimize the health span across different stages of and different types of cancers. Of course, as I mentioned before, excluding terminal cases. So, and then rather than orientating by geriatric assessments or frailty assessment only or chronological age only, of course, such a department will measure biomarkers of aging, biological age, and that's being done. That's being done in several countries, among others also now in Switzerland, where I was before with Professor Markus Vetter, and in Israel now more and more as well. And one of the things that we have seen in our department in Shiba, where we were looking at our healthy cohort, we see, of course, cancer survivors in there. And we looked not only at how is their biological age, how do they respond to interventions, but also what's the direct correlation, how inflammaging markers can help us also in assessment of impact on the biological age of such cancer survivors, and how can then modulation of such inflammaging help. So first of all, we had a baseline characteristic of the patients, and I will not bore you, but basically what you can see here, pretty much everybody was the same in the cohort of cancer patients, cancer survivors, and non-cancer patients who never had cancer, besides of one thing, which is sarcopenia. So indeed, we saw patients, cancer survivor patients, they were mostly affected by sarcopenia, even though they were actually younger. But okay, our cancer patients were chronologically ordered in their cohort, and interestingly, the non-cancer patients were actually smoking more, but most of the things were really the same, and only sarcopenia was more prevalent in the cancer survivor cohorts. Now, what can we see in terms of real correlations, in terms of biological age, and also other different markers, stamina, so hand grip strength, sit-to-stand assessment, so agility, also neuropsychological assessment, cognitive assessment. We didn't see much difference. Again, we didn't see much difference between cancer patients and non-cancer patients. And also we didn't see any massive correlations here in terms of those markers between each other. But when we looked at the inflammation marker CRP, we saw that in the cancer patients, it's not predictive for the cancer diagnosis. So we actually wanted to see, is a higher CRP somehow indicatively telling us that we might be having here a cancer survivor patient? No, it was not there. However, sarcopenia, yes. So when we see patients with a higher sarcopenia level, those were also mostly the patients who had a higher prevalence, and those were the cancer survivors. Basically saying CRP is not exactly our great mechanism here to work with cancer survivors. Also other things like ferritin were not the best. Here you can see the correlation heat map of inflammation versus health composition for the full cohort, mixed cancer and non-cancer. And here you can see cancer patients and non-cancer patients, correlations between inflammation and body composition. You can see that there is a slightly higher correlation to be seen in cancer survivors. So yes, inflammation is definitely working on some levels. They are not easily graspable, and we cannot judge just by the stamina and by the inflammation markers if a patient is now at a higher risk of suffering higher biological age, just by the fact that he or she is a cancer survivor. And finally, when we look at the blood age of, so Senna clock from deep longevity, hematologic clock, so based on blood values, we did not see a difference. This is already after adjustment to age and to gender and to other bias that we would have, also adjusted to the different amounts of the cohorts individuals. So we did not see any difference. Of course, this is just preliminary data. Of course, we understand it's only one clock. Surely, this has to be further developed. What we have seen is that we have a good argument to believe that potentially for cancer survivors, the biological age will not differ much, at least not in the clinically easily applicable clocks. And so it also tells us that really cancer survivors can have pretty much the same response to health span interventions like patients who never had cancer. What did we see in cardiology? It was also very interesting. Dr. Roy Amster actually was our resident and specialist doctor who led it. So what he did is he did echocardiography with AI algorithms on all the patients who came to us, and he was measuring the biological age of those patients while they were measuring their 450 biomarkers of aging in our center. What we have seen is that patients were, the 240 patients in the cohort, we were able to divide them based on the biological age in normal agers and accelerated agers. And we have seen pretty clearly that those who were accelerated in age in terms of the biological age measured by the AI in the echocardiography, ISAP, later on looking at their data, of course, we've seen that metabolically they also have more cardiovascular risk factors, already have some damage. So it was a very positive control. However, the study went further, and we were applying another clocks. So other clocks, one was the ECG clock from Mayo, and a hematologic clock from Deep Longevity. So we had three clocks: the AI echo clock, the hematologic clock, and ECG clock. It was very interesting. They all actually detected people who had accelerated aging and those who had normal aging. So it was very, very clear tool, each of those, to divide them. However, it was very interesting that they did not correlate with each other. So there was actually very little overlap between those clocks, which was interesting because it seems that using different clocks, we can, of course, detect different patterns of accelerated aging. And those clocks overlapped in patients who had normal aging. So normal agers were actually detected in most cases very much overlapping, but accelerated agers, they were detected by those clocks, but on different amounts. So patients who had problems that were detected by ECG, and those are very, very sensitive and subtle actually changes. They didn't overlap, for example, with the blood clot. So so it makes sense to use different clocks for cardiological age measurement, and different clocks can give us different predictions for different assessments of the risk factors of a patient. Very interesting. So here, as you can see again, there was actually not much overlap in the cohort when detected as accelerated agers. Another interesting study, I think, was on a retrospective cohort of patients who received TAVI in internal medicine / cardiology department. And those were 1,400 patients, male and females, more or less the same. Average age was around 80. Yeah, so we specifically wanted to look at those older patients who received TAVI. I forgot to mention, we only looked at 70 plus. In order to see, can we learn something? Can we give the cardiologists and internists an additional tool to say, okay, we're gonna go for the operation, or is the risk too high? And maybe it's yet another nice factor that can be used on top of frailty assessments. And indeed, we saw interesting things. So as you can see here, we saw that higher biological age, that was the blood age, hematological age, was correlated to longer length of hospitalization, which is impactful. Also, we saw that higher biological age was correlated to higher mortality. It was a 10-year cohort. We saw that higher biological age also was related to complication of acute kidney injury. And we saw that high biological age was also connected to a high risk of pacemaker implantation after, and also higher risk of in-hospital strokes. So, and also in-hospital bleedings. So actually, we've seen that biological age by blood, which is super easy to do, because it actually just uses the blood that is mostly anyway taken for those patients, are giving us yet another very strong predictor for mortality and morbidity, complications, and ultimately also length of stay for patients, which was not correlated to chronological age. Last but not least, I want to share a few words about education. I think when we talk about the need of developing the field further, one of the most important things is education, and education for all, for students, for healthcare professionals, for seniors, also for healthcare associates, right? All the therapists and so on, and of course nurses, and in a department or in a clinic, also admins, technicians, researchers, head of research, and ultimately also those who lead the clinics. So you all know probably Longevity Education Hub. Those are free courses that have been developed already 5 years ago for physicians, but they can be taken by anyone. They have been implemented also on the NHS platform in the UK, and they have been translated to many languages. Right now we have 5 national chapters. It's outdated because just last week we launched the Brazilian chapter. So we cover now 50% of the population in terms of language spoken in the world, and we have around 11,000 learners who have already taken the course, and we are implementing this knowledge into the universities, where there are not only master programs or upskilling programs, but actually also medical curricula that are obligatory for students. So we will see cohorts of medical students actually finishing their studies with the equipment of the knowledge of health and longevity medicine. I think it's amazing. And last few words on Shiba longevity. So as I mentioned before, our vision is really to bring more evidence-based and generate evidence-based in terms of personalized medicine, really in an anticipatory way of anticipating health trajectories, and of course to optimize the health span of patients. Health span means physical and also mental and cognitive. And we do that in a way that we build up the department from scratch to work as a normal outpatient department in an academic hospital. And this also brings us to the point that we are trying to innovate. Already bringing all the biomarkers of aging was quite an innovation, and I think this is mostly because we had a very big blessing on having a very, very open-minded, educated, in terms of healthy longevity, CEO of the hospital who launched it, supported this development, and now, almost 1 year later, we see first results, and we are very pleased. So the entire department was set up as a research study. We wanted to make sure that whoever we see and the SOPs that we build are also within a very ethical, approved Helsinki standard study, randomized control study, which we call the SHARP study, Shiva Health Span Research Population Trial, with 1,500 people. And basically the study protocol is based on the fact that the patient has a pre-visit, then a pre-screening with questionnaires at home. Then they come for a baseline assessment in the center with extensive 5 to 6 hours mining of 450 biomarkers of aging. Then they are randomized, fully randomized by computer into intervention and control group. And both of them, they come up after 6 months for a follow-up and after 12 months again. And then we have a crossover. So control becomes intervention, intervention becomes control. That was very important for us, really, in order to see that we not only have a longitudinal prospective health span cohort, but really a study with a crossover, so we have control in the field. And most of the things that we check are very well known to you. So our stations are actually very clear, you know, from stamina through cardiovascular, through psychology/neuropsychology. Cognition is our biggest station. Sensory health, men's and women's health, so andropause and menopause. For younger patients, it's just men's and women's health, and very system-oriented points, also oral, dental, ENT, and so on. And of course, lifestyle through the patient doctor interaction. We collect data in a biobank. We collect samples in a biobank. We're always very happy to collaborate, and we try to measure biological aging clocks, some of them immediately, some of them are being stored now as samples to then go through the sequencing. So we are trying to do quite a bit from microbiome, through epigenetics, through hopefully transcriptomics, and at some point of time also proteomics currently, but clinical clock and hematologic clock, voice recording, face pictures, all the things that you know, that are applicable in the clinic for the patients. We have some very personalized interventions that we also work with the specialists that I mentioned, so endocrinologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists, actually sleep health, sleep specialists, and then gynecologists, urologists, and endocrinologists for sarcopenia and frailty. But of course, we look at the entity of our patients. We developed a dashboard and we go through all of the domains with the patient, through all of the results, and we show it to the patient, we explain it. Education is a very, very big part. And the second very big part is compliance. How do you ensure that the patient continues? We are trying our best through an application that we developed to have a continuous monitoring with the patient, to have a continuous interaction, and to see if the patient is actually following it or not. And some of the first results will be shown next year. I encourage you to stay tuned. And with this, I would like to thank you so very much for having me virtually, hopefully next year in beautiful Riga and beautiful Vilnius in the Baltics, which I hold a lot of love for. Sending warmest regards, and thank you so much for everything.
I'm here to present Professor, Medical Doctor Bernd Kleine-Gunk, the German Society of Preventing and Anti-Aging Medicine, Germany. The topic will be hormone replacement therapy in menopausal women? Is it longevity treatment? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for having me here. Thank you especially to Ilia Stambler, who I think, that's not exaggerated, is the driving force behind this. So my topic will be longevity and hormones, not all the hormones, of course, but female sex hormones, hormone replacement therapy. Is it still a longevity therapy? Actually, the history of hormone replacement therapy goes back something like 60 years, started in the mid-1960s with two things. One was a book written by Robert Wilson called Feminine Forever. The other thing was a drug called Premarin. Premarin is the abbreviation for pregnant mare urine. And that is exactly what it was about. That was at that time how they got the estrogens from the urine of pregnant female horses. And you can see that was a real success story in the 1960s, in the 1970s. And then there was a setback in the early 1970s. What happened? With the enthusiasm about the good effects of hormone replacement therapy, but at that time it was only estrogen, one had forgotten that there are actually two female sex hormones. One is estrogen, the other one is progesterone. And they were only giving estrogen. And that, on the long run, was leading to dysfunctional bleedings. And it was leading to a higher rate of endometrial cancer. So that was an early mistake that was made in hormone replacement therapy. That was detected, and we learned that at least with women that still have their uterus, it is absolutely important and essential to add progesterone as well. So that was done then from the 1980s. And then you see that is again a big success rate. And not without coincidence, I think the success of hormone replacement therapy was then in the 1990s going along also with the development of what was then called anti-aging medicine, especially in the United States. So hormone replacement therapy was one of the very early effective longevity treatments. And then you see with the 2000s, there's another setback. We will come to that. So before we go into the pros and cons of HRT in general, we have to discuss also the question, how natural is menopause? Because there is also a more fundamental criticism about hormone replacement therapy, and that is that sometimes it comes a little bit from a feminist side saying, okay, there are doctors and they declare menopause, which is a completely natural process. They declare menopause to be a disease. And then in an unholy alliance with the pharmaceutical companies, they sell these women hormones and so on and bind them to their clinics. Is menopause natural or not? Just ask you, many of you will have female dogs or cats, or maybe have a farm and have cows and pigs and donkeys. Do they get into menopause? Many say, I don't know because my cat doesn't tell me if she has hot flushes or not. The answer is no, they don't go into menopause. Menopause mainly means the loss of fertility, and almost all animals stay fertile into their very old age. And there are very few exceptions from that. The thing is, why then do human beings go into menopause. And that has something to do with the fact that we are mammals. And mammals, they have a very strong connection between mother and child because it's breastfeeding and so on, and the child has to be raised. So if the mother dies before the young one has reached maturity, then its chances for life are very low. In the animal kingdom, that doesn't play such a big role because most babies of mammals are grown up after a few months, maximum 1 or 2 years. And here humans are a big exception. Human babies are born extremely premature and they need an extreme long time to grow up. 15 years, 16 years, all those examples that never really grow up, we will not mention here. But because of this, it makes sense that the fertility of human women is limited. So that makes it possible that the last newborn can be raised to its adulthood. That is why nature has invented menopause. So the biological function of menopause, and that is why ovaries in humans are time-restricted organs with 50 plus minus, they stopped working. So the biological purpose of menopause is the termination of fertility. But ovaries do not only produce ovula that can be fertilized, but they also produce hormones. And when the ovaries stop working, that means it's not only the generative function, but it's also the endocrine function that stops. And this is more or less a side effect then of menopause, but it's a side effect that has a lot of unwanted consequences. Another thing is that we see that the life expectancy is rising. In Germany, it's now, or most of Europe, it's more than 80 years now for women. But the age when they go into menopause has stayed the same. That's more or less with 50 years. So that means that now women live something like 3 decades of their life in a hormone deficiency state. And that's not natural as well. So if we want to narrow those two curves, then we can do it, of course, in the way that we lower life expectancy, which we do not want, or that we go up with menopause, and that means by replacing the missing hormones. So menopause means, on the one hand, that women who go into the status suffer a lot of acute symptoms. Hot flushes, palpitations, lack of sleep, mood changes, and so on. So that is normally what we think of if we talk about menopause or climacterium. So these symptoms are symptoms of the hormonal switch, which means most of them get better once menopause lies back a few years. But this is only the one side of menopause. We also have organic changes. That is dryness of the skin, vaginal dryness, which leads to sexual problems with sexual intercourse. Then we have diseases like osteoporosis, cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer, dementia, which are not caused by hormone deficiency alone, but they are aggravated by hormone deficiency. And those symptoms do not get better. Those symptoms get worse as the longer the state of hormone deficiency exists. So for this, with this background, we did hormone replacement therapy for a long time. with two objectives. The one was the fast relief of vasomotoric symptoms, hot flushes and co. But the other one was also prevention of organic diseases related to hormone deficiency. And these are more or less almost the age-related diseases. And that made hormone replacement therapy something like the fountain of youth in the 1980s and the 1990s. But as I said, there were some bad news in the new millennium. And the bad news came with three letters, WHI, that was a Women's Health Initiative. And that was in the late 90s, the biggest scientific study that we had on hormone replacement therapy. And when it came out, that was quite a shock to the patients, also to gynecologists, endocrinologists. Why? Because we thought that there were some preventive effects of hormone replacement therapy, especially in the cardiovascular area. And then it turned out that the women in this study who were taking hormones had almost 30% more myocardial infarction than those who were taking a placebo. And that was not at all what we had expected, because we always thought that women have protection by estrogens against cardiovascular disease. There were some risks that we knew involved with HRT, like breast cancer, like thromboembolism, and so on. So these risks were even a little bit more emphasized than we thought. There were some good news also. Colon cancer, nobody thought that colon cancer has a connection with estrogen. Osteoporosis, yes, that is what we expected, that is what we saw. Some mixed results, but in general, yes, the side effects were there. And especially where we expected a benefit in the cardiovascular area, the opposite was coming out of the WHI study. So that was not just one study which had mixed results, but that was the study on this kind of treatment, and that was even beyond the medical field. Public newspapers were reporting that is at the end of the age of estrogen and so on. Okay, so this is now more than 20 years ago, and then we, of course, sat down and said, okay, what went wrong? That is, by the way, also the kind of the way that we do scientific medicine. I mean, in scientific medicine, we do not have age-old books that we believe in. We don't have holy phrases. We have actual studies. And when we all think that estrogens are cardioprotective, and then there is a big study claiming the opposite, then we have to sit down and rethink our complete concept. And that is what we did. So what went wrong? To understand what went wrong, I think this diagram is quite helpful. That is showing the how arteriosclerotic plaque is building up in an artery. And that is the basis then of course, cardiac infarction. And you see in the middle, if you start with HRT early, or as long as the hormones are still there, the formation of this arteriosclerotic plaque is being depressed. There's hardly a formation of arteriosclerotic plaques. Without hormones, on the left side, you see there are more arteriosclerotic plaques. So obviously there is a protective effect of the estrogens. But, and now comes a big but, if there are already marked arteriosclerotic plaques, and then you put HRT on top, then you have a tendency that these arteriosclerotic plaques rupture. Okay, you get an instability of pre-existing arteriosclerotic plaques. So the answer, are estrogens protective or are they not, is not just a yes or a no. The answer is yes, they are protective as long as the blood vessels are still healthy. If the blood vessels are already changed, if there are already marked arteriosclerotic plaques, then they are no longer protective. Then, on the contrary, they support the instability of these plaque rupture, and then you get more cardiac infarction. Okay, with this knowledge that is rather new, we have to look again at the WHI study. So the aim of this study was to elevate risks and benefits of HRT in healthy postmenopausal women, okay, primary prevention. So now let's have a look at the women participating in this study. So the average age was 66 or 67, which is remarkable because that is not the age when you usually go into menopause. You go into menopause at 50 or 51 and not at mid-60. So again, the question was, why were the women in this study so old? Because that is against any clinical experience. The answer is it was a very well-designed study. And a very well-designed study is prospective, it is placebo-controlled and so on, and it's also double-blinded. So neither the doctors nor the patients should know, are they getting placebo or are they getting hormones? And the thing is, if you have women in their early 50s, then 70 or 80% of them are having hot flushes. And when they get the hormones, then the hot flushes are gone within 2 to 3 weeks. So they know they are in the hormone groups. And they wanted to avoid this. That is why they started so late. Another thing is body weight. You know that an elevated BMI is, of course, a risk factor for arteriosclerosis. So here we had something like 45 or 36, 34% with a body mass index higher than 30. We're in the United States. Smokers, half of them were smokers. Many of them were suffering from hypertonus. So it may be that these women did not have a cardiac infarction in their history. But to say that a 66-year-old overweight smoking woman is healthy is also an exaggeration. Let's put it clearly, those women were old, fat and sick. And there was an accumulation of risk factors for arteriosclerosis. So that is why they had more infarctions. That is a theory. Can we prove this theory? Sorry that this thing is in Germany, but I think you can understand it. So we said that was a very, very big study, more than 65,000 people involved. And there was one age group which was between 50 and 59. And if you take only this age group, then you have completely different results. Then you don't have more cardiac infarction, but you have less cardiac infarction. So only one parameter is changed, and that is chronological age. And immediately the results are changing as well. Then you have a protective effect of HRT. So that led then to the consequence of the concept of a window of opportunity. So HRT is not beneficial to all women after menopause, but it is especially beneficial if you start early with the 50s and if you do it till you're around 60. Which does not necessarily mean you have to stop at 60, but this is the window of opportunity where the benefits definitely outweigh the risks. And then there were new studies Coming up after that, KEEP study, ELITE study, who started HRT early in life, after 50. And all those studies showed if you start very early after menopause, then you have a cardioprotective effect. Another frequent disease after menopause is osteoporosis. So that is also a heavy burden with looking at age-related disease. And it is mainly also something that is aggravated by hormone deficiency. So that is your peak bone mass during life. You build up your peak bone mass at the end of your 20s, early 30s, and then it stays stable for a long time. And then with 50, it goes down in women dramatically because of the lack of hormones. So again, the question, what do have sex hormones to do with osteoporosis? Bone is not a primary or a secondary sexual organ, is it? Again, it has to do with fertility. In pregnancy, the fetus has to build up its own skeleton system, its own bones. And to do that, the fetus needs a lot of calcium. And he needs more calcium than the mother can take in via nutrition, by what she eats. So for this, we need calcium depots in the female body, and those calcium depots are the bones. 99% of our body calcium is in the bones. So that is why estrogens are responsible for keeping those calcium depots up. And that is why they protect bone. Okay, so it's not that I have an Austrian colleague who always says, yes, Mother Nature is caring for us and so on. Yes, but only till you're 40. Yeah? Once you're beyond fertility, Mother Nature cares a shit of you, about you. Yeah? If you then want to stay healthy, you have to care about yourself. Yeah? But in a biological way, it makes no sense that you're still here in my age, 65. I'm not contributing to to bringing the new generation of people to the world, and that is why we are on Earth, bringing our genes into the next generation, and that is finished with 40 or 50, and after that you're not protected by nature anymore. Okay, Alzheimer's disease, also classical disease of old age. And also here we see that when we start HRT early, then we really can not avoid, but at least prolong the phase when we get into dementia, which, with the pandemic of dementia is definitely a good thing. So, very quickly about the side effects. Yes, there are side effects. The main one is venous thrombosis, and which is rather rare, but it is there. But this is mainly depending on that's mainly an effect of the estrogen, and it's mainly depending on the way that you administer the estrogen. If you do it orally as a pill, which was done in the WHI study, then, of course, it is resorbed by the bowel. Everything that is resorbed by the bowel goes into the liver, and in the liver, that is inducing pro-thrombotic substances. If you apply it transdermal, then you avoid the liver passage, and then you have hardly any thrombosis. So that means if you give estrogen, give it transdermally. That is now the method of choice in estrogen replacement. Second risk, breast cancer. Yes, that is there, but if you look at the WHI study, and you look, we had a placebo group, we had a combined HRT, which is estrogen plus gestagen, and we had an estrogen monotherapy. So just giving estrogens did not rise the risk of getting breast cancer. On the contrary, it was even a little bit lower. So it's not the estrogen, but it's a combination of estrogen and gestagen that is responsible for breast cancer. And it's mainly, as we did at that time, it's the artificial gestagens that produce, in combination with estrogen, breast cancer. If you give the progesterone, the body's own gestagen, then the risk of breast cancer is hardly elevated at all. So again, lesson 1 is give the estrogens transdermal. Lesson 2 is give the progesterone in its bioidentical version. And if you do so, and we've been doing that for the last almost 20 years, at least those who are following the scientific papers, then it's rather safe. And even the press started to report about that. Till the 2010 years, we have now more and more that, well, if you do it the right way, it's safe. Now the bill is made of how many women prematurely have died because they did not use HRT. And after the WHI study, the rate of prescription dropped by more than 50% worldwide. More than 50% of all women stopped their treatment because of this study. And here you see the numbers of premature deaths due to stopping this kind of therapy. So, last thing, very recent article from China, published in JAMA in 2024, about hormone therapy and biological aging, and that is what we are here for, biological aging. So that was one of the biggest studies ever done on postmenopausal women, almost 120,000 postmenopausal women, and it was shown that their biological age definitely decreased by several years depending on how long they were taking HRT. So that is a big renaissance that we have of a longevity therapy, but it's not a renaissance that we say, okay, we do it again like we did in the 1980s and 1990s. There are several lessons that we learned. One is dose reduction. We know that with a low dose of HRT, we can most of the time achieve the same effect, but with lower side effects. So HRT as much as necessary, but as low as possible. Individualization, HRT has to be personalized, has to be tailor-made. That was also in WHI. Every woman was getting the same treatment in the same concentration with the same ingredients. That has nothing to do with modern endocrinology. Contradictions, of course, have to be observed. Then, as I said, estrogen, whenever it's possible, and it's almost always possible, give it in the transdermal way. Prefer bioidentical hormones that are not equine hormones from horse urine, but they can be the bioidentical hormones. That especially is important also not only for the estradiol, but also for the progesterone, and take into the account the windows of opportunity. And if you do that this way with these criteria, then definitely hormone replacement therapy is part of an overall longevity treatment again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for very insightful and interesting presentation. We have really no time for questions, but maybe something very short.
Yeah, maybe you can comment because very popular longevity doctor, maybe you know Sandra Kaufman in US. She told that she preferred to use birth control pills instead of.
No, I don't. I don't. There is one phase where I also prefer them, and that is perimenopause. Okay, so this is when you go into menopause, and then the ovaries are producing, not producing, and so on, and then your hormones are going really up and down. And here, classical hormone replacement therapy, as I showed it, is difficult. If you then give for a short time birth control, then the ovaries go into a holiday, okay? They don't do nothing. And then from this holiday, they can go into permanent, how you say, into permanent retirement. So in this difficult phase of perimenopause, then it makes sense, but otherwise, no. Oral contraceptive, you take it the oral way, it goes to the liver. Most oral contraceptives do not have estradiol, but they have ethinyl estradiol, which is a synthetic hormone, increases thrombosis. Almost all the oral contraceptives have synthetic gestagens, not progesterone. So that I appreciate Mrs. Kaufmann, but in this field, I think she is wrong.
It was a wonderful presentation. I mean, like, as an endocrinologist, I'm happy to see that. Yes, because we are really looking for that. But my question is quite robust. So the question about the window of opportunity, do we speak about exactly age, or still we are speaking about the absence of major stenosis, atherosclerosis, etc. So how we need to interpret.
Yes, very good remark. So the window of opportunity is, of course, not a window of chronological age. It's not between 50 and 60. You know? Doesn't mean you have to stop at 60, but it's a window of arteriosclerotic changes, of vascular health. Okay, and a 65-year-old woman who is not smoking, who is doing sports, who is feeding in a healthy, whose nutrition is in a healthy way, of course, has better vessels than a 57-year-old who is, you know, obese, smoking, and so on. So that is the question, which also means many women in my office, they get hormone replacement still in their late 60s, early 70s, and so on. But what you have to do is you have to see how are their blood vessels, you know? Are there arteriosclerotic plaques? Are there not? If there are no arteriosclerotic plaques, no problem to continue HRT over the age of 60. Okay.
Okay, and let's move to the final part of today's conference.
Okay.
Thank you again. So the panel discussion, the Baltic region, an emerging hub in the global longevity ecosystem. It will be moderated by Dr. Roland Slaputė, and participants are Professor Dr. Valdis Pirags, representing University of Latvia, Dr. Jānis Ansons from Latvian Council of Science, Yuri Ostrinski from Rigas Radniņas University, Dr. Uģis Klētnieks from Longevity Alliance Baltic. Please, the stage is yours.
Let's the same.
Well, then there is one thing I didn't know you were. Sorry. So, Amit, you were asking about Latvian men. I'm 69. Until now, I have no chronic disease, except one chronic mental disorders for 35 years from the day I get married. Develop a what? Ah. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying I took, as a scientist, that's what I took notice of. We are going to speak about the Baltic habit, starting maybe with Latvia. You mainly hear people linked with Latvia. And I'll start with Professor Valdis Pirags. You know very well the situation that was also exposed in Latvia. The statistics are not good. What do you see, not only why we need to work on longevity, but what are the advantages that we have already in the Latvian medicine and research?
Yeah, very broad question, but medicine is developing, as in whole developed countries, and Latvia is not an exception. But as you mentioned correctly, we have this one of the largest depopulation processes in Europe, but whole Europe has this. And then we, frankly speaking, have three options. One, which I would say the skeptic one, then the fantastic one, and then probably the realistic one. And I will start with skeptic one. Is if we just invite more and more people as immigrants to Latvia, and this is a classical solution, but as you know, this will increase the social tension, and which is unpredictable in the long term. Then we have this fantastic opportunity. That means more and more people could be replaced by artificial intelligence, but it's probably not so fantastic in 10 to 15 years, but that will again rise the social tensions, and it's unpredictable. And then we have this realistic, I would say, scenario that we increase the healthy lifespan in majority of people. And I think with the current condition of research, and this conference is a marker of it, we are, I think, quite close to several good solutions, not artificial solutions.
Can you mention one or two of those that you see that are accessible, those solutions?
Yeah, unacceptable, I think, is this those ideas of Xi and Vladimir Putin to long 150 years by organ replacement. I don't think that it's a realistic scenario, especially because of organ deficiency, which is increasing. And then what we have is, of course, more and more knowledge about healthy lifestyle, which is not just blah, blah, blah stuff, but evidence-based prevention of aging and slowing down of aging. And then we have, why we are here, high-level research of biomarkers, and some, and several of them are already in market. Molecules which can really prevent aging and slow down aging. And tomorrow I will promise to speak about metformin. And metformin is really a fantastic drug. Nobody knows how it works, but it works. And hormonal replacement therapy, of course, is, but we should do it wisely. and then anti-obesity drugs, etc. There are many good developments in the
So that means that we are open to the same avenues of research and medical pathways as anywhere in Germany, Israel. Talking about Israel, Yuri, you know us now. You have studied a bit our medical system, our research institutions, etc. And you are always looking for possible cooperations, which would be very much in favor of, because you're representing Sheba Hospital, about which Arnon Afek spoke beforehand. What do you see from your point of view, the strength here in Latvia, especially in Riga? You have already, thanks to your activities, there is a center of research on autoimmune diseases, so that's one aspect. But you are struggling hard in order to promote good cooperation. So maybe your comments would be very relevant here within this background.
Yes, Roland, thank you so much for addressing this question. First of all, I bring it back to you, actually, because you are one of the distinguished people who made this collaboration happen since our early meetings 3 years back. But I do believe that Latvia is, and I believe also the additional Baltic countries, I'm a bit less experienced with Lithuania, which I will visit this week. But I believe that Latvian Baltic region is a remarkable place or playground for implementing the novelty in every field of medicine and, of course, longevity, because, first of all, the situation with longevity here is quite challenging. I mean, the lifespan is quite low, and healthy life years are also not such high as we want. And as my colleague, Professor Arnon Afek, mentioned more than once, Baltic region is a low-hanging fruit for implementing better strategies, both in systemic healthcare, both in research, and of course different collaborations with the leading modalities in the world are shortening this this mission. So as Dr. Lapuk mentioned, we brought here the autoimmunity research, and we make a significant leap forward in understanding and treating patients here in Latvia. But of course, I believe that for the region, the most low-hanging and accessible fruit is, of course, addressing a cardiovascular mortality, excess mortality in the region. Because if we will just bring the statistics of excess mortality or because of cardiovascular diseases here in the region for the OECD level or EU level or Israeli level, hopefully some days, so we will already improve the lifespan of people in this region tremendously. So again, collaboration is a key actually for the success, and I do believe in Latvia and do believe in the Baltic region because people here are really kind of sustainable. Maybe it takes some time to begin, but we are not giving up. But as soon as processes starting, so people really work here, and this is what we have to do. To struggle for collaboration and to make things happen.
Well, thank you for your words. You are more positive about ourselves than Latvians. But that's, I think, very natural. Uji, you are by background a medical doctor, but you are assessing genomics. Maybe you can explain in 2 words how you see that the startup or the economic field in Latvia, mostly in Riga, we have to admit, could be very much helping the promotion of what is called an ecosystem in Latvia, and then maybe after we go up to the level of the Baltics?
Yes, because we have a very excellent pharmaceutical background. We have this Institute of Organic Synthesis and two big pharmaceutical manufacturers, and we have Latvian University with a Center for Biomedicine. And the problem is that our pharmaceutical industry is oriented to the drug development, not to longevity, but and in this moment more to generic drug development. And we can orient, help them orient to more orient to longevity. And it's
who could orient,
excellent
give
possibility.
the orientation?
So?
Who could give the orientation?
So, and I think we should communicate, make better communications with them, and clinicians, also our friends, Valdis, and our longevity enthusiasts, because I invite them. I don't know they attend this conference or no, but I hope they will be closer to longevity, because they are already involved a little bit in precision medicine, and longevity is using this precision medicine in longevity practice. And I hope that this networking will be better and better. And we should develop local network and network with Baltic countries as well.
So there is a political work also to be done, I suppose.
Yes, yeah.
You mentioned, I think it is always important, the background of a country. When I was ambassador to France, I remember French pharmaceuticals came to me and said they wanted to establish a new plant. And one of the criteria they had, what is the history? The history in Latvia is very much our Nobel Prize Ostwald in chemistry. And he attracted as a student a Swedish Nobel Prize Arrhenius, who studied here because of one person, and then came a whole dynasty, I would say, of chemists. And we have a strong scientific background. So here, Jan, you understand that I am addressing you. You are from the Council of Sciences of Latvia, and you are actually more or less assessing all research projects. If we start with the Latvian ones, do they are they at the level needed internationally, and do they address this issue of longevity?
Thank you. I would point out for regenerative medicine we have a number of projects on bone tissue regeneration, which is I would say at the international level. Those are funded by national funds, which are, let's say, rather limited, but what we do have is also opportunities to join Horizon Europe, which is the largest research and innovation program in Europe. It's a €100 billion program for research and innovation. So we were looking at different kind of national grants, but you know, our push really is to engage our researchers in transnational collaboration. I mean, definitely we have our niches, but we should bring more, let's say, international experience here. We have this large Horizon Europe project at the Children's Hospital right now for precision medicine, which is also, okay, it's a good beginning, let's say, good starting point. And if you look at Horizon Europe, then first of all, it's not just Latvia, it's also Baltic countries. We do collaborate a lot with Lithuanians and Estonians. It's historic, it's traditional. We do it also in Horizon Europe. And there you can get funded for longevity studies. So we were having this discussion about, you know, terminology, a very engaging presentation. Longevity is generally not liked by academia, but let's say when it goes to European Research Council, which is the most prestigious grant office in Europe, they do fund longevity associated studies. So you can use this term. If you look at the statistics, then 10 times more you would have funding for regenerative medicine studies, let's say. So definitions matter, but if you're brave enough, you can go for longevity related project and get a grant from Horizon Europe, let's say. In Latvia, we should, as I say, we should engage more with our neighbors, and let's say bring the best practice from Western Europe. And this is how Children's Hospital project is functioning. So we have these specific funds allocated for our region, where we can bring the best expertise in precision medicine, for instance, in this case, to Latvia. So those are, let's say, funding opportunities, and we always have to keep in mind, we have these bright ideas and interesting topics for discussion, funding is there, but, come to us, come for advice, and we can point you to the right direction. The calls for 26 and 27 are coming up, so, there are opportunities for longevity studies as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to inform the public, the Children's Hospital is involved in actually, there is a visionary director, I would say, which allows the money to be dealt with intelligently, and there is a health advancement center being developed. It's a donation of 20 million or up to 20 million. And there is a project together with the Princess Maxima in the Netherlands, and that's about 15 million only for research, which is tremendous money for us at least. I don't know, maybe not in Germany. And there is also about 9 million with the Swiss financing, and it is very dedicated, I would say, project. And I would say that it is a basis on which Latvia and the Latvian medical culture could be really developing. But talking about, we are now starting about the Baltic dimension. Professor Pirags, Valdi, you have been one of the pioneers in Latvia on genome sequencing. It was about 25 years ago with Professor Elmars Grēns. And so you have been following the whole development until today, when actually the sequencing genome is doesn't cost much anymore. What is your, how do you see the cooperation in this field? I know that you have a good connection, I think, with Tartu, if I remember well. So maybe see this Baltic cooperation at the medical and research level through your experience, maybe.
Yeah, that is quite an interesting question, because somehow Baltic nations are more competing than cooperating, and that is a long tradition, and it's probably stimulating especially for Lithuanians, because they currently think that they are the best and most developed. For a long time, Estonians were the most successful, but Latvians always are in the number 3. Winning the bronze medal, so to say. You are right that we are capable in those 3 relatively small countries really to catch new ideas and implement much quicker than many bigger nations. And especially Estonians are good, and especially because they are advertising it much more better than
better communication than Latvians.
Latvians do it. But I don't think that we have very big differences between how we are developing, and I think the privilege to be in the Baltics and in the whole Northern Europe, that we have this, we are highly evaluating sustainability. So we are doing things which will last for a longer time. And now I'm thinking what do you want to
No, I want you to hear what you want to say, which is better like that. But I was thinking also there's one aspect you told me once, that the genome of the Estonians is actually the same as the Latvians.
Yes, we started
So
at the
it's a
same
good
time,
basis.
but we did it more in slower pace than Estonians, and somehow Estonians like national scale projects more than Latvians. Latvians like a small, nice projects better than national scale projects.
No, we are English people, yes, that's right. Lithuanians are not English, I know. I would like to invite for one sentence Silvia Valdone about, you told us about the education project that you are actually now implementing in Kaunas. Would you see a possibility of cooperation very practically there?
Thank you. Yes, we do have an elective module for resident doctors of family medicine that is on longevity medicine. And now we're implementing continuous medical education course for family physicians. So our aim is to spread the word on longevity medicine and make it accessible to use it in your clinical practice. As family physician is the first point where we meet the patient, where we greet the patient, where we know the patient, we think that it's very important for the family physicians to know longevity medicine. And I am a geek. I love learning. I love education. And I don't know if you see this unfairness in the world. If you want to learn longevity medicine from the basics, if you want to get everything concentrated, a lot of courses are really, really expensive. I don't want to say anything, but there's one course in US which costs about $10,000. For a simple doctor, it is too much. It's too expensive because family physicians, they do not get a lot of money.
So we'll work on having that much cheaper in the Baltic states.
Yes, so we're thinking of at first collaborating with fellow physicians in Lithuania and expanding and providing those courses not only for family physicians, and then we want to go internationally maybe. And we want to thank our friends from Longevity Education Hub because we implemented their information and expanded on it. But the next step, I think, is expanding more.
Thank you. The door is open if our partners interested.
Of course, we're always looking for lecturers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Yuri.
I just want to add something to our previous colleague. She touched a very important point of family physicians' involvement in the promotion of the health longevity, because they actually, and we spoke with you a lot about this, they are this primary network who catches the fish while it's, you know, still quite small. I mean that early detection of the diseases and early prevention of the diseases, which are fundamental cornerstone for the health longevity, actually, this is actually a role of the family physicians. And it all depends on the focus of the healthcare system. By the way, Israel is quite a good example of the proper attention of the, you know, on the governor's level toward the family physician network, obligatory checkups, obligatory follow-ups, which diminish the burden of the age-related diseases and try to address them at the very early stage. So again, coming back to the healthcare system involvement via involvement of family physician, active involvement. And when you mentioned that family physicians does not earn enough money, so the paradigm should be shifted, because as soon as we start to reimburse or you know, give a better salaries for the family physicians, so this will be the best actually kind of investment in the primary healthcare. And this is a case of Israelis family doctors. They earn quite good money because they are obliged to follow some rules, and they are also followed up by, you know, making these protocols working. So if they are good, so they receive quite not quite, but
let's
very good seller.
not go into details about that. It's another topic we can talk
Yeah,
about.
definitely. Yeah, but
I like to Yanis. There is from, I was saying, in Tartu, very good genomic center. The Children's Hospital is already very good for pediatric genomics. You are a specialist of CAR T cells, if I remember well. There is already the first in Latvia in the Children's Hospital cell therapy success last autumn. Of course, in Vilnius you have CRISPR. I think, do you see here a potential from European funds, seen from the European fund sides? Do you see a potential intuitively, according to your experience?
Oh, there's certainly potential, but as Professor Pirags already mentioned, we are highly competitive, and this is one of the niches where it could be, more of competitiveness than collaboration. But we can definitely at least try to raise a level in Baltic countries. It's also the number of patients we have for current CAR T treatments, which is rather low, so we don't have that many patients, and Lithuanians were first ones to establish CAR T therapy center in Vilnius. So there is potential for future indications, let's say for currently, for use in oncology. Probably Lithuania already covers our needs in a way. For Children's Hospital project, it's pediatric population, which is unique, and that would be also, probably for the whole Baltic countries. But collaboration plans, yeah.
But they are inevitable. We saw longevity. It's a very vast spectrum of a lot of activities in different fields. I mean, I can't imagine that neither Lithuania nor Latvia nor Estonia could do everything in all fields. It's impossible. There is only cooperation that can.
No. That's specialization for adult patients. So you already have, let's say, patients going to Lithuania for treatment. So for pediatric patients, it could be vice versa, that we are accepting patients here in Riga. So definitely, it's a specialization, as you say. But for the Baltic population of 6.5 million, for these kind of indications, it's rather low numbers of patients. But technologies will advance.
But together, it's more than one and all.
Yeah, well, but the technologies will advance and we will have more patients to treat. So this is something we are looking forward to. And for that, definitely collaboration would be a good idea. But
I think Baltic cooperation and Nordic-Baltic cooperation would be very important in Brussels. I can tell you politically, they are looking for good examples of cooperation. This is why it would pay off, whether we like it or not. Alone is less interesting. Uji said, have you worked with the Lithuania and Estonia in that field? Do you have your comments on that?
Yeah.
On Baltic cooperation and the visibility of it.
Of course, it's very important, but we should do something in Latvia, and then we need to concentrate the money and then for some innovations or some technologies, for example, for this Institute of Biomedicine, and to develop one technology here, and then second technology will be in Lithuania, third in Estonia, and then make this cooperation.
As you said before, we should be more orienting the research properly, so that it leads to some path where we can meet the other countries, so to say.
Because we have excellent pharmaceutical industry, yes, but not biotechnology.
Well, we have 31 seconds. I think maybe there is one question or two questions. So in that case, let's hope that this Baltic strategical approach, geopolitically, it's very important that we are united. Secondly, in the region, if we are united, I mean, we are more appealing as well. The Sweden We were, I can say last year, we were to Oslo and to Göteborg in Sweden, 22 people from the medical field in Latvia. And it was very clear we were asked to cooperate because pediatrics, but not only, when you're talking on clinical trials, the pharmaceutical industry wants more patients. So they were actually looking forward for Nordic-Baltic cooperation in that field as well. There is a need, so let's exploit it cleverly, I would say. That would be called not artificial intelligence, but natural intelligence. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for this interesting discussion. And for the final conclusion, I will ask Ilia Stambler to say some final words.
Thank you. No final words. It's work in progress for many years. But thank you very much for everybody who participated, all the speakers, all the attendants. Thank you for an amazing day. For me, it's an opportunity to tell the whole list of our supporters. It's very important. We're really appreciative of your support that make this possible. First of all, the chief organizers. First of all, thanks to Riga Technical University, to the team. Thanks to Longevity Alliance Baltic, VETIC, Seniority Association, the Movement for Longevity and Quality of Life, International Longevity Alliance, and other supporters, healers, Health and Life Extension Society, Didier, thank you very much. Thanks to the commercial sponsors, L Blend, Multilab, Genotipos, Sirova. Thanks to the Berdigano Foundation for the Love of Latvia, Kyria, thank you very much, who didn't just help us with support, but also pulled together with Agnes Sander and Eva Moreno, pulled together a lot of logistic support. Without all of you, all of this wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much to all, and see you tomorrow. Dear friends, please take your seats. We are starting the second exciting day of our third international conference, Baltic Conference on Health and Longevity. Yesterday was amazing. Today promises to be about the same. Welcome to all. There are less people, but these are the strong longevity enthusiasts. So very much welcome, and we'll start.
So the first speaker of today will be Professor Morten Scheibye-Knudsen from University of Copenhagen, Denmark. And his topic will be data-driven interventions in aging. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Really great pleasure to be here today. It's really an interesting conference, and very happy to see it growing from last year. And so I run a research group at the University of Copenhagen where we try to understand aging, the molecular basis of aging, with a particular focus on trying to develop interventions. And so we try, for example, to understand how does this work? I point down here, yeah, okay. So we try to understand, for example, why do we develop graying of hair? Why do we develop facial wrinkles? Why do we get changes in our fat distribution? So these are some of the kind of things that occur at the surface. But a lot of other stuff happens. So this is basically in this project, we downloaded PubMed, which is a very large, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, a very large repository of biomedical literature. And then we identified terms that were associated with human aging. And then we went and validated these terms into published cohorts to identify the prevalence of different features with aging. And so the most prevalent feature is, you can see here, is graying of hair. And I've told this joke many times, but I'm going to tell it again. So 99% of everybody develops graying of hair. I think the 1% that do not develop graying of hair are the ones that are completely bald. But so this is a very, very strong feature of aging. And you could even say that maybe it's a biomarker of aging, right? Because it's something that happens to everybody. Muscle weakness is highly prevalent. Cancer occurs in about 40% of everybody. So that's also a very prevalent feature of aging, of course. But in fact, our face is really actually in itself a very strong predictor of survival. So this is data that we've done with a hospital in Denmark with Kasper Iversen. And this is basically doing developing two algorithms from facial photographs that are taken when individuals arrive at the ER in a hospital in Denmark. And so based on 27,000 photos, we generated two predictors. One is an age predictor. This is sort of the standard predictors that we've seen many times before. It's actually quite good. It has a mean absolute error of 4.5, which is not too far off from a DNA methylation clock, so it's a really not a bad predictor. But because we have follow-up up to 8 years after, we can also develop a predictor that can predict mortality based on your face, and that's actually incredibly strong. And so this is the risk groups based solely on a face. And it's better than blood samples that are taken upon admission, and it's also better than vitals. So blood pressure, saturation, heart rate is actually worse than just simply this photograph of a face. So I think this is I really like these types of biomarkers because they're non-invasive and they're very cheap. It's something that we can do to everybody basically. And so the big question is, can we do interventions that affect this? And I don't have the answer for you now, but hopefully next time. So this is on the surface, right? But we can also dive into the tissues and see if we can predict aging and health outcomes from tissues. And so we have, in this study, we looked at 4,000, almost 5,000 biopsies. It's not published yet. So we looked at 5,000 biopsies, and then we tried to develop different predictors, so an age predictor, and find associations with mortality and disease. This is based on the Komen Tissue Bank in Indiana. And we can generate predictors that are relatively good. It's not as good as DNA methylation or the picture of your face, but you can get quite okay age association here. And what's interesting is we can find diseases that are associated with either higher or lower age. And so what's kind of striking is that if you have diabetes, you're predicted older at the tissue level. Actually, we can also see that if you in the future are going to develop diabetes, you also are predicted older. It's very difficult to say if this is confounding because often with diabetes, there are many years when you're not diagnosed. But this sort of supports that glucose homeostasis is a very, very strong effector of aging. And thyroid disorders are also actually associated with accelerated aging, which is quite interesting. So we also try to identify other ways to look at features with aging, and one way we're doing it is to look at senescent cells. So we know with age in many tissues, you get accumulation of these senescent cells. I usually call them angry old men. They are cells that have lost their identity. They have lost their functionality. They sit around, they grow in size, and then they secrete inflammatory cytokines and make the microenvironment around them kind of bad. And it turns out if you kill these angry old men, then mice live longer. So because you have these morphological changes, we thought maybe we could identify them using some of these computational algorithms. And so we developed a neural network that was trained actually on cells in culture. So we have a neural network that identifies nuclei based on DAPI stains. And then we can train it to see whether or not a cell is senescent or not. And it's really, really accurate. And correlates quite well with known markers of senescence. And we can do some normalization steps that make it more universal. And so going back into tissues, this is tissues from skin biopsies. We can identify nuclei, and then we can we have developed different senescence predictors, and we can ask if ionizing radiation induces senescence, so this is DNA damage-driven senescence, changes with age, or, for example, replicative senescence, which is this when cells are unable to replicate anymore. And we can see that both cases in the skin, you do see an increase. It's extremely noisy. We thought that people that had, so each dot is an individual person, and we thought that people who had very high senescence, they must be very sick, and people that had very low senescence must be very healthy. It turned out to be a bit more complicated. And so the ones that had a lot of senescence, they did have some increase risk. For example, we saw hypertension and osteoporosis may be associated with higher senescence, but the strongest signal was actually individuals that had very low senescence. So here we saw that neoplasms, so cancers, they had a greatly increased risk of having a cancer diagnosis. So this really supports the idea that senescence is also a protective effect, right? You need to be able to limit unlimited cell growth, and senescence is very important here. Because we do it in tissues, we can also look at how they spatially interact with each other, both within a single tissue type and between tissue types. So here, this is based on breast biopsies. We can identify senescent cells in different compartments. And we can see that if you have a senescent cell, so one cell that has a high probability of senescence, you can see that cells around it also are senescent. So this is this idea of paracrine senescence signaling, that senescence can be propagated. I think what's also quite interesting is that if you have very low senescent cells, you actually have less probability of having senescent cells around it. So that's kind of interesting. And going back into this large biopsy biobank, we can then identify senescent cells in different tissues and see if senescence is associated with health outcomes. And so what was really quite striking is that if you look at senescent cells and combine that with the Gale score, which is the gold standard of risk stratifying women, so this is from healthy women, you can actually really find a very strong odds ratio about who will develop cancer in the future. So, so this was from healthy women. So because most women that get biopsies of their breast are done because of a tumor is found during a mammogram screening. 80% of those tumors are benign. But we wondered if we could maybe identify the ones that were benign, whether or not they would have increased risk of developing cancer in the future. And so this we did in a follow-up study where we looked at biopsies from women with benign breast disease. So this is the diagnosis you get if you find a tumor on a mammogram. And we're actually able, with a relatively high odds ratio, to identify who will develop cancer in the future and who will not. This, I think, is very exciting. This was done with Tom Rohan at Einstein. So this is some kind of use examples of these algorithms on tissues, but because they are basically, the algorithm runs on nuclei, we can use the algorithms on any type of tissue where you can identify cell nuclei. And so I'm going to give you two more examples. So one is actually an interesting study where we looked in we looked at whether or not altitude. So if you lived at very high lands or very low lands, whether that altitude difference might affect aging. So at high lands you have relatively lower oxygen tension than at low land. And what's quite striking is so this is in Ethiopia, and we went to Ethiopia for two reasons. One is it's the population in the world that lives that has the highest population living in the highlands, above 2,500 meters. And I had a PhD student from Ethiopia, so that was very natural. And what we see here is that there's a direct correlation between altitude and life expectancy, and also correlation between diseases. So the higher altitude you have, the fewer disease-adjusted life years you have. And so this was done by this guy, Manuel Tekla. He had a very tough I don't know, are there any PhD students in the audience? No PhD students, but many have tried to be PhDs, I think, at some point. This guy, when he came to Ethiopia, I was also there. I went to Mekelle University, which is somewhere, I can't see it here, but it's in the Tigray region. And I went there, and then 6 months later, a civil war broke out between the Tigray region and the rest of Ethiopia, basically. And I didn't hear from him from 6 months, and the university was bombed and everything. So it's a very terrible story. Many thousand people died. Suddenly, one spring day, he called me, and he was ready to do science again. And so he actually went back to the, I mean, it's crazy. He went back to his studies, and then he took blood samples from different areas in the Tigray region, in lowland and highland areas. And because of malaria in this region, they're pretty good at doing blood smears. And with blood smears, you can do nucleated cells. And when you can do nucleated cells, you can get a senescence score. And so we did two predictors. One was the face imaging. This was basically just age prediction. And the other one was senescence prediction based on the blood smears. And so with elevation, the higher elevation you are at, the older you look. And we think that's because of more UV exposure. But interestingly, if you look at senescence in the cells, so DNA damage-driven senescence, so IR or doxorubicin-induced senescence, seem to decrease with altitude, suggesting that maybe oxidative stress could drive some of this, some of these aging features. And so the second example I'm going to give you is we ran a clinical trial recently where we looked at COPD. And so one of the reasons we looked at COPD is because you can consider COPD as an accelerated lung aging. So basically, if we all lived to be 130 or 140 years old, we would all develop COPD. The decline in lung function happens continuously during our lifetime. People that have COPD have an accelerated decline, and this is typically driven by cigarette smoking. And so cigarette smoke induces DNA damage, some of that driven by this PARP1 enzyme, poly-ADP ribose polymerase 1, which consumes NAD. So NAD, we know, at least in some tissues, probably decline with age. And so I've done a lot of work with looking at this in different contexts, in accelerated neurodegeneration, where we have found that PARP1 is driving some of this accelerated aging. And so you can use a PARP inhibitor, but you can also use this NR that I'm sure many of you know, maybe some of you are even eating it, and that can rescue some of these features of accelerated aging. And so because DNA damage is kind of central in COPD, and inflammation may be sort of PARP-driven, we thought maybe we can treat COPD patients with NR. And so we did a placebo-controlled RCT, double-blinded. This was with another hospital in Copenhagen, Bispebjerg Hospital, where we gave then patients 2 grams of NR or placebo for 6 weeks, and then had a pre, post, and follow-up. What was interesting at baseline, so COPD patients appeared to have actually lower NAD levels, and the lung function actually correlates significantly with the amount of NAD in the blood. So our primary outcome measures was IL-8, which is an inflammatory cytokine that's been suggested to be part of the pathogenesis of COPD. It's also one of the SASP factors, so one of these senescence-associated secretory factors. And we can see that that IL-8 levels are significantly lower in the NR group compared to the placebo. So IL-8 in the lung is probably involved in recruiting neutrophils to the lung, where they will secrete enzymes that degrade the elastic matrix in the lung, which contributes to COPD. And so we saw a decrease in the amount of these neutrophils that are recruited to the lung. And getting to the senescence predictor, so and by the way, this was done in sputum. So basically, this is phlegm that COPD patients cough up from their lung. Normal people cannot get this up from their lung, but COPD patients can. So it's actually directly from within the lung these changes are seen. And so in the phlegm, you also get cells, and so we can run the nuclear predictor in these cells. And it's not significant, but there's a trend of a reduction. But I think I put this on also just to indicate that this is quite versatile, this type of algorithm. You can use it really on many different types of tissues. We also did DNA methylation, where we find that the COPD patients have accelerated aging, sort of systemically, in the blood at least. We didn't see a significant effect of NR in any of these clocks, but we do see a strong correlation between rate of aging for some clocks and, for example, IL-8 or IR-induced senescence, or DNA damage-induced senescence. So this is a take-home message from this. I can see that the year is wrong. This should be 2024. But NR appear to reduce airway inflammation and may be good for COPD patients. So to sum up the talk, so aging is quantifiable at the molecular level using many different clocks, but also physiological clocks can be used. Many of these can be implemented very easily in the clinic. It can be implemented in an ER setting. It can be implemented in other types of settings, and it can be low cost. And we can actually impact aging and disease with targeted interventions. And I think we need many, many more clinical trials to see what we can do. So I think it's very exciting that there's so many things that are going on right now in the field, and it would be super exciting to see what happens in the future. And so this is my group. These are some of my my collaborators. This is my funding that I'm extremely grateful for. This is from a few years ago. We went on a lab retreat. We're not allowed to fly on lab retreats anymore, so this will never happen again, unfortunately. But anyway, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you listening. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Professor. We have time for, I think, 2 questions.
So first of all, thank you for your impressive talk. I think your point on senescent cells was rather important, because usually in longevity medicine, we see senescent cells always as the bad guys that you have to fight, zombie cells and so on.
Right.
So, but they do also have a protective role against cancer. So how should we use senolytics then? Just like that, or shall we have a picture of how the senescent cells in our body are before using senolytics?
So, so what we found was that people have individual levels of senescence, right? Which indicates that we have different thresholds for progressing into senescence. This is likely dependent on your environment, what have you been exposed to, your genetic composition. So it's the propensity to drive senescence that seems to be either protective or detrimental to developing cancer, for example. So I don't think the research suggests that we should not remove senescent cells, but we should be happy that they arrive, right? So we need the protective effect. Once they're there, it's probably good to remove them, maybe, at least in some cases, right? There are certain physiological processes where you need senescence, or wound healing, for example, senescence is very important, but the process itself is also beneficial in some cases, for sure.
Yes, thank you, but somehow controversial is the message about high altitude and hypoxia, which is connected to that. Mm-hmm. And you showed slides where COPD patients, which by definition have hypoxia, have a higher risk for different diseases and aging, premature aging.
Sure. So I think the hypoxia that you see with COPD patients is much more severe than you get at high altitude. There's there's work with the hyperbaric oxygen chambers that may indicate that this could be beneficial. I think that there's no good understanding of why that's beneficial. My thought is that with these types of treatments, you get an immediate oxidative stress burst, which is similar to what you do when you do exercise, right? So if you do exercise, one of the signaling molecules that you have in your muscles is ROS, oxidative stress. This was shown by Mike Ristov like 16 years ago or something like that, that you need actually the oxidative stress to get, at least some of it, to get an adaptive response to the exercise. And hyperbaric oxygen chamber, I think, could elicit this benefit by having these short-term oxidative stress bursts, okay? So the altitude hypoxia that we see is 2,500 meters, so it's a little bit lower, but throughout a lifespan, maybe that contributes somehow.
Yeah, Michael Risto is my good friend.
Okay.
Since Bergmannsheil in Bochum. Yeah. And probably you know he's a quite heavy smoker, or used to be.
Yeah.
Despite of his type 1 diabetes.
Yeah.
And his actually addiction and research was somehow connected. He wanted to show that smoking also is sometimes beneficial, but how could you explain this?
I don't think there's a U-shaped curve with smoking. Actually, I'm not sure. I think you could think about maybe it's a hormetic response, right? That you have if you smoke very little, maybe it's beneficial. People have thought about that also in terms of IR exposure. If you get a little bit of damage, maybe that's good for you. We're doing some of that also, looking at drugs that take advantage of this hormetic response. I think with smoking, I don't think there's any beneficial effect on smoking at any level. I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's data suggesting that, but I don't think there is. But I do think that these sort of oxidative stress bursts probably good. But in smoking, I don't think it's the oxidative damage that elicits these lung changes. I think it's more the alkylating damage that you have in smoke that will drive mutagenesis and could also contribute to cancer, for example. I don't think it's there's a lot with oxidation in smoking, but I come from a DNA repair background. I think we have very strong ways of dealing with oxidative stress. I think it's probably more for smoking in particular, maybe the alkylating damage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. And now our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Valdis Pirags, representing University of Latvia, Paul Stradiņš Clinical University Hospital, and he will speak about new physiological models of longevity, the role of metformin in countering hallmarks of aging.
Thank you, and thank you for invitation. And principally, I want to continue what you started already, but focusing on metformin. And metformin, for those who are not medical specialists, you may be surprised that metformin actually is synthesized from the natural products, and Galega officinalis is the plant which was included into the FDA database of poisonous plants. So therefore, apparently this is the compound which has many actions on a human organism. And I will try to show you that the balance and the broader ecosystem is probably the key to understand why metformin is very perspective longevity medicine. And the philosophical background for that is that those natural compounds, which are mainly in plants, are regulating many functions of concomitant organisms in their surroundings. For example, take cows or take goats and etc. And bacteria in their stomach, for example, and in the gut. So plants are very sophisticated regulators of our ecosystem. But how to understand how precisely are they regulating us? And then we need some highly advanced methods to prove different hypotheses. And this is the lifespan of the metformin, starting from discovery in probably more than 100 years back, from those plants which have digestion of Galega officinalis had diabetes-like symptoms, and somehow probably influenced by homeopathy principles. The researchers started to ask question why those plants are causing diabetes-like symptoms. And one of the molecules which were synthesized or isolated at the beginning were galegine, and then more precise manipulation with this small molecule led to discovery of metformin, which contains several amino groups. Apparently, from the structure of this molecule, you may guess that it is involved in the regulation of amino acid metabolism and much deeper probably. Firstly, it was approved for the treatment of diabetes in France in 1956, and in US. Insulin and sulfonylurea was still #1 treatment for type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes. And therefore, this competition apparently led to to the marginalizing of metformin. And metformin was approved by FDA only in 1995. And in Europe, we used, including Latvia, different other compounds similar to metformin. For example, in Latvia, #1 as for me as a young clinician was buformin. Surprisingly, just in last 2 decades, there was many interesting discoveries that metformin is extending the lifespan in starting from nematodes on the right and also in rodents. And in definitely epidemiological studies led to the surprising conclusion that in metformin is decreasing the risk of cancer and cardiovascular diseases in diabetics. This is the slide about the modification of the initial guanidine molecule to metformin and then fenformin. Fenformin was more potent than metformin. However, interestingly enough, it was withdrawn from the FDA after FDA conclusion that metformin is increasing the risk of lactic acidosis, and seemingly it was the end of metformin as well. But what happened is the opposite, and this is intriguing. And probably lactic acidosis, which was caused by this more potent variation of biguanide, fenformin is a signal why metformin actually is working similarly as high altitude, if we continue the previous lecture, namely causing some slow-grade hypoxia. And is slow-grade hypoxia something good or bad for us? This is the question. Well-known side effects of metformin therapy, and probably somebody in this room is taking metformin, and not everyone who is taking metformin has those side effects. But that explains why metformin and fenformin and etc. were included in this black box message that it is potentially harmful for certain people. And actually most of people are initially suffering from diarrhea, nausea, flatulence, namely gastrointestinal side effects, and also infection increase, also initially. And those who are stopping, approximately 5 to 10% of people are not tolerating metformin. So those are probably a good control group. Regarding clinical randomized trials with metformin, so the first I remember was UK PDS trial published in Lancet in 1998. And I remember the EHD conference in Barcelona, where the UK PDS group were announcing those results. And it was highly surprising results that diabetes-related deaths and myocardial infarction decreased in metformin users, but only in overweight patients. The same group published also that the stroke was not diminishing. Apparently, the stroke is mostly because of high blood pressure, not because of low-grade inflammation in the cerebrovascular arteries, although it's also true. Well, then this is an interesting concept how metformin works. And in the upper panel, A, probably it's the normal lifespan, if we can say normal, in the reproductive age. And the healthy phase in green is the major contributor to the lifespan. Then the last probably 10-15 years are disease phase, and then the red one is the terminal phase. And standard medicine, which is normally used in our clinics, is not so much increasing the healthy phase of the human life. However, the disease phase is increasing from approximately 50 to 75 to 80, including the terminal phase, which is also largely increased and consumes, by the way, most of the healthcare resources. And metformin, if you add on top of the standard medicine, is considerably increasing the healthy phase, the green phase of the lifespan, not much influencing the disease phase, and not at all, probably is shortening the terminal phase because of hypoxia, systemic increasing of bad effects of systemic hypoxia at the end of the life. Well, this is just a hypothesis, and we have to understand how it works. And there are, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different mechanisms, molecular mechanisms proposed. But I will focus on the decreasing of cell senescence. So with those toxic properties inducing hypoxia in the cell by manipulating the energy metabolism in mitochondria, metformin is able to decrease the production or development of senescent cells, which is recognized as the main contributor to the many hallmarks of aging. How it happens, not only by immunoregulation, but also the mitophagy-related genes, activation of mitophagy-related genes, and promoting autophagy. Of course, not only in the autophagy of senescent cells, but all defective cells, if I may say so, which you should agree is something good for inhibition of natural, let's say so, aging. It's also decreasing inflammation by inhibiting macrophages or keeping the balance between M1 and M2 macrophages in the healthy condition, and by activating of adiponectin and IL-10, interleukin-10, and decreasing the activity of aggressive cytokines like TNF-alpha and IL-1 beta, etc. So then the classical hallmark of aging, telomere attraction, is decreased. The generation of ROS is decreasing. Reparation of DNA is improving, or probably, improving. Repair is improving. And very importantly also, it contributes to the nutrient interaction with our cell metabolism, and not only our cell metabolism, but also microbiota metabolism in our gut. So now a few slides about our own research, and it was done mainly together with Latvian Biomedical Study and Research Center. And initially, we thought that the genetic variation, why metformin is more effective in some people with diabetes, and not so much in other. It depends from the somatic polymorphisms, namely the genetic variation of organic cation transporters, mainly in the gut, but also in kidney and liver. And we published this article in Pharmacogenetics and Genomics in 2012 that there is certain association, but then we realized that probably it's not the major effect why metformin is better in some people and with different side effects as in others. And then we created the famous Optimed research cluster. We really published a lot of papers together with our colleagues from BMC, from the Academic Center of Latvian University, the Stradins University Hospital in the middle, and Eastern Medical Hospital, University Hospital. And I see Kaspar Speknes is here. He's also a member of this group. So, sorry that your picture is not here, but you see mostly young and enthusiastic people working together to understand how metformin works. Nature Genetics published our collaborative study in 2016, and we discovered that not only OCT genes, but also glucose transporter gene is associated with a glycemic response to metformin. But it's still the somatic genes which may explain probably minor part in variation of response to metformin. And then this consortium, which is called the MedGen consortium, published also other papers. But we started more focus on DNA methylation profile, which could be a more potent regulator of metformin. And healthy individuals, mostly volunteers, which are mentioned in this list of co-authors. We discovered in small-scale study that metformin is affecting the transcriptome in blood cells in healthy individuals. And how it works, probably not directly through the metformin action on our somatic cells, but also by manipulation of the microbiome composition. And this is the design of the study. Yeah, the dosage of metformin is also an unanswered question. In diabetic patients with type 2 diabetes, we are usually using 2,000 milligrams per day. But it seems that 850 milligrams is enough to make a necessary change both in microbiome and in somatic cells. So I will speed up. Those are diagrams showing how the taxonomic composition of gut microbiome is changing in 1 week. So it's quite rapid change. And of course, that is an explanation why we do have side effects. More than 50% of people have nausea and diarrhea. Then about the metabolome. Gut microbiome is changing the purine and amino acid pathways in newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes. And the problem is that with microbiome, that it heavily depends from the lifestyle and what we are eating generally. So, but on top of it, metformin could heavily modulate the microbiome composition. And you will you see in our 3-month study how the gut microbiome composition changed. And we compared responders and non-responders. Responders in and the same in metabolic pathway changes in responders versus non-responders. Right, and this is probably the last slide I want to show you, that in my mind, why metformin works and what is the natural meaning of such approach to extend the healthy lifespan, that on the cellular level, on the level of mTOR signaling pathway, there are matches between metformin use and dietary restriction. And there are many studies which are showing that dietary calorie restriction is working similarly as metformin. But we have to show it. Of course, there are some bad news about metformin, and this was published in Aging Cell, that it's not enhancing good effects of exercise. If patients are combining exercise with metformin, it's actually diminishing the good effects of exercise. So somehow it's competing, and you may easily understand that both are influencing the hypoxia induced signaling pathways, and not always the competition is good to get a double effect. Thank you so much for your attention.
We have time for one quick question. Well, who was first?
Yeah, thank you. That's a question that I ask very often. Why is the famous TAME study not coming? Because yeah, I was listening to you, but I know that there are also quite a few scientists saying, yeah, metformin is not working. So normally, since 10 years, there should be a study, double-blind and so on, to see if metformin is working. There are millions of people taking metformin, so it would be very, very useful to do it. It costs like 50 million, so for the social security insurance in European country, it costs nothing. So why is it not starting?
Yeah, the short answer is that apparently metformin is working differently in different genotypes, first of all, differently in different microbiomes, and differently in different ages. And you cannot universally, as you showed nicely yesterday, you cannot extrapolate very generalized studies on all phenotypes, genotypes, I don't know, gutotypes in one individual. So we have really to differentiate in which person metformin will bring those aging inhibition and in which individuals not. And therefore, I think that the auditorium should look for more precise markers of aging, and then we can more personalizedly individually target mechanisms which are important for the particular person, not for general public.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We have a small change in program. Emil Sudnikov from Longenesis will not attend in person at the moment, but we have someone from yesterday.
Yes, and today we can present Dr. Elizabete Argale from Riga Stradins University with her presentation, Extending Healthy Reproductive Longevity.
Yeah. So, okay. Good morning, everyone. It took me almost 24 hours to get here, but I'm here and happy to present. I'm Dr. Elizabete. I am clinician, gynecologist, and also lecturer and PhD student at Riga Stradins University. I also represent FIGO, as I am a committee member for Committee for Women at Menopausal Age, and I'm also president of Aesthetic Gynecology Association in Latvia. Today I will be talking about how to extend healthy reproductive longevity. And in a society where women often want successful careers and equal opportunities to men, the early nature of ovarian aging often forces women to make difficult life choices between career and family development. And as we know, fertility in women starts to decline after age of 35, 37. But we have to understand, and today we are talking that it's not only fertility that we should care about, but we need to use this normal ovarian function as opportunity to extend a woman's life. Today, my objectives of my presentation will be firstly to explain what is reproductive longevity, and as definition, it refers to the length of time an individual remains biologically capable of reproduction. But today I would like to point out also ovarian function as longevity organ, and we can say that ovary is also a master regulator of health span. In the art piece, in this slide, my friend and colleague Arsen, who decided also to become an artist, he has drawn this sad woman lying on her oocyte, and here we see how from age of 18, that's drawn there, after 35 there is a decline. And in 2019, when he showed his masterpiece, he told me about fertility, but now 6 years later we are talking also about how extend our lifespan and how to be healthy longer. And the current actionable tools for clinicians now are arising. There are strategies that can preserve ovarian function, but these strategies should be done decades before menopause, as this is protective window. And there are emerging non-hormonal interventions and also agents that can preserve ovarian function or mimic its systemic health safely. I will also briefly touch topic about near-term innovations and what is available evidence currently. Why this matters? As we know, ovaries age earlier than other organs, and this reproductive spans shapes bone, brain, cardiovascular, and metabolic health trajectories. And for women, it is especially problematic because at the time of menopause has stayed constant, onset of menopause, while our length of life increases. And a cohort of humans who live longer than 100 years revealed a surprising predictor for achieving such a long, exceptional longevity, and it is being a female. But despite this life expectancy has increased, women also tend to age in the poorer health than age-matched men. There are many increased number of articles, and these were the ones I mostly used when I prepared the presentation. And with aging, although we speak a lot about number and quality of follicles, with aging, there is also decline in hypothalamic pituitary system function. And classically, we addressed infertility issues, but data on earlier menopause and premature ovarian insufficiency reveals that there are many effects on other, such as to the bone health, as accelerated bone loss cause osteoporosis and increased fracture risk. There are cardiovascular risks, as loss of estrogen causes endothelial dysfunction and lipid profile changes. Brain and cognition, increased risk of cognitive decline and dementia, mood disorders, sleep disturbance, metabolic effects, orogenital such as atrophy, dryness, and sexual dysfunction, and all cause mortality. And this data suggests that we definitely should act. Classically, as I mentioned, we were talking about finite follicle pool. Also, emerging data in aging about oocyte, mitochondrial, and spindle integrity decline and oxidative stress are emerging. But in recent articles, other proposed hallmarks were introduced, like genomic instability, telomere attrition, epigenetic alterations, also human ovarian mapping, age mapping with mTOR signaling and cell type specific changes. This is really area for research, and as I'm a clinician and working in Ringstad University, I really saw these articles and I'm very impressed, and I hope one day we can do it as well. But for clinicians, it is important to take a clinical takeaways here are that we are exploring, but we have no clinic-ready regimens. But this understanding this interaction is very important, because that's the way how we can identify pharmaceutical agents that can attenuate ovarian aging. How can we measure ovarian aging clinic? Anti-Miller hormone, antral follicle count on ultrasound, and FSH can be used as tools for trends, but currently we are using them for fertility treatment, not to define. Very often women come to me and say, when I will have menopause? I say, I don't know. But also another aspect we could track would be menstrual cycle changes and perimenopause symptoms. But let's be honest, it already shows that the function has declined. In future, yeah, it seems that we will use these these markers I mentioned in the previous slides, and also some wearable devices where women can track her symptoms. In the pictures below, we see a woman in menopause, and that's the classical situation what I, as a gynecologist, see in Latvia. The woman comes, she feels bad, she has a lot of comorbidities, and that's the situation when she seeks for help. But in the middle picture, we see how actually it should happen. We should counsel already reproductive women about their health habits and their possible impact on her menopausal age. But if we look even further, we can use pregnancy as a window to future, especially regarding preeclampsia and its related risk to cardiovascular diseases, and gestational diabetes that possesses greater risk for type 2 diabetes. And also interesting is epigenetic programming, that mother, when her next daughter is in her womb, that's the time when she also is defining her life and her health. But in one interesting article, there is a term, maternal epigenetic responsibility, and there the conclusion was that during, for example, COVID pandemics, it's not that women can really be responsible for this epigenetic programming. We still do not have a lot of data how environmental factors affect our genome, and not like we are living, and what's happening, what's in the air, what's in the food we eat. We have ideas, but we cannot totally eliminate us from that. But what we do know, what we can recommend, that we know that smoking, under and overnutrition, and iatrogenic gonadotoxins will accelerate ovarian decline. And it's very important to optimize chronic disease control, endometriosis control, as it causes inflammation in the ovaries. And it's very good and important to maintain cardiometabolic health for long-term control of women's health. So existing data suggests that smoking should be cessed as it advances menopause. Also healthy body composition and exercise and good diet. And the recommended one is Mediterranean and with phytoestrogen rich foods. But sometimes it seems understandable and maybe so primitive, and why are we always talking about this? My student has her final thesis, surveyed 427 women about their lifestyle habits in their reproductive age in Latvia. 25% were smoking, 60% were not physically active, and 50% had either elevated BMI or they were obese. So this is still very important. And although regular gynecological visit usually requires, and we usually do some screenings and talk about ovaries, pregnancies, contraception, but we also need to talk about habits. And I think it never loses topicality. And sleep and stress modulation, and that was mentioned in this article, it is important for hypothalamus hypophysis axis, and I found it maybe not so frequently heard. But of course, I think the one who will find out how to reduce stress will be my best friend, if he can tell me that. If you have any suggestions, come to me. I would like to endure my reproductive longevity by that. So what are the new non-hormonal interventions? In trials, there are mechanistic target of ripamycin inhibitors they have promising results that they can preserve ovarian reserve and systemic health span by delaying follicle loss in preclinical and early human studies, but we do not have any clinical indications. Senolytics, experimental, conflicting preclinical outcomes, mitochondria-targeted antioxidants with promising preclinical signals, but human data are mixed. Another way of research is about gut microbiome modulation, as it has potential link to estrogen metabolism and systemic inflammation. And then there are a few tactics we use to preserve fertility, but for elective and longevity use, they are not frequently used. For example, PRP, or platelet-rich plasma injections in ovary. We use it if we want to have more potential of ovary regarding fertility. And also stem cell injections in ovaries. And very interesting that we might transplant ovarian grafts not in the typical location, but in the forearm. But currently, yeah, that might be future. Why I'm mentioning this, as we have to, as a clinicians, we have to be prepared for these new emerging tactics. There are clinically used and evidence-supported interventions, but although they were mentioned as interventions to support ovarian function, I would say they're only for symptomatic control, disease treatment and prevention, for bone health, for vasomotor symptoms, genitourinary syndrome, cognition and brain aging. So we have tactics how to stop comorbidities, but they just support not ovarian function, or but they support non-existing estrogen. Yesterday there was a speech by Professor Bernd Kleine-Gunk. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm only here today, but I think about hormonal approaches you had more elaborate. But it's good that the lecture is recorded. I would be happy to see it. So, but regarding clinical implications, I think that there is a paradigm change, and every gynecologist should think of menopause not only as fertility end, but as endocrine system collapse with systemic effects. And our role is to delay ovarian decline where possible with lifestyle, risk factor modification, and ovarian preservation in oncology and surgery, especially in endometriosis surgery. We should monitor systemic effects, as we talked. And now the research into ovarian longevity is not only about fertility, but about aging medicine. And targeting ovarian aging could become a new axis of geroscience. Thank you very much. This is my email, and my most important message is to shift the narrative. And another important thing is that me and my friend Arsen, he told me 6 years ago about the vision of fertility. We have changed our vision, and now he probably has a new story about his painting, and I think everyone is ready to change their ideas. Yes.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for a very interesting presentation and also making it before the end of time. And now I think we have time for 3 questions. So who wants to start?
So there are now techniques to cryopreserve parts of your ovary at age 30, 35 or so. Would you advise that to women who are not yet very sure about their family planning, fertility on ice?
Yeah, currently in Latvia, actually, we have government-funded tissue preservation, but it's only funded for women who have cancer diagnosis. I think it's unfair because, yeah, women do delay their childbearing. And sometimes it's not due to cancer, but maybe carrier or, let's be honest, it's very difficult to find men and women maybe, yes, so it might not happen until 30 years or something. We do recommend that, but I think it's not regularly implemented in consultation. Usually women come, like very modern-oriented women, they come and they want to preserve. And now the indication is for fertility, but I do think that in the future, these stored tissues might be used as our possible hormone factory. And I think, yeah, it's much more valuable to store these tissues before age of 35, as these ovarian follicles and primordial follicles are with more potential.
Thank you.
Oh.
Very interesting talk. Thank you very much. I'm referring to yesterday's talk about window of opportunity. So in your case, let's say somebody between age 45 plus,
yeah.
Are there any still chances of, is there still a window of opportunity of delaying menopause with current knowledge, what we have? Thank you.
I think we all have opportunities when we decide to live healthier, and sometimes it might seem very pessimistic if someone after 50 comes and I say, oh, you don't have any window anymore, go away. Yeah, but at the age of 45, of course, we have these signs, most probably symptoms that might, I think menopausal, with it I meant menopausal symptoms, that show that the quality of hormones that ovaries release are reduced, but there still is this function, so I think it's never too late. The question is, I think the earlier you begin to do at least these no smoking, no drinking, sleeping, no stress, and healthy foods and sports. Yeah, the earlier we begin, the better, and especially in women. And I think, yeah, it's never too late. But there are no guidelines. Of course, I looked into at what age then they would recommend to initiate these regimens that slow down this the decline. There is no such recommendations, but they think it's better to do it before age of 35. Yeah, but yeah, life is life.
Anyone else? Okay, if we have no more questions, then thank you, Elizabeth, and we
Thank you very much.
And we have time for a 20-minute break. So let's say at 11:35. Be back here. Try not to be late.
Okay.
So for the next session, we'll start with Professor Dr. Marek Postura of Polish Society of Longevity Medicine in Poland, and he will talk about modern gerotherapeutics, a united strategy or separate pathways.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Ilia, of course, for this amazing congress. Thanks. I would like to thank my friends, Latvian friends. It's a real pleasure to be here again in Riga. I love the city, but most important, I love people living in Riga, all of my friends. So thank you once again. Okay, so my presentation will be a little bit more clinical because by education, I'm a cardiologist, I'm also a clinical pharmacologist. So I will try to show you from cardiological perspective or medical doctor perspective, this gerotherapeutic, potential gerotherapeutics. Professor Pirags showed us about metformin, so I'm not going to discuss metformin today, but I'm going to focus on drugs that really change modern medicine, because I'm not afraid to say that actually those two groups of drugs change the reality for both doctors and patients. But when we look on the definition of gerotherapeutic drugs, of course, we all know that we start always from basics. I'm a scientist as well, so always when I'm trying to understand the mechanism of action as a pharmacologist, I'm trying to learn what is the pharmacodynamic effect, what is the pharmacokinetics of the drug. But with SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1, I went a little bit deeper with my team. I try to understand the molecular level. We are working a lot with in silico analysis, so we try to understand how there is what is the gene-gene interaction and what could be the beneficial effect of those drugs. And a few years ago, I clearly understood that actually we have something, new molecules on the market that will bring more benefits than just far beyond glucose control. And as you can see on this definition, gerotherapeutics, according to these broad definitions, are drugs not only which are able to modify hallmarks of aging, but there are drugs can also reduce the risk, delay onset of the disease, and also modify existing disease. So this is actually crucial to understand on which actually what we are talking about. I hope that you all are familiar with this table presented by Nir Barzilai last year, that he extended the list of 12 potential gerotherapeutic drugs, and he included GLP-1 receptor on the 4th place. I have this privilege that I don't have to agree with Nir Barzilai with everything, of course, and I don't agree that he put GLP-1 agonist on the 4th place. I believe that they should be much more higher, and I will try to show you why I believe so. But having one step back, let's think about aging as a key risk factor for chronic diseases, and this is the fundamental thing that we should start with. And when we look on this potential chronic diseases that we all struggle or will be struggling in the future, we have chronic renal disease, we have cardiovascular disease, we have type 2 diabetes, finally dementia that I'm really afraid of, and cancer. By the way, when I was flying to Riga, I forgot the number of my seats, so maybe it's a sign of early dementia. But maybe it's, of course, maybe this is multitasking, and that's why I forgot that. But when we look on these drugs that we are talking about, look that we have SGLT2 inhibitors are already well established in this 3 indication, type 2 diabetes. So we started from type 2 diabetes. Then we learned from early trials like EMPEROR outcome that they may be beneficial for cardiovascular patients. And finally, we get an indication for patients with chronic renal disease. And we also have similar data, but maybe not that strong in every field for GLP-1. We started from type 2 diabetes, but of course, it's not a new information for you that they are also indicated in patients with obesity, BMI over 27, according to definition. But also, which is, I want to stress it out, that tirzepatide has indication in something which is called obstructive sleep apnea, which is another chronic problem in many patients, of course, with obesity and overweight patients. Okay, but where are the evidence for extending the lifespan for these 2 groups of drugs? Of course, we have many data, and most of them at the moment comes from meta-analysis. So you can see the comparison of GLP-1 and SGLT2 inhibitors. So we can see that more or less they are equal in terms of cardiovascular mortality or overall mortality, because you can see that the percentage is very similar for both of these drugs. But I want to transfer it a little bit because, of course, numbers are numbers, and it depends how we look on these numbers. And my absolutely favorite parameter is number needed to treat. And this very easy parameter tells us how many patients we need to treat to get one cured patient, or in this case, how many patients we need to treat to prevent one death in high cardiovascular patient in large clinical trials. So I want to show a little bit history, because then you will understand what kind of drugs we have on the market right now and how we can really treat patients in 21st century. So let's step back to statins. So you are familiar with this drug. And as you can see that around 30 years ago, we were using statins in this pre-era statin. Number needed to treat with simvastatin was equal to 30. So we had to treat 30 patients to prevent one cardiovascular death. Then ACE inhibitors enter this cardiological market. And as you can see in this pre-statin and pre-ACE inhibitor era, it was 56. The number needed to treat was equal to 56. So the numbers are pretty high. For aspirin, for example, in secondary prevention, number needed to treat is also equal to 50. So you can see that we are using drugs that are actually not effective in every patient. So we are missing the key point, which is personalized medicine. And that's why I believe that longevity medicine is not only extending the lifespan and health span, but also what is the most important is about the personalized medicine using modern metrics like new biomarkers, biological clocks, and so on. But let's see on empagliflozin, which is one of the SGLT2 inhibitors. So you can see that for this drug, number needed to treat is 39. So it's pretty equal to the previous numbers, but there's 2 most important things that we have to consider, we have to remember. That first of all, the time of observation, so follow-up was only 3 years, not 5 years like for simvastatin and ramipril. So like extend this time. Number needed to treat decreased to 25. And also what is also we need to keep in our mind that we are talking about background therapy. So we started using empagliflozin with background therapy. So all of these patients in clinical trials were already on statins. They were already on ACE inhibitors and other drugs that have proven clinical benefits. So you can see that we can't directly compare simvastatin and ramipril to empagliflozin. It translates, based on the EMPEROR outcome trial, which was the first trial with empagliflozin in diabetic population, it translates to additional 4.5 years. But look, starting from 45 years old patient. So this is actually, because in many congresses we are talking when to start gerotherapeutic drugs, and there is all this, the most common age value is around 60, and I believe personally that it's too late. Because when we are talking about the prevention means that we have to start as early as possible if we find the right patients. So this is the most important, to find the right patient for the specific therapy. We have also very promising data from trials on GLP-1 receptor agonists. So as you can see, all of these green trials are positive ones. So we have a lot of positive data that also GLP-1 receptor agonists can maybe beneficial in patients with high risk of cardiovascular disease or cardiovascular outcomes. And of course, we have data from meta-analysis, and it translates to pretty solid numbers, because you can see that it may decrease risk of MACE, which is major cardiac adverse event, by 25%, risk of cardiovascular death by 25%, risk of fatal and non-fatal MI, so it's myocardial infarction, by 22%, and finally the risk of stroke by 19%. So you must admit that it's pretty strong evidence that we have drugs that may be beneficial in patient with high cardiovascular risk. And when we again translate it to lives gain, you can see that we have 2 additional years, of course, in patients with type 2 diabetes, because all of the studies were done in this specific population. But we have also data for GLP-1 that were done in non-diabetic patients, but patients with who are overweight or obese. The SELECT trial with semaglutide showed that actually this benefits, so this primary cardiovascular composite 8 points is decreased by 20%, risk of death from any cause is decreased by 19%, and it translates to number needed to treat 67. Of course, you would tell me, okay, but it's super high number needed to treat. But remember that we are talking about actually very broad population. So when I'm thinking about from my office perspective, actually most of patients that are entering to my office, they are candidates for GLP-1 receptor agonists. So out of many patients who are entering my office, some of them will really benefit, at least in terms of decreased risk of death from any reason. Recently we got also data for tirzepatide, which is, let's say, second generation GLP-1 receptor agonist with additional feature because it's acting on GIP. And as you can see that, again, we have very solid data that we have another candidate that should be used in patients with high cardiovascular risk, of course, with obesity. How about prevention of type 2 diabetes? Because as a population, we are struggling with the risk of increasing risk of diabetes. So again, let me show the data for dapagliflozin. You can see that when we think only about the dapagliflozin, the risk in pre-diabetic condition, so those data are, this is the analysis of clinical trials that were done in patients with cardiovascular diseases and renal diseases without type 2 diabetes. So you can see that this risk is decreased by 33%. And when we add data from trials with empagliflozin, this risk is decreased by 26%. So again, we have pretty solid data that they are preventive drugs. When we look on the GLP-1, of course, we have even better results. Of course, here is a different metric because it's relative risk reduction. So you can see that relative risk reduction is more than 70%. And when we prolong the duration of the therapy, the risk reduction is even higher because it may achieve even 80%. What does it mean? How we translate it to number needed to treat? Look, it's only 9. So we need to treat 9 patients with obesity or pre-diabetic patient to prevent 1 diabetic. So I believe that this is something that we are really approaching to the place that we all want to be, to have 1 drug that will prevent many diseases, and I believe that GLP-1 and SGLT2 as well are those candidates. How about prevention of renal failure, another chronic disease related with aging? Again, we have a lot of data. We have randomized placebo-controlled clinical trials. We have 3 of them that actually cause that we have this indication for SGLT2 inhibitors. And again, you can see that the average is around 30% decreased risk of this composite renal endpoints, which means that they are preventive drugs in terms of renal deficiency. And of course, the same, we have data for GLP-1, 24% for semaglutide in the FLOW trial, which is very close to what we can observe for SGLT2 inhibitors. But as you will see, we have some preferences in medicine. So we prefer some drugs over the other. And in terms of this renal failure prevention, we prefer SGLT2 inhibitors because still we have more data for this drug. Okay, and how about prevention of dementia? So I believe that you remember this publication that were released last year for in New England Journal of Medicine for liraglutide, that we saw for the first time that it may be potentially beneficial in early stage of Parkinson's disease. So it decreased the progression of the disease in some patients, but we still don't have a solid randomized clinical trials because, of course, there are longitudinal studies, so we have to wait for the results. But we have what we have right now, we have real-world evidence. And as you can see, this huge analysis that were published recently showed that actually SGLT2 inhibitors may be more beneficial in patients with type 2 diabetes, which is very crucial to remember about the population that we are talking about. So you can see that SGLT2 inhibitors are more beneficial in patients when we think about overall dementia, vascular dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and other types of dementia in type 2 diabetic patients. But again, nothing is easy in medicine and in science. So you can see that we have recently presented data on one of the diabetological conference, and you can see that the meta-analysis of 18 observational studies that included absolutely massive number of patients showed us that maybe in Alzheimer's disease, GLP-1 receptor agonist will be more beneficial than SGLT2. So still, I can't answer which one is better, but you can see that there is no question that in patients who are at risk of dementia, those two groups of drug should be considered as a potential preventive drugs. And prevention of cancer. Of course, we all remember the data for SGLT2 inhibitors from initial trials, that they may increase the risk of pancreatic cancer, but later analysis, subgroups analysis didn't show the risk. But what all of this analysis showed that in patients with type 2 diabetes, SGLT2 inhibitors can decrease the risk of the most common cancer. I mean, lung cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. So you can see that actually, if we are at risk of developing this cancer, maybe SGLT2 inhibitors are the solutions. And we have also data for GLP-1, as you can see on the right side of the picture, that they may decrease the risk of obesity-related cancer in patients with type 2 diabetes. But still, we are waiting for more data, and of course, we can prescribe it to patients as a preventive drug for in terms of oncological prevention. But the fundamental question, are they part of a united strategy, or we should use them separately, trying to find the right person for the right drug? And of course, this is the feature from our cardiological guidelines that were released in 2024 for patients with diabetes. And you can see that it depends. We have to first understand who are we treating, what is the risk in these terms, cardiovascular risk, and then we have to find the right drug or maybe the right combination for the right patients. And this is actually an excellent example that in this very high-risk population of patients with diabetes, we should start from SGLT2 plus GLP-1. We can't start with monotherapy because we will miss a lot of advantages, because the faster we will achieve lower glycated hemoglobin level, the faster we'll decrease cardiovascular risk, which is crucial. And that's why I believe that we all believe that we should think about those drugs as a primary prevention, not treatment of the disease. Again, I was thinking how to structure or how to build a strategy. So you can see that always when we have this decision logic, we should start with the dominant comorbidity and then think what are the additional features or additional risk factors that we can treat with one drug. Always when I have a conversation with my patients in my office, when I'm trying to prescribe or convince them to SGLT2 inhibitors, I'm telling that I'm not prescribing you a drug for diabetes or for heart failure or for renal failure. I'm always telling, I'm giving you like this wash and go, yeah? One drug for many different problems. And it's really works because patients want to live longer. And of course, they don't understand that, first of all, they will live healthier, but they want to live longer, but we have evidence that no matter what, at least in patients with those three indications, they will live longer. And this is how we can make this, can prepare this decision-making diagram. So you can see if we have a patient with type 2 diabetes, with either high cardiovascular risk, or they already have some cardiovascular diseases, or they have heart failure, or they are patients with CKD, which is chronic kidney disease, you can see that always we should start with SGLT2 inhibitors and then add GLP-1 if it's necessary. The reverse situation is where we have patients with obesity. We start with GLP-1, which is, of course, quite clear, and we may add SGLT2 inhibitors if we need protection, kidney protection or heart protection to be stronger, and that's why we may add SGLT2 inhibitors. But when we are thinking about obesity, obesity is not one disease, it's a disease that is related with 200 different health issues. So we have to keep in mind that this is actually the target population that may benefit from gerotherapeutic drug the most, because here you have an example, it was recently published. You can see that combination therapy, GLP-1 plus SGLT2 inhibitors, is a much better choice for patients with obesity. And in this term, we have this metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease, than monotherapy with SGLT2. And when we look on the outcomes, you can see that those patients may benefit absolutely in an amazing way, starting from decreasing the primary composite outcomes by 13%. But what is absolutely important, look, all-cause mortality is decreased by 55%. So this combination really brings a lot and can mean a lot to patients with obesity. We have some other metrics like MAKE, which is major adverse kidney events, and we have MALO, which is major adverse liver outcomes. So we can see that we can bring a lot of benefits that we always have in our mind when we are thinking actually what we are offering to our patients. So that's why I believe that we should extend this primary indication to GLP-1, that we should think about them as primary preventive drugs. Why? Because when we look on almost 200 different health issues, you can see that GLP-1 can be beneficial in almost 1/3 of them. So this is really something that is convincing, at least from my perspective, physician perspective. So again, coming back to my understanding of drugs, I'm always trying to prescribe drug that has a pleiotropic effect. So for those who are not familiar, what pleiotropic means is that we got something that is beyond the main mechanism of action. And I believe that both GLP-1 receptor agonists and SGLT2 inhibitors are real pleiotropic drugs, that they are not only act on hallmarks of aging, but they bring a lot of benefits. But we have to keep in mind that also we have the data that this combination therapy may increase in elderly people risk of fall. This is also what we have to keep in mind, that not necessarily elderly people will benefit equally like this younger one. So that's why I'm talking about primary prevention that is directed to people in my age. I'm 40, unfortunately 47. No, 6, sorry, 6. But what about aging? Aging is another target for those drugs, and we again have some data. Recently, one publication was published as a preprint. You can see that semaglutide is not only a drug that may decrease the risk of diabetes, may decrease the risk of cardiovascular risk or risk of renal failure, but it can also decrease biological age, which is measured with DNA methylation clocks, but also can decrease pace of aging, which is crucial for everyone who is thinking about long, healthy life. So what are the new direction? Of course, I believe strongly in primary prevention as a pillar of healthy and long living society. I believe in therapy combinations. I believe that in the future we'll take a cocktail of drugs, not fruits, because too much fruits is not healthy because too much sugar, of course. But we'll use not one drug, but different drugs who are right now under investigation, maybe with more complex mechanism of action than tirzepatide. We are searching for new indication, which is of course quite clear for us, but we need more longevity research. We need to find the right metrics. We need to evaluate the epigenome. We have to evaluate metabolome, microbiome, and so on. And I believe that this personalized medicine should be also integrated with modern technologies like wearables, AI, and of course biological clocks. And then we'll have a really ready gerotherapeutic that can enter the market. And I believe that, of course, right now we have this Swiss Army knives of modern medicine, and we can one tool that can help us to solve many health issues. And this is the future of medicine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Postula. We have one quick question.
Wonderful talk, Mark, and really exciting that these drugs have these broad effects. And we were both at the EHDS a couple of weeks ago, where Novo Nordisk declared GLP-1 RA a longevity drug. Your data, of course, are focused on patients with risk, but is this a drug for everybody to live longer and prevent kidney, cardiovascular disease, and so on? I know we don't have data, but should we start investigating GLP-1 RA or SGLT2 in healthy individuals?
You know, Jesper, you mentioned that because we don't have enough data, but I believe that, you know, that it's not difficult to find the right patient, because when I'm talking as a physician, so someone who is working not only in the lab, but also I'm talking from my office perspective. So now I already have a huge number of patients that may benefit, and they benefit from starting GLP-1 early, because it's not only about treatment of obesity, but it has so many additional effects. Like, for example, I have a lot of patients that benefit from that it reduces eager to drink alcohol. So they are let's say anti-addictive drugs. So we have data that they decrease the amount of cigarette that people who are addicted to smoking that are consuming during the therapy. And some of my patients, they are, when I'm telling them, okay, let's have a break, you don't need it anymore, and they are, you know, sometimes they are behaving like drug addicted people that, you know, I don't want to stop this drug because I feel really, really good. It changed my whole life. And I believe that we are approaching to the strategy that maybe not everyone should take it, but we are very close that broader population of patients, or it's hard to say whether we can call them patients, will use them to prevent many age-related diseases. And this is my understanding. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. And next, we will welcome on stage Dr. Uldis Klaetnieks, representing Longevity Alliance Baltic in Latvia, and he will talk about the role of retrotransposable elements, retrobiome in aging and age-related diseases.
Where is the pointer? Marek, do you? Marek, do you have this? Oh, yes, okay, thank you, yeah. Okay, thank you for the introduction. And yeah, it's very interesting topic, what is hidden in our genome. And so we know that genome instability is one of the primary hallmarks of aging. And yeah, genome instability can induced by exogenous factors, of course, with endogenous, and we don't know what is inside, and it's really very amazing what is inside our genome. And there is mitochondrial DNA, nuclear DNA, and transposons. And nuclear DNA can damage genome, mitochondrial DNA can damage genome. But regarding transposons, there are only very small information, but it's very interesting because we should find something who drives aging in our genome, because across mammals, the pace of aging and species typical lifespan are very strongly shaped by genetics that have been tuned by natural selection. And within the species, environment and of course behavioral and all our habits still account much for the individual variation of lifespan. We can define some universal aging traits in mammals. They are genetically determined. We know that DNA damage accumulates in somatic cells, and chronic inflammation drives inflammaging, very well-known phenomenon who drives aging. But you can look at in this picture. It's very interesting because some mammals live only 2 years, mice live 2 years, but bowhead whales can live more than 200 years. And why that happens? And it's very interesting that somatic mutation rate at the end of the life is the same, not actually the same, but very similar for mice who lives 2 years and for the bowhead whale who lives more than 200 years. And it arises the question, what happens inside the genome, and you can you can see, but human genome is very interesting. We know that we have approximately 20,000 genes. Okay, yeah, they are protein coding genes, but there is a lot of elements inside our genome, and our protein coding genes is less than 2%. And other 98% is something else. And half of our genome is very interesting because they are like old viruses. Actually, they are viruses, remains from old viruses. Lines, it's long interspersed nuclear elements, and then short interspersed nuclear elements, and then we have all the retroviruses in our genome. Yeah, and all of them can replicate in our genome and use one ferment, reverse transcriptase, which is very well known in HIV and C. hepatitis virus. Yeah, maybe you know the central dogma of molecular biology tells that the DNA can transcribed in RNA, and then later transcribed in the RNA, and later turn into the protein. But reverse transcriptases can transcribe our RNA to DNA. It's called complementary DNA. And mobile elements in our genome use this mechanism, and you can see here how retrotransposons who use this reverse transcriptase can transcript and then integrate in genome, and they use a mechanism copy-paste. Some simple transposons use cut-paste, but the most dangerous or most interesting is these retrotransposons, because they are practically half of our genome. There are a lot of transposable elements in our genome, and there are two classes of transposons. But most important is this line 1, long interspace nuclear element, because it can code 2 proteins. Open reading frame encodes RNA binding protein, and open reading frame 2, endonuclease and reverse transcriptase. So the problem is that it's very expensive to transcribe these retro elements. It's easy to call them retro elements. And here is very interesting picture. And for example, one gene expression, normal gene, compared to a transposon. Transposon uses 7 till 8 times more energy ATP than normal gene expression. And for example, if transposon can copy and paste 1,000 times, you can see it's more than 100 times than normal gene expression. It's huge spend of energy, and then that's why if there is problem, and then sometimes is, I will show later, phenomenon as transposon storm. It takes really, it's difficult to calculate, but we know that the brain usually uses 25 to 30% of our total organism energy. And imagine what will happen. The brain will use 2 or 3 times more. We will be in big energy deficit. So line 1 is one of the most important because all other retrotransposons use line 1's machinery, these 2 ferments, reverse transcriptase and endonuclease. And what is the sequences of transposon activity? DNA breaks, insertions, gene amplifications, and transposons can produce this DNA in the cell cytosol and activate this C-gasting interferon pathway. But why we have these transposons in our genome, and are they important? And it happens approximately 65 million years ago. And they are very important for our evolution, and especially in a lot of because genome for all mammalians is quite similar, but the largest difference are in these repeats, especially in sign, small interspersed elements. And here here is a picture. And regarding our brain, and our brain, the brain evolution is due to our transposons, especially retrotransposon activities. And they can produce novel proteins and then activate genes. Transposons is very important for embryogenesis as well, and if there are some problems and too much activity, there can be some problems and diseases. Yeah, and here is more. We can go deeper, but we don't have enough time. How the transposons destabilize genomes. And then all these breaks, repair errors, and then mutations, and then recombinations in gene, and this inflammation through this C-gasting pathway. Normally, the DNA should be in the cell nucleus, but if the DNA for example, transposons produce, retrotransposons produce DNA, and DNA is in a cell cytosol. It activates this cGAS-STING pathway. Mitochondrial DNA leakage do the same, and viruses do the same. Because cell recognize our DNA in the cytosol as viral DNA. Yeah, you can this STING interferon stimulator pathway. It's a master regulator of immune responses. And one very important thing, it could be mechanism against cancer, because interferon shows to immune cells that something is wrong. The problems is genome in gene expression in some epigenetic patterns, and cell is damaged. On ask to immune system, please eat me, and it could be anti-cancer mechanism as well. We don't know. So yeah, you can see organs most affected by increased retrotransposon activity. The colon, especially some cancers, colorectal cancer. And we can identify cancers who express this line 1 retrotransposon. And second is brain. And it's very important because a lot of neurodegenerative diseases is correlated with huge activity of transposons. Yeah, here transposons can induce a lot of diseases. Observed line 1, for example, more than 100 diseases, including diabetes, hemophilia, cancer. And there is one approach to repurpose these reverse transcriptase inhibitors, antivirals. We know that these anti-HIV drugs against cancers, what they can do, they can stop the cancer evolution and avoid chemotherapy. And some preclinical data is quite impressive. Yeah, these retroelements is very important in neurodegenerative diseases. Here is a picture, and then can occur this transposon storm for example, for Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease. And you can find that there is transposon theory of aging. It's very interesting, and it raises a question: is aging a viral disease? Maybe we don't know. And there is some evidence that nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitors can help against inflammation and some age-related diseases. There is not a lot of data, but some analysis in US shows that these medications can lower risk of Alzheimer's disease. And it's a good idea, of course, to try to slow aging, but there is a lot of questions because it's not so easy, because there is some interesting, not interesting, but very serious questions. And here you can see one of the primary hallmark of aging, telomere attrition. And the problem is that several these antiviral medicine can inhibit the telomerase activity, because the telomerase is a reverse transcriptase as well. And there is some data, and some are more active, some are not so active. And second, the retrotransposon-mediated inflammation can serve a tool to induce this immune response against tumors. Yeah, the second enzyme what can help the retrotransposons to copy them and then paste. Especially paste is endonuclease, and but the problem is the large screening is done. No find medicine that helps that targets this enzyme, and there are some new molecules, but they are only in vitro studies, and no more. We will see what will be in the future. And what we have some SIRT6 activators, natural molecules, and then SIRT6 as histone deacetylase ferment suppress line 1 as well. But only only study shows that there is only one molecule which is active. It's fucoidan from Fucus vesiculosus. It's natural product, and then maybe some more active chemical molecules will come. We don't know. And yeah, very interesting question is how epigenome reprogramming impacts transposons, and what reprogramming does, because it's amazing hope in the future for this epigenome reprogramming, and then some data are promising. Yeah, and it's interesting that epigenome reprogramming usually first desilences many transposable elements, and they can activate, and then resilences them. And it depends how long is this reprogramming, how deep maybe, and it raises a question as well for this epigenome reprogramming in the future. Yeah, and the main problem is when the retrotransposable elements, this retrobiome, becomes derepressed with age. Normally it's repressed, and it drives this genome instability and in this low-grade inflammation, and activation contributes an energy depletion. One moment that in the genome, our retro elements are dispersed in the whole genome, and they are very important. And if the genome, for example, our 20,000 genes will be compact, we can live, because imagine that 1,000 mutations, what 1,000 mutations will do with 20,000 genes. It's and then these transposons and other elements in our genomes, they amplify the genomes, and a lot of mutations can't do the harm. That's why they occur in some maybe pseudogenes and some mobile elements and other sequences in our genome, but not in our protein coding genes. Yeah, and of course, suppressing retrobiome activity reduces damage signals and then inflammatory signals. And in cancer, it's very important that they have some cancers produce this line 1 especially, and we can detect our anti-cancer activity, especially if we can check and find some immunoglobulins against this line 1, and yeah, and we can maybe we can measure in the future this immunological answer against cancer. And retrobiome has their own methylation sites and chromatin marks, and we can track our biological age and then treatment response with these clocks, and there are. I'm not very involved in this these biomarkers, but I know that there is some transposon, retrotransposon aging clock, and I don't know how it works. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Agris. And we're very short on time today, so we have time just for one question.
Thank you very much for your talk today. I'm more from the epigenetics side, and I was wondering, do you know anything about retrotransposons and nucleosome positioning? Do you know nucleosomes that affect?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know anything about retrotransposons and nucleosome positioning in cancer or aging?
I don't know, but I think you can try to find in the literature. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Because the main idea, if the genome is very tight and yeah, very good packed, yeah, heterochromatin, yeah, transposons could not be active. They will be silent. Because genome relaxation, DNA relaxation can induce the silencing.
Okay, thank you. Professor Pirags, maybe if it's a very short question.
Yeah, it's very short, but your idea is actually, or idea you are propagating is that we have a certain hostile genome part in our cells, right? Which is somehow natural, but why it's not eliminated by evolution? How do you think?
It helps for, first it's an evolution driver, especially in cancer, because it can produce new proteins and then yeah, activate some genes, and it's very active. And if the genome will be compact, our 20,000 genes, it will be very bad for us due to the mutations, because mutations will very fast occupy our genome. But we have only 1 per 5% or 2% our protein coding genes, other 98, and if mutation occurs somewhere else, it's not a problem. Yeah, it's this mutation cannot endanger our genes. Yeah, but the question is, this is serious question, and all of our longevity friends would like this longevity escape velocity phenomenon, and we should solve this, what is inside in our genome.
Okay, thank you. So.
Thank you.
We'll continue with Dr. Jesper Eugen Olsen from Department of Cardiology in Copenhagen University Hospital Herlev and Gentofte, Denmark, who will speak about chronic inflammation as a hallmark of aging and association between elevated support biomarker and accelerated aging.
Thank you very much also for the invitation, Ilia, and to being here today. As a Dane, you know, we always feel close to the Baltics, and this is my second time participating up here, and it's definitely not my last time. I think we heard many talks today also about chronic inflammation, silent inflammation, low-grade inflammation, and for me that's kind of the same thing. And I'll talk today about how we can measure and master chronic inflammation. In addition to I'm a biochemist by training, and I've been the research director in a university hospital for 28 years, had many PhD students and doing research into this chronic inflammation. But I'm also done a lot of patents, and I started the company Virogates that produce these supragnostic assays that you might have seen outside. So just to get the conflicts of interest in place. So it was back in the 90s that we had this front cover of the Time magazine, this discovery that there's an underlying mechanism in all of us that kind of drives our aging and risk of disease, called low-grade inflammation at that time. And the reason why it was called low-grade inflammation is because it was in population study, cohort studies, that we saw that people who had slightly elevated CRP had a higher risk of getting all kinds of diseases, neurologic diseases, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes. And that was really a surprising link, because we thought these diseases were very different in their pathology, that there's some kind of underlying mechanism associated with these very different diseases. And today we know that chronic inflammation is a driver of where it comes from, a little bit, lifestyle, the exposome, everything we are surrounded with, smoking. And the more chronic inflammation kind of drives this disease development of all these different pathologies. So CRP is a wonderful molecule because it learned us a history. But on an individual level, when you take it out of a cohort study, if you want to measure your own CRP level, if you do it on a Monday, you might not have it, but you do it here on a Friday, then you're suffering from low-grade inflammation. And that's not very useful if we want to measure our own level of chronic inflammation. So we have been working a lot with this biomarker called suPAR, which is a stable biomarker, more strongly reflecting chronic inflammation and therefore also more strongly predictive of all these diseases compared to CRP or IL-6 and other inflammatory biomarkers. So everybody in here have a suPAR level, right? We all have a suPAR level, which also distinguishes from some of the inflammatory cytokines, which we can measure in blood. But everybody has it, and it's highly expressed, for instance, by senescent cells. That was very, but also it's an immune activation. So when we see, when we have immune activation, we also have elevated UPAR, and that's a cell-bound form of suPAR. We get higher suPAR. And the more suPAR we have in our blood, I will try to show you data that's associated with risk. And that's actually a newly made picture of the suPAR molecule, which is involved in plasminogen activation and cell migration. This is not so new. Actually, our group did this study back in 2010 on that. We have in Denmark, wonderful, it's like one big cohort. We have really nice registers. We are all born with this identification number, and we can track individuals over time, ICD-10 codes and all that. And we found, quite surprisingly, after having studied suPAR in various infectious diseases, found that high suPAR was associated with more progression of the infectious disease, that also in the general population, an elevated suPAR was driving morbidity and mortality. And here, for instance, we had the opportunity to follow people for a long time. We could see that when we compared the highest to those in the quartile of the higher suPAR to those with the lower suPAR, there was 15%, 1 in 5 already died if they had high chronic inflammation at the age of 60. Whereas people with lower suPAR, they were 75 before 1 in 5 died. And we have recently published this review about why we think we now have a biomarker for measuring chronic inflammation. And our hope is to make it a household name that everybody, like they measure their blood sugar, their cholesterol, also once in a while take a suPAR test. One of the recent studies that we did, I think if you haven't known about the Dunedin cohort study, the problem sometimes when we do, even though we have, as I said, in Denmark, like one big cohort, wonderful follow-up, the people who join our experiments, they are kind of selected already because, it's not the guy sitting drinking vodka down on the bench. It's people who get emails and reply. But the Dunedin study is a wonderful cohort study that learned us a lot about successes in life, what makes people rich and professors, why do some become criminal, end up in jail, and so on. And it's a birth cohort study. It was everybody born in one city in New Zealand, Dunedin, in the 70s. And they are followed very intensively, more intensively than any people else in the world. So they were born in 72, 73. And we recently did with Supine when they were 37 years old and 45 years old. And right now we're doing the 52-year investigation. And Dunedin, if you know about epigenetics, you will also know the Dunedin pace, which is built on the same parameters as in this cohort. And in this paper, we showed that when the higher the super, maybe not surprising, since the higher the super, the higher the risk of all kinds of diseases. So but here we could actually show that the higher the super, the faster you age. And there are many ways. We heard today from Morten Scheibye-Knudsen, also from Denmark, how he took pictures in the ED and that they could link the facial age to prognosis. So of course, if you have a biomarker that's associated with chronic inflammation, you would also believe that it's associated with facial age. So if you look, all these women are 40 and men are 45-year-old, and it's based on the real pictures, but are computer generated. So they're 45-year-old, but some people just look older than others. We know it when we go to reunion, right? If you see people you haven't seen for 30 years, you'll also see some look really young and others have aged a lot. And if we look at the super on the left, you will see also that the older people are rated to look by these committees that were judging the approximately 1,000 photos, that the higher the super you have. But also when we put these people in an MRI scanner, we could see that the higher level of chronic inflammation, the higher super, the faster their brain is declining. And finally, from all this data, we could develop a biological age predictor saying that those 20% who had the highest super, they age around 1.2 years per year by people, whereas people who have a low super, they only age about 0.85 year per year. So it's interesting with super because it kind of captures everything we go through in life. We have done studies, for instance, in 18-year-olds who've been exposed to adverse events in childhood, abuse, stuff like that. And already when you're 18-year-old, you suffer from elevated super, elevated chronic inflammation, giving you a shorter life. And if we look at epigenetics, many of these things are also linked in your epigenome and your faster aging. But the epigenetics is kind of difficult to change. And I think, super is a little bit unique because it both shows you a little bit of what have you been exposed to in life, but it also have the ability to change if you do lifestyle changes, or maybe even when you do pharmacological changes like NRTIs. Would that actually lower, the chronic inflammation in healthy individuals because it affects the transposon? That could be, a wonderful study. But in this study here, we showed that we had smokers, and we even the doctor gave them cigarettes with them home if they were continuous smokers, a little bit controversial. And other people were randomized to stop to smoking cessation, randomized to either a placebo patch or nicotine patch. And what we see already after 4 weeks, a significant drop in the chronic inflammation, independent on whether they got nicotine or placebo patch. So it's not the cigarette smoking gives you a lot more chronic inflammation in your body, but it's not the nicotine. They never reach never smokers, but they get pretty close. So I think it's a very important question that if you do something that lowers your chronic inflammation, does that also lowers your risk of disease? If I do something and I can see on my test that I'm becoming biologically younger, does it also really show that when we do big data? And in this study, a PhD student of mine showed that we followed people for 5 years, and we did super in between, but here we show the first one and after 5 years. And in the top, we can see that people who eat unhealthy, they increase a lot in their super over 5 years compared to people who live healthy. At the bottom, we see physical exercise, much lower super if you exercise a lot, but quite a high increase in super over time. And then we took the 5-year super and said, can it predict mortality? And it surely can, highly significant. So if you lower your super, you also lower your risk of, at least in this case, was mortality, your risk of mortality. And I think another thing which is quite interesting with SUPAR compared to CRP, for instance, because you can be born genetically with elevated CRP, but it doesn't give you an elevated risk of cardiovascular disease, even though we know it's a good biomarker for cardiovascular disease. So it's not CRP in itself, it's something it reflects. But when we look at SUPAR, there's done quite a few studies that SUPAR is, in itself causal of disease. And Science had this nice paper about SUPAR, calling it the omen in the blood. It predicts health crisis, as I told you, it predicts all these diseases, but is it causative? And we recently published a study where we measured SUPAR in 28,000 individuals and did a foot GWAS to see, are some of us born with higher SUPAR? And yes, like 10% actually have a genetic composition that gives you higher SUPAR. And that what we discovered in that paper was that if you are born with a higher SUPAR, you also get more disease. And that's what we call Mendelian randomization, a way to address causality in disease. So having a high SUPAR from nature hands also puts you in elevated risk. And we also added in some mice experiments, see how they developed arteriosclerosis when we overexpress SUPAR in them. So at least kidney disease and arteriosclerosis are linked to specifically the SUPAR is involved in the pathogenesis. So having a low SUPAR is also good in that regard. I told you a little, so I'm a scientist, but I'm also in a company and I'm involved in the field of longevity. And I think we need some good tools, and we have a lot of epigenetic age clocks. We have glucan age out here. We have the SUPARnostic, our inflammage calculator. And there's not been a head-to-head comparison. We've done some correlation studies with Dunedin pace, which I personally find is a really important epigenetic clock. But we have developed our own clock. As I showed you the pictures of the facial age and the brain diminishing and increased age by 1.2 years in the highest quintile SUPAR. So how did we do that? How did we develop the inflammage calculator? So basically what is a normal SUPAR level? To do that, we use Danish blood donors. These are not they're quite healthy individuals because they're not allowed to be on medication and have viral diseases and so on. But they're not necessarily longevity individuals, very healthy living. But what we say is that, as you see, SUPAR increases with age. And there's a lack of data after 65 because you cannot be a blood donor after 65. So basically, if your SUPAR level is at the median of a Danish blood donor, then we will give you the same biological age and chronological age. And so we developed this kind of biological age indicator based on this. And in this case, we have a 50-year-old woman with a SUPAR of 2.1. That's lower than a blood donor, of a 50-year-old Danish blood donor. So that means that she has lower chronic inflammation, and then the algorithm says you have, your biological age, which is, for me, how far are you from dying and disease? That's what biological age is all about, right? And you only age by 0.93 per year. But a 50-year woman could also come in with an elevated SUPAR that's higher than blood donors. And this would mean, you will get a higher biological age. And we've done this because it's hard to explain nanograms per mil and so on. Clients in longevity clinics, where we have a lot of experience, as many longevity clinics use our test. It's more easy to explain to the clients using a biological age. And I think it's very motivating also for your lifestyle. And having developed a biological age also gives us an opportunity to look how many years does whatever lifestyle. We all know about lifestyle. And I must admit, yesterday I had this wonderful longevity meal with Agris and some of the people here. And she defined the longevity meal. And for me, that was really important because look at the data we have here. We have more than 5,000 individuals. We developed a dietary quality score in Denmark. And it's based on food quality, fish, vegetables, fruit, and all fat, and all these things that we have in our diet. And the more points you get, the healthier you eat, right? And so you can actually see here we have taken into consideration a person, who eats average, and if you see if you eat unhealthy, which is like only get 1 point, you're actually 3 years older in your chronic inflammation. And there's a linear association with how healthy you eat and your level of chronic inflammation. So I would really recommend everybody to try the Agris longevity menu one day. But it's really important what we eat, and it can affect your life with like 5 years. And that's actually as much as the difference between smoking and not smoking. So another really important factor is exercise. So if you exercise, and in this case we had some professional athletes and so on. They were, only 35 of them, but they were actually many years younger than the normal person, averaging, taking walks and riding their bicycle to work and so on. But also a very, 5, 6 years in difference with our exercise in our level of chronic inflammation and our biological age. So, I mean, it's really, there's no doubt that both cardio exercise and the muscles, which produce myokines, which are anti-inflammatory, are more and more, even when you're young, but it's more and more important the older you get. And if we looked at the data again for the individuals who stopped smoking, you would see they could actually gain like 4 or 5 years in 4 weeks. So that's interesting that it's a very stable biomarker in your blood, but still responsive to interventions. And there was a recent study on 51 randomized controlled trials looking at 15 different epigenetic clocks and doing a lifestyle intervention, and many of them don't capture it. Even though you do something that's apparently good for your health, they're not really captured by the epigenetic clocks. The Dunedin pace, however, actually was good in capturing it. When we talk about health span, I mean, it's very important, and I think much more important than lifespan, but it's not only about that, having a low chronic inflammation or a low biological age. So I worked in the ED for many years, and many of my students have done. We're very focused on the emergency medicine setting and how can we help patients. And what we discovered is that if you have a low chronic inflammation, if your biological age is lower than your chronological age, when you get diseased, and we all will, then you really don't get, you have a more robustness. You don't get as sick as people who have higher biological age than their chronological age. And you also recover. Your resilience is better, you recover faster. So it's also about that. Keeping in good shape is also about when you get diseased. And it is important, I mean, this is just data. When you come to the ED, we see, people in 3 months, if they have a super above 10 when they come, they are not resilient, and half of them have died. And there's a very strong linear association between how good the chronic inflammation, the super, you are able to cope with disease, and your risk of even short-time mortality. And this, of course, became really important during COVID-19, where we also quite quickly set up an international consortium investigating cytokine storm and inflammation biomarkers in COVID-19. And we discovered that super was, if you have high chronic inflammation and you get the virus, you have high risk of ending up in respiratory failure. So we very quickly were able to discharge patients with a low super because they never ended up in, none of them developed respiratory failure and needing mechanical ventilation. But 20% of the patients who had a super above 6 before they really got ill of their COVID, but they were SARS coronavirus positive, 20% of them would end up in mechanical ventilation. So we decided to close down their immune system using an IL-1 receptor antagonist. And we were able to really lower by 2/3 people progressing to more severe disease. And that actually became the first biomarker-guided, super-guided anakinra for an infectious disease approved by the FDA and EMA. So I've shown you some of the data, but we have also shown data on social isolation, on life stressors, and all these kind of things, because with super we can finally measure more subtle things and how they influence chronic inflammation, because it's such a good, stable biomarker of chronic inflammation. And having a lower super, of course, lowers your risk of all these things that you have on the right. So with that, I would tell a little bit. This was a test that we did. It gives you kind of an information on can you handle the life you are living now? How's your level of chronic inflammation? And it's a hallmark of aging, but I think we heard many speeches here, including chronic inflammation as something that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, just one quick question.
Thank you. Very quick and practical question. If I go back to Germany tomorrow and I phone my laboratory doctor and say, include SUPA to my longevity analysis, can he do it, or I have to send it to Copenhagen?
No. I mean, you can do it in Germany. There are German distributors in Germany and laboratories in Germany that you send your test to. And they provide you back with a report of your biological age and also advice for your client. And do we have the Latvian distributor? Violeta, yeah. And then we can do that in Latvia, right?
Where the laboratory is based and already tests is being validated and set up.
Okay.
The name of laboratory is Genotypus. They have a booth over there, just nearby our SUPAR stand. Please come.
You have a question? Can I have time for one more?
I mean, like, great and fascinating. I mean, like, what you are doing, and one of the clock that we can use, and it's validated on not enormous amount of data, but focused on. My question is, first of all, I've seen that in your publications, yes, there is nanograms, so it means it's a little bit different scope. So we are looking on levels, right?
Yeah.
So, and levels, we are trying to correlate with the aging per se. So my question is, for instance, we want to try to initiate clinical trial, and I see that you showed that we can use it in cardiovascular system, measurement of cardiovascular aging per se.
Yeah.
So the question is, what exactly we can use in clinical trials? So nanograms, or we can even use technology that you've already created as a, for instance, primary endpoint, and how we, for instance, we will try to calculate the statistical power. Because to implement therapeutics, we need something to start with.
Yes, I agree, and I hope really, as a companion diagnostic, we are doing different trials. We're doing a Physitin trial in Denmark right now. The primary endpoint is after 4 months, randomized control, of course, whether it lowers your SUPAR in nanograms per mil, because it's a paired t-test, right? It's the same individual, so you would do a paired t-test. And we also are in progress, if we are allowed to do a rapamycin trial, where the primary endpoint is whether you lower SUPAR, because SUPAR is associated with accelerated aging. And in longevity trials, it's difficult. We have to wait maybe 40 years to see if some supplement or something is working. So I hope that, we have already done a lot of pharmacological trials. We haven't done GLP-1 yet, but that's really also something that we are hoping to do very soon. But that SUPAR can be a good endpoint in clinical trials. And that's one thing, but there's also the other thing that maybe the drug works on people with high chronic inflammation and not low, so you can do sub-analysis after you've done your clinical trial. Because, for instance, in Denmark, we did, if I have 1 minute, but we did we had in the 90s a really big question: can the government go in and give something to people that could lower their risk of developing diseases? Because diseases are really at high cost for society, particularly the last years. So they did a large clinical trial where they asked normal people, middle age without disease, and they were randomized to getting information and being part of just the first study, or the other arm where they got dietary consults, so they got free fitness cards, they got smoking cessation courses and so on. And they were followed for 10 years, and the results were published in the British Medical Journal and showed no difference. Then I got hold of all these samples and I said, well, if you do all those things, it will only help if you have high chronic inflammation. And we looked at the highest quartiles in the controls and the intervention arm, and yes, there was a significant difference. If you have a risk, then intervention helps. But if you don't have a risk in 10 years, it dilutes the whole study, right? So that's also a way that including biomarkers in your baseline study in pharmaceutical or longevity trials can improve the possibly success of the trial. Of course, a drug company wants a drug to work for everybody, but we in this room know that's not the future. We need personalized medicine. One drug will not work for all. So you need to, and maybe that biomarker could be helpful also. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll continue with Dr. Scott Parkinson from aquabella.eu, Latvia, who will speak about microbiome, a pharmaceutical approach to longevity and disease prevention.
Great, thanks very much for the invitation to come and tell you a little bit about what we're trying to do at Aquabella. I think we've covered a lot of different things, talking about nutrition, lifestyle, pharmaceutical approaches, and I think I'll touch on a few different aspects of all these things. So when we started the company with my two Latvian founders, Monta, who's here with me today, and Chris, it was right in the middle of COVID. And we saw this phrase an awful lot, safe and effective. And why did they say safe and effective? Why didn't they say effective and safe? I think because they need to convince people that this is good for them. And so it really focuses on the consumer. What do people who take drugs want? You know, do they want side effects? Do they want to be able to live longer? Do they want to have quality of life? And I think what we sort of realized with the whole COVID situation was that the consumer of the drugs really wasn't being looked at and looking at them to take them as the priority. Because in reality, pharmaceutical industry, you have a new technology, you develop it, you do the preclinical studies, you go in, you do all the safety stuff and try to make it as safe as possible. And what does safety mean in that context? Well, safe for a cancer drug is much different than safe, say, for somebody who has IBS. In one case, your safety profile is a very low barrier. In the other one, you know, safety is basically one of the priority things as you're developing drugs. With pharmaceutical industry, it's very much focused one drug, one target. So you have, you know, whatever your target is, you develop assays, cell-based assays, you have an mRNA, you have an antibody, you have a small molecule, it doesn't matter what it is. If it treats or prevents disease, it's a pharmaceutical product. And so is a single target for, if we consider aging, if we consider, you know, the average American, they have between 3 and 4 chronic diseases simultaneously. Is it realistic, if you think about aging, that you have a single target for all of these different chronic conditions? We didn't think it was. So what we tried to do is to go back to the safe and effective. So we made safety a non-negotiable. We said, this is going to be 100% safe. And then we wanted to show that it was effective. And so when you're considering safety, we considered the safest thing is food. And so what was our strategy? Our strategy was to look at the microbiome as an organ. And our approach was to create an environment in the intestine that would optimize the production of bioactive molecules by the microbiome. And so we have essentially what's considered, would be considered a food product. You drink it. It can be in other forms, but you drink it. It changes the environment of those microbes so that they start supporting our health. And so the first study that we did was a mouse infection study with influenza. We looked at the usual endpoints. We had oseltamivir, Tamiflu, positive control. Looked at clinical scores, H&E staining of the lungs, and applied these different formulations to look at whether or not they were safe, but could we make them effective? And so basically one of the formulations that we looked at, AQB003, which you can see here, actually improved survival of 50% of the mice. So in the baseline case, 100% of the mice died, and so we supported the resistance to infection for 50% of those. And when you looked at the histology of the lung images, you can see at the top right, this was AQB003, and basically the lungs were better even than the state that they were with the oseltamivir. So if we look at the lung histology scores, this was done in a blind manner by the trained pathologist, oblivious to what the experimental design was. Basically, AQB003 protected the lungs just as well as Tamiflu. And that was despite them having the same viral load as the baseline. So they have 10 times the viral load, but the lungs are in as good a condition as if they didn't have the virus. So we demonstrated that these products were safe, that they were effective at least to prevent infection. And what we really wanted to look at next was a couple questions. So number one, it works in a mouse. That's great. Is it going to work in a human? That's a big question. And also, we understood the mechanism of action of how these things were working. And so we knew that if it worked in prevention of infection, it would also work in other indications such as diabetes. So we did a human pilot looking at different formulations. We used continuous glucose monitoring, finger prick assay for fasting blood glucose, blood oxygenation readouts on a single healthy individual. And the results supported what we saw with the mouse study. So you can see on the left panel, this is the fasting blood glucose. If you look at the group on the left, this is the control. The next one over, AQB003, is the same product we used in the mice, and it actually reduced the fasting blood glucose measurements. If we look in the middle panel, this is the fasting data between 6 and 8 a.m. for the continuous glucose monitoring. You can see again, AQB003 in the second group there significantly lowered the fasting blood glucose measurements. The panel on the right, which is AQB009, has a very similar composition to what 003 did, so it was essentially got the same result. And if we look at the right panel, we saw a significant improvement in glucose variation looking at 003 and 009, along with another one, 024. So we have an approach now, seemed to work in infection, works as well in glucose management. One of the other interesting things we found in the study as well was that 003 and 009 also significantly improved the blood oxygenation in this individual. And these equivalents, this is equivalent to reversing a lifetime of smoking. And the impact of 009 was exceptional. This is the equivalent to living or going to 2,000 meters altitude living and then coming back down to sea level. So we saw about a 1.5% improvement. And I should mention that the improvements in the, sorry, I'm going forward now instead of back. Oh, here, we'll get the right button. I'm giving away my future slides here. So if we looked at the glucose variation, these changes are actually equivalent to what's been reported for GLP-1 agonists. So the improvement that we saw was about 23% improvement in glucose variation. So quite statistically significant, but physiologically significant as well. So how does it work? We next did some in vitro studies looking at healthy human fecal donors. We looked at a multitude of bacterial bioactives that were being produced. We've now identified at least 5 that have recognized impact in immunology, in other diseases, and we saw significant improvements with those that associated with the 003. So we're in the process of finishing the patents on those now. So we started with SAFE. We have a single intervention that activates divergent and concurrent pathways from the gut microbiome that are applicable to multiple indications. And so how do you go forward with this, especially in the context of aging? Because as we hear often, aging is not a disease. And we think one approach is to look at a rare disease application. So while aging isn't a disease, premature aging is. And so there are these rare diseases of premature aging, Hutchinson-Gilford progeria, Werner syndrome, and others, that we've also initiated all the patenting around, that we think could open up the market to this longevity business. So if you think about the GLP-1 story, essentially the Ozempic playbook is what we're looking at. So they've gone in, they've shown that it works for glucose metabolism, for diabetes, but essentially now I don't know what the percentage of the market is, but essentially it's a lifestyle drug. People go in because they want to lose weight, and doctors are prescribing it. And so we're thinking that this might be an avenue to make aging a disease that could then enter and take advantage of this enormous market. So right now we're looking for partners to complete and start actually the preclinical and IND enabling activities towards progeria and Werner syndrome. There's mouse models that reproduce the disease. We know there's an association with the bioactives that we're already seeing with the different cellular-based and also in vivo models that are being there. And so really this is what our next steps are as far as aging goes. And it's really trying to take advantage of a pharmaceutical approach. So that's what I have to say for today. We hope to be able to share more with you in a few months' time, where we really look forward to being able to tell you more about our project, more about what our product is. And yeah, I'm glad to take any questions.
Is there any question? No questions? Okay, then. One question.
Okay. So in that case, we continue with Professor Odon Planinsek from Elblend, Latvia, University of Ljubljana, and he will speak about vine polyphenols, a multi-potential geroprotective treatment.
Thank you. What is pharmacies doing at this conference is the first question, and you may ask. It was yesterday more questionable than today. I represent 2 organizations today. One is Elblend, that has also stand in front of this hall, and this is a company that is developing products from wine that are promoting health. And the second organization is Faculty of Pharmacy from Ljubljana, where the research is performed. And I'm glad to be able to talk about healthy food, healthy wine, healthy products from wine today. As a pharmacist, let's make a few words about pharmacy. Pharmacy is brought spectra of the activities: drug discovery, drug development, drug production, drug dispensing, patient counseling, so on. And where am I here? I consider myself as a pharmaceutical technologist, and pharmaceutical technologist is a person who is developing dosage forms, and they are composed of active ingredients and excipients always, and altogether they enable appropriate application, safety, shelf life, effectiveness of a drug, which can be considered as a drug product, or also, if I talk about today's topic, also a food supplement. There are not big differences. So in correlation to this, I can mention also the longest ever scientific study performed, a little bit longer than you mentioned. It started in 1938. About 400 young men were involved. And the aim of this study was to understand predictors of health, aging, and longevity. But their lives were followed. Also, JFK, as American president, was involved into this study. Participants have been assessed every 2 years using extensive questionnaires, medical records, and interviews, focusing on mental and physical health and so on. The conclusion of the study was that the most, or still is, because study is still going on, I would say, most significant predictor of a long, happy, and healthy life is quality of close relationship rather than genetics or wealth. And connection to this also, I can mention Dr. Lipton, who is spreading the idea that what we think influence how healthy we are. We heard yesterday hormones are being released from our brains, and what mood are we in will influence also our health, especially in the long term. And I think he's also promoting the principle of reprogramming your personality, so you can reprogram yourself to behave a different person. Maybe easiest way to quit smoking. Let's stay with pharmacy for a little bit more, but you know all of this already, more or less. So do we need synthetic molecules to promote longevity? I don't know. But these compounds are being researched. Research, of course, the primary indication, what they have been registered is different, or they've been registered for different indications, and side effects, in fact, show that they can be also researched for longevity purposes. For example, they are being researched to find out if they can postpone development of age-related diseases, of course. So originally they are treating cancer. These first two are better in combination for longevity. They are from the field of diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular treatment, and osteoporosis. Of course, there are many more. I listed few of them. But now let's go to natural substances, namely polyphenols. Polyphenols are among the most potent and well-researched longevity-promoting food components. One can find a lot of studies about how diet influences health. These types of diets are Mediterranean, Nordic, and Okinawan. But they contain not only polyphenols, they have to be also rich in other healthy food components such as healthy fats, fibers, plant proteins, minerals, and vitamins. And we can look at food polyphenols from two different perspectives, I would say. One is that they influence cells. So they have antioxidant action, anti-inflammatory effect, protein DNA effect on telomeres, and promote cellular health. Another perspective is that they influence diseases. So polyphenols protect against cardiovascular diseases, they have anti-cancer effects, neuroprotection effects, influence type 2 diabetes, and are good for health. These results are not absolute or, I mean, strong, right, these claims. But one can find literature and scientific papers where these claims are confirmed to some extent. So results are obtained, as we know, from in vitro studies on animals and humans, of course, but also problematic in my view is also this time that was also mentioned, how long these researches have been performed. Polyphenol content in food can be expressed in numbers. For this purpose, one can use Follin-Chocolat assay. It's a colorimetric method where this reagent is making a reaction with polyphenols, and the color changes. Spectrophotometrically, you measure absorbance, and you get result in milligrams per liter, usually. Equivalent to gallic acid, which means that all the results are compared to standard solution of gallic acid. And here results are expressed a little bit differently per 100 grams, because this is 1 meal should contain, it's more logically to contain 100 grams of a product. And we can see that cocoa powder, black chokeberry, and dark chocolate contain higher amount of polyphenols. And on the list is also red wine, so there is not many food that contain more polyphenols than wine, but the values can vary in wine a lot. What can one see from this table also, that when we choose what to eat, we can focus also on calories. So these foods contain more calories. Wine is at pretty low, give a pretty low value, but alcoholic wine more due to ethanol content than non-alcoholic wine, which is shown on the bottom, because I will talk later also about non-alcoholic wine. So let's go a little bit more deeply into polyphenols. So we can distinguish in wine 3 groups of polyphenols. One is flavonoids, then we have non-flavonoids and polymeric polyphenols. In group of flavonoids, we have same basic structure, which is composed of 3 rings, and then these groups differ in functional groups attached to these rings, and we can distinguish flavonols, flavones, flavanols, anthocyanins, and flavanthriols. These molecules in red, this group of molecules is most responsible for the color of the wine, and this bottom right table group of molecules is usually to a certain extent polymerized, while on these red molecules are form ester with glucose. Almost in every group you can find one representative that is, or more, that is present in wine in higher content. So besides measuring total polyphenolic content, one can, of course, measure each component separately, but you have at least 200 different molecules in wine. So it's quite difficult to find out which one is responsible for health effects of wine at the moment, I think, of the knowledge that we have. So quercetin is one molecule that is present in higher amount, or malvidin, catechin, epicatechin. In the group of non-flavonoids, we have 3 groups of substances: hydroxybenzoic acid, gallic acid is here representative with higher amount in the wine, hydroxycinnamic acid with caffeic acid as a representative, and stilben group of molecules with resveratrol as a representative, also present in wine. Polymeric polyphenols are the major group present in wine. And these are very complex structure, diverse molecules, very difficult to analyze, and they are not absorbed. There is some hypothesis that certain amount of these molecules are metabolized in gastrointestinal tract, and then they can be absorbed and maybe also have some effect in the circulation. On the left side, you can see comparison to famous small molecules and see the difference in the structure. Here you can see the approximate amount of certain types of molecules in wine, 60 to 80% of polymeric polyphenols, 10 to 5% anthocyanins, and so on. There is quite low amount of resveratrol in wine, in fact. And at the bottom, you can choose wines that in general contain more polyphenols than other varieties of wines. But it depends on the year, on the territory, location, and so on. This is quite old table, but I think it's nice to see that the values of polyphenols in wine can vary a lot. In general, red wine contains 5 times more polyphenols than red wine, but in red wine these numbers can differ for 10 times. So the lowest wine from Croatian wine, highest polyphenol content from Brazilian wine. There is no French wine. We got several French wine in our laboratory, and we got highest value that is not listed here. It's 6,200 for a type of variety of French wine. So one should measure this always when to choose wine for health purposes. And now we came to the main point. If this is true, maybe even I wouldn't agree that no level of consumption is safe. All alcohol increases disease risk. So alcohol increases cancer risk, liver damage. It causes addiction and social harm. Alcohol is addictive and linked to accidents, mental health, and social problems. So L-Blend came to the solution. Solution is already on the market, but you will never find when you buy non-alcoholic wine how much polyphenols it contains. And if you are a longevity enthusiast, this could be important information. So what are we doing at L-Blend? We take high quality red wine with high total phenolic content. We add diet fibers and then make different kinds of products. One is to remove only alcohol and have a liquid drink. Another possibility is to totally remove liquids and get a powder in form of granules, which can be then dissolved in water to get an instant drink. But yes, we have to pay attention also on taste, not just on polyphenol content, because it's quite difficult to find a compromise between these two. I will talk also about here mentioned diet fibers. So to make a solid product, you have to add some excipient, but we add it to every product. Diet fiber is cyclodextrin. It is a cyclic saccharide. I mean 6, 7, or 8 in general cyclodextrin. 6, 7, and 8. They contain 6, 7, or 8 glucose monomers in a cyclic structure. We decided for alpha cyclodextrin instead of beta or gamma. The structure is that it looks like ring. Inside of this ring is lipophilic, outside is hydrophilic. You have a lot of drugs, certain number of drugs on the market with these excipients, because excipients form complexes with poorly soluble components, and these complexes then have better solubility than the pure substance that is included. So for many polyphenols, gallic acid, also resveratrol and some others, it is known that solubility in water is quite low. So when we remove the ethanol, then we also decrease the solubility of some polyphenols. So making a complex solve this disadvantage. Cyclodextrin has also a health claim approved by European Food and Safety Authority, contributes to the reduction of postprandial glycemic responses. Cyclodextrin have also some other health benefits, reduction of triglycerides after high fat containing meals. In the middle-aged overweight people, alpha-cyclodextrin can reduce weight and low density lipids level. And last but not least, literature confirms that cyclodextrin has also prebiotic activity. In company, we are not now a group of 2 or 3, I would say, but we have also some advisors. We have Tetiana, who is responsible for good taste confirmation, and we collaborate with Professor Fragopoulou from Athens. She made some in vitro studies. These studies were about, or aims of this several aims of this study were antiplatelet, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant action of wine-dried powders, and also comparison to corresponding wines. And conclusion of these results that we are planning to publish are that powders exhibit equal, in some cases, a little bit greater biological activity compared to the corresponding wines. Alpha-cyclodextrin appears to be inactive in this case, and also mixture of the most active powders with vitamin C display similar activity to the powder alone. So I believe we don't lose activity when we produce our products. At the end, I would like to emphasize that I think it's worth to prolong or extend research in this field. So researching wine products without alcohol in combination with cyclodextrin. I will finish with 2 thoughts. I think that we all agree that we don't want to live forever, as Freddie Mercury sang 40 years ago, and that we can, in general, as a human species, as John Lennon sang 40 years ago again, to fight for better life of everyone, trying to influence suffering of anyone on this planet. And at the end, I would like to say, Paldies, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Planinsek. Does anyone have a question? Very quick question. One, okay.
Which one do you prefer? Old one, very expensive and very exclusive, or cheap new wine, but with better polyphenols?
Yeah, I mean, our research that we performed till now, we are working about a year and a half. We measured quite high number of wines. You can find a high amount of polyphenols, sometimes also in cheap wines, usually not. It would be nice to have a number on the bottle, right? But if the older wines usually have a higher content of polyphenols, but I think it depends on the grape type, location, season. So the answer is not so straightforward, I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to invite everyone to our lunch. It will be in the second floor, and we will come back at 2:30 and continue the presentations. Thank you and enjoy the meal.
The lunch will be for 15 minutes, not 1 hour, because we're behind our schedule.
Ilia, thank you very much, and to all those involved in organizing this great meeting, which I'm proud to be part of. I hope something will appear on the screen. Usually does. Okay, excellent, excellent. So as Ilia said, I'm here to talk about regulatory pathways for what we see as some very interesting emerging therapies in the field of healthy longevity. A little bit about my background, it isn't important, but I guess the key thing at the top is I've worked in therapeutics, diagnostics, informatics, AI. And so I see some of these things coming together in the era of precision health. Because my sweet spot is this intersection between precision health, these tools for personalized prediction, diagnosis, and intervention. We've heard about some of those. Longevity science, which we've heard a lot about, science of aging, advancing and becoming more mainstream. And artificial intelligence. I have a company that applies, or in fact, 2 companies that apply artificial intelligence in this field, which is, of course, as we all know, leaping ahead and enabling complex data analysis and so on. So I see, as these 3 fields come together, enormous potential for rapid advances in our ability to predict and then to intervene in the development of the diseases of aging, and doing so on a very personalized basis. So here's what I'd like to cover. I want to start with what I call the 10 wicked issues, with apologies for anybody who's heard this bad news story before. So there's a lot of excitement in this field. It's expressed in all the presentations we've heard. But we frankly sometimes ignore what I call 10 wicked issues that can hold us back. We're working, a lot of us, on the first one, which is finding and filling the gaps in the science base. We really don't understand the underlying mechanisms of aging. We have these hallmarks, but they're more symptoms than they are the causative elements. Whether you think that somatic mutation of the genome is the underlying cause. Anyway, there is still a lot to discover about the science base. And therefore, there's a lot to discover about which mechanisms of aging we should prioritize. We've seen a couple of talks on the biomarkers of aging to measure impact of therapies. We need to construct rigorous clinical trials to demonstrate what works and for whom. In order to do that, we'll need networks of professionally managed protocol-driven clinics that we can trust to conduct these trials. But if we get all of that right, we still have to shape regulatory attitudes, policies, and practices for the timely approval of healthy longevity innovations. And that's what I want to talk about. But unless we get that right, we won't be able to get reimbursement, because all the reimbursement authorities expect you to have regulatory approval. So imagine a magic wand, and we have a convenient daily oral therapy. It reduces biological age by 5 years, and therefore we expect it to reduce the risk of age-related chronic disease by at least 50%. We take it to the regulators, they shrug their shoulders, and we leave. It's not approvable today. So therefore, people who are developing longevity therapies, what they call longevity therapies, actually target specific diseases. And we've seen examples of that even this morning in the presentations. I won't go to all of these, but Unity, Rubido, Life, Elysium, in silico medicine, these have become quite famous potential unicorns in this field. But what do? They're targeting osteoarthritis, inflammatory skin disease, ischemic optic neurotherapy, glaucoma, COPD, and IPF. They're not targeting the underlying causes of any of those diseases. Because here are the barriers. Aging is not seen as a disease. We've had this conversation with the WHO. Lots of people have had this conversation with regulatory agencies. It's not seen as a disease, and in the eyes of regulators and politicians and others, it's just a natural process that we are trying to intervene in. And of course, to demonstrate reduction in chronic diseases, let alone lifespan, takes decades. Now, there are no surrogate markers that are widely accepted as predictors of age-related chronic disease. We have a lot of biomarkers. I think yesterday somebody quoted 450 biomarkers that they routinely run in Singapore. So it's no shortage of markers. But in terms of the marker or the small panel of markers that everybody accepts as predictors of age-related chronic disease, we're not there yet. And of course, regulations that I've already said are written around the treatment of diseases, not the prevention of diseases. But we have some good news hidden here. Firstly, regulators have approved what are effectively preventive treatments, antihypertensive, statins, and so on, that reduce cardiovascular risk. And so just with evidence on epidemiology, these markers, these drugs against the markers that you can measure, like cholesterol, HDL, and so on, these are enough for the regulators to approve it because high blood pressure is seen as a condition. High lipids are seen as a condition, and these are treatments for condition, although, of course, the real benefit is the long-term reduction of cardiovascular disease. But of course, as usual in the world of regulation, it's not consistent, consistent across the world, and people are grappling with this issue. They're not ignoring it. I just was exchanging emails with someone from the EMA that is working on this issue in Europe, and various European countries, particularly the UK and Spain, have got enough R&D in regenerative medicine that they are pushing to use hospital exemptions that do not require regulatory approval. And the same is happening in a number of other countries. In Japan and Korea, cell therapy, regenerative medicine products, they have advanced their regulatory systems. Panama, Costa Rica have fairly permissive, although they would say well-regulated regimes. And the new news is that different parts of the United States, which are not anywhere in the Gulf of America, the arrow has got moved somehow, Florida, Nevada, and Utah, now allow non-FDA-approved stem cell therapies because local leadership think it's a good thing. Mexico, the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and the Bahamas have become major health tourism destinations for unapproved therapies, and other parts of Latin America, South America also offer stem cell therapies. If you want something that's unapproved, you can go and get it somewhere if you're rich enough and you're prepared to fly there, but that's not a situation that any of us want to see continuing forever. Now, put yourself in the shoes of a regulator. There's obviously a spectrum of regulatory risk. On the left-hand side, we don't have to regulate exercise and nutrition. There are non-invasive interventions. But repurposed drugs, either singly or in combination, there's some very interesting combinations of already approved drugs that have strong safety data. The FDA, the EMA, MHRA can get their minds around that, not too difficult. New chemical entities, and we'll talk about in a moment some of those, with demonstrated safety data. Again, regulators know how to deal with that as long as we can overcome their resistance to the idea of aging as a condition. Then we come to things like cell therapies and exosome therapies that are often poorly characterized. They're not always poorly characterized, but these are intrinsically difficult to characterize in a consistent way. And therefore, the regulators will look at the processes by which these have been created, the facilities from which they come. And then gene therapies at the higher risk end of this. And some of us were at a meeting recently that somebody was presenting the fact that if people at our stage should have 4 or 5 different gene therapies, and who knows how they will interact. The follistatin is one that some people have found very helpful. But you can imagine a regulator saying the idea of 4 or 5 administered gene therapies at the same time, no thank you. So we have to deal with a spectrum of these risks. So what needs to change? I believe that aging itself needs to become a prime and modifiable risk factor recognized by the regulators. I believe we will need a few surrogate markers for the aging process. And I'm really enthusiastic, I have to say, I'm not sure whether he's here, but the SUPAR presentation before the break, here's an example of a marker that seems to really do the job in terms of picking up inflammation, chronic inflammation. So a few markers like that everybody agrees are pretty good measures of the aging process. We need to conduct these rigorous RCT trials, randomized controlled trials, to show the impact of anti-aging therapies on those markers. And we need some kind of mechanism for provisional approval, because we need to measure things in the longer term in terms of outcomes, because we'll follow up to show that they predict a slower and lower emergence of chronic disease. So we need to get the regulators' minds around this whole process, because as we see, I mean, we've seen this chart on the top right so many times, even in this meeting, age itself is the strongest risk factor for age-related diseases. GLP-1 receptor agonists, great presentation from Marek this morning. I think they have started to break the mold in terms of regulation, because although they were approved for obesity, which is seen as a condition, even though it's only a risk factor, in my view, we see all of those things that GLP-1 receptor agonists on the left-hand side seem to do for our physiology. And therefore, on the right-hand side, we see the different potential changes to the organs that are involved in the diseases of aging. And I won't need to go through all of that because we've seen it, but everything from myocardial contractility to central nervous system operation, brain dementia, and so on, seem to be beneficially affected by these GLP-1 receptor agonists. And I don't believe they are the last word on this. There's a lot of work going on LRP3 inhibitors, and that's around the inflammasome. A couple of you, I think, will know a little bit more about this than I do. But these are multi-protein complexes in the innate immune system, very much involved in the activation of inflammatory responses. We know exactly pretty well what these NLRP3s do. We know the connection between chronic and acute inflammation and the various conditions and organs that inflammation affects. And we have now quite a portfolio of potential inhibitors. So we have the ability to take one or more of these inhibitors and develop them against the different inflammatory conditions, but also potentially against the reduction in inflammation that will affect all of these conditions. So what should we do? And I'm getting towards the end of this because I'd like a little time for discussion. Could one or more of the Baltic countries take a lead in the process of regulatory change? I don't mean they should secede from the EMA, but could they take some steps that put them in the forefront? Could Latvia do it? Could Lithuania do it? Could the Baltics do it? Could the Nordic-Baltic axis do it? In order that leadership can be demonstrated, because it may not come from the larger and more complex countries. How far can we use hospital or other exemptions in the meantime to allow more progressive practices? Which opinion leaders will carry most weight locally and internationally? And you will see on the right-hand side that really charming man, RFK Jr. I've yet to see a photograph of him smiling or looking particularly attractive, but he's now in charge of this whole arena in the United States. Will the turmoil that he has unleashed at the FDA, the CDC, the HHS, be helpful or harmful? He is in favor, I think, of this whole field of healthy longevity. But of course, his first actions have been completely reverse of that, because he's anti-vaccines, which is about the most effective preventive therapy you can imagine. So where does the US fit in this? And what groups of experts or influencers do we need to drive discussion on a global basis? Just a quick point here, that just as the precision medicine demonstrates that not all medicines work on all people. Slowing or reversing aging will not be the matter of a silver bullet, a single silver bullet. We'll need combinations of therapies and lifestyle change. And we have the help of AI to help personalize the regimens. And digital twins is going to be a very interesting application of AI, both to explain the individualization of this and motivating patients. But these tools themselves will need device regulation. I just want to play this, if I can figure out how to do that. No, never mind. So here's coming to the end and hopefully leaving a couple of minutes for interventions from the audience. We need a disciplined approach to modify regulatory systems. We can't just sit here and hope that they will change. I'd like to think that the Baltics may be able to take a lead in that process. So I think we need to assemble, and today I announce that I am assembling a group of experts to start this journey. Leading regulators from progressive agencies, people I know, but people you know perhaps too. Companies that have therapies in the pipeline and can therefore see an incentive to solve this problem. Experts in relevant disciplines, particularly in things like biomarkers and biological characterization of cell therapies and so on. Experts in regulatory law and a communicator, relevant authoritative journalist, e.g. from Nature Medicine. I think we need a sensible and focused approach on doing this. My only statement is I have pioneered regulatory change in the past. I led the group that created adaptive development in Europe, the ability to be able to give early conditional approval and then collect data after that, which of course is exactly what we did with the COVID vaccines. So the concept of adaptive development fits into this, as long as we can persuade people to give provisional approval for a therapy on the basis of the impact it makes on the processes of aging. So thank you for that. Well, thank you for your attention, but I really welcome any comments about how we tackle this process.
Thank you. So, time for 2 questions.
Unfortunately, I will ask 2 questions. But for my first question is quite pragmatic. So, for instance, we currently, most probably, we have no time to evaluate MACE criteria and mortality all-cause for many of interventions, for instance, SGLT2, GLP-1, etc. And it takes an enormous amount of funding for that. For instance, just to make a SGLT trial, you need 100 million for all hard endpoints. So the first question is, how we establish this funding resource that will go towards large trials, because we have an unsuccessful example of TAME trial. It's the first one. It's the first question. And it goes from the regulatory side, because who will pay for that? Because companies will not pay for generic medications, is the first one. The second is how we can standardize primary endpoints in longevity settings. For instance, we have enormous amount of clinical clocks, epigenetic clocks, transcriptomic clocks, enormous amount. How exactly we can define them, use them, and after that, how regulatory, I mean, like, we can use it in academic settings, but how exactly regulatory looks on that? Thank you.
Two excellent points. Let me take the second one first. You may or may not know there are at least a couple of international initiatives on a biomarker consortia to try and solve that problem. I think it's getting easier. I mean, I talked about the SUPAR biomarker. There are a number of others. I think we could all write down 3 or 4 that we would trust. I think the epigenetic clocks are a particular problem because we've been incredibly, what's the right word, good at producing large numbers of these. We just have to pick one, but recognize it is actually not a very, very good measure of biological age. Funding. So we saw this morning metformin. I don't think anybody will fund the TAME trial because it is a generic medicine. But what I'm saying is we have a number of drugs in the pipeline here that will be patentable proprietary prescription therapies. So those companies will certainly have the incentive, particularly if they link up with large pharma companies and the ability they have. So I don't think funding has a particular problem, is a particular problem area in solving this.
Yeah, I have many questions and remarks, but I was told it was prohibited to make too much, so too many. So just one, you had one interesting slide with countries concerning clinical trials, and I took a picture and I didn't see Australia, and I heard that it was one of the best places. So my question is, what about Australia? What about Prospera Honduras? And maybe, is there a website somewhere, I never could find that, with kind of a comparison between places in the world for, let's say, radical clinical trials?
I'm not aware of a website, but I think it would be a good idea. You know, I would just put myself the question into perplexity and have reasonable trust of what comes out. Australia is not a bad place to conduct clinical trials. I'm not aware, but maybe you may be aware of any particular regulatory flexibilities associated with in this way. Yeah.
It's supposed to go really faster and relatively cheaper.
Okay, that I believe. Trials could be going faster and cheaper, but would the regulatory approval of them be different?
Thank you. I'm sorry, no more time for questions. Otherwise, the next event will start before this has finished. So the next speaker is Professor Zenfira Gadimova from Institute of Physiology of Azerbaijan, and Dr. Gulshan Taghiyeva and Professor Naila Ahmadova from Gerontological Center of Baku, Azerbaijan, and they will speak about the vulnerability of the bioelectrical activity of the heart in older patients to the impact of COVID-19.
Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone from Azerbaijan, the land of longevity, and from Caucasus region. First of all, I want to express our gratitude, special gratitude to organizers to inviting us this conference. Especially our esteemed colleague Ilia Stambler. Thank you so much. Then I want to introduce our presentation for your attention. Since 2019, the COVID pandemic has emerged as a rapidly developing global crisis. To date, over 778 million people worldwide have been infected with severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, with approximately 1 million fatalities reported according to World Health Organization statistics from August 2025. Primarily, SARS-CoV-2 negatively impacts the immune system, disrupting the organism's physiological functions and adaptive compensatory mechanisms, accelerating the aging process, and in some cases leading to death. Preliminary studies indicate that significant alterations in the cardiovascular system are associated with the heightened prevalence of cardiac arrhythmias among the elderly and senile individuals infected with COVID-19. Infection with SARS-CoV-2 may increase the risk of damage to cardiac myocytes and the subsequent development of arrhythmias. In our research, focusing on elderly and senile patients, we obtained important results by analyzing various forms of arrhythmias resulting from disorders in the heart's automaticity and conduction pathways. Our studies indicate that significant change in the cardiovascular system in elderly and senile age groups infected with coronavirus are associated with a high background of cardiac arrhythmias. Both atrial and ventricular arrhythmias, in which cardiac automaticity is weakened, have been observed in both elderly and senile women and men infected with COVID-19. This change is clearly visible in the duration, amplitude, and number of features of the P wave and QRS complex. Coronavirus infection is more likely to result in cardiac complications such as hypertrophic change, cardiomyopathy, dilatation, myocarditis, various forms of arrhythmias, and sudden cardiac death, unfortunately. Therefore, in order to assess the general physiological condition and bioelectrical activity of older people infected with coronavirus, an electrocardiogram is recommended along with other important parameters in connection with the need to monitor the duration of intervals on the ECG, voltage, amplitude, and segment length. Material and methods. The study conducted at the Gerontological Center of Baku, Ministry of Health of the Azerbaijan Republic, involved two groups based on gerontological age classification: elderly individuals aged 60 to 74 years and senile individuals aged 75 to 89 years. Both infected and uninfected participants were included in the research. A total of 221 participants took part in the study, comprising 47 men and 174 women. It is hypothesized that COVID-19 may lead to myocardial injury through various mechanisms, including direct infection of myocardial cells, vascular inflammation, and thromboembolism. Hospitalized patients with acute COVID-19 infection have been found to experience both atrial and ventricular arrhythmias associated with impaired cardiac automaticity. The primary objective of our study is to investigate cardiac automaticity functions, focusing on conditions such as atrial fibrillation, bradyarrhythmia, tachyarrhythmia, extrasystola, especially ventricular extrasystola. Also, atrioventricular blocks, supraventricular blocks, and various types of his bundle branch blocks. Additionally, we aim to assess the risk of arrhythmias and examine the relationship between the dynamics of these arrhythmias and mortality in the older population. Analysis of the data reveals that elderly women exhibited significantly higher arterial blood pressure values compared to the senile age group of women. Specifically, systolic, diastolic, and pulse arterial pressure increased significantly compared to older individuals. Electrocardiography remains one of the most accessible and practical methods for evaluating cardiovascular alteration in individuals who have recovered from COVID-19. This is primarily due to the technical simplicity and widespread availability of ECG investigation, as well as the possibility of native interpretations of the obtained results. In elderly individuals, assessment bioelectrical activity of the heart revealed that myocardial hypertrophic changes, ischemic injuries, myocardial infarctions, carrying signs, coronary insufficiency, impaired myocardial perfusion, and various types of arrhythmias were more frequently observed in both examined age groups among those who had contracted COVID-19 compared to those who non-infected. These findings reflect the detrimental effects of coronavirus on the myocardial muscle, its function, and the cardiac conditions system responsible for regulating automaticity, particularly in older adults. In our study of bioelectrical activity in the heart, we examined various types of myocardial damage, including previous myocardial infarction, post-infarct scar symptoms, coronary insufficiency, and weakened blood supply to the myocardium. We also investigated different types of arrhythmias, particularly his bundle blocks, right and left, in both elderly and senile patients infected with COVID-19. Interestingly, in both age groups, these cardiac issues were found more prevalent in individuals compared to who were not infected with COVID-19. This observation suggests that the SARS-CoV-2 virus may contribute to myocardial damage in elderly individuals, affecting not only the myocardial muscle, but also the nodes that regulate cardiac automaticity. Along with many changes in the bioelectric activity of the heart, paroxysmal ventricular tachycardia, sinus bradycardia, atrial fibrillation, extrasystolas, rhythm disorders associated with conduction disorders, sinoauricular blocks, AV blocks, and also various types of his bundle blocks are manifested. In addition, during the study of bioelectric activity of the heart of elderly and senile individuals, significant changes in intervals, segments, amplitudes, and voltages were observed in the ECG indicators. These changes mainly dominated in the ECG leads, reflecting the activity of the right atrium and right ventricle of the heart. Thus, low voltage ECG was observed in 41% of elderly individuals and 35% of the senile age groups. In addition, prolonged QT syndrome, QRS complex widening, and various T wave changes have been observed in both the elderly and senile age groups infected with COVID-19. These are diagrams about QT interval. During the analysis of important blood parameters, it was found that both elderly and senile individuals infected with the COVID-19 infection, significant changes were observed in erythrocyte sedimentation rate, prothrombin time and index, D-dimer, CRP, C-reactive protein, ALT and IST indicators, basic indicators of leukocyte formula, total cholesterol, and LDL parameters. CRP analysis is considered that important parameter in the diagnosis of inflammatory and infectious diseases, especially the diagnosis of inflammatory and infectious diseases, especially cardiovascular diseases, and in monitoring the dynamics of treatment. It was observed that amount of this protein slightly increased in people from both age groups infected with COVID-19 infection compared to healthy people. In addition, the global pandemic and the related bans have had a significant and serious impact on the health and general physiological condition of elderly and senile individuals. And one of the factors of concern is the effect on the level of vitamin D in the blood serum in this population. Based on the final results on our study on monitoring vitamin D levels, it can be noted that in elderly and senile individuals infected with COVID-19 infection, vitamin D levels were lower than normal. Thus, the negative impact of COVID-19 infection on the bioelectric activity of the heart and myocardial muscle in gerontological age groups creates the basis of the emergence and development of many cardiovascular pathologies, thereby accelerating the aging process of the organism at the organ, tissue, and cellular levels. All these changes in the older organism due to the impact of COVID-19 infection may result in an acceleration of the aging process, in increase in sudden death, and a decrease in the longevity index in the near future. Acute form forms of arrhythmias resulting from disruptions in cardiac automaticity may not only be a direct consequence of COVID-19 infection, but also the product of age-related conditions such as neurosis, arterial hypertension, diabetes mellitus, obesity, arthritis, and other systemic diseases. In addition, prolonged QT interval is a more common finding, especially in elderly patients who were infected COVID-19 infection. Regarding the biomarker profile, our analysis reveals that elderly individuals who experienced 2 or more infection of COVID-19 exhibited elevated levels of certain critical blood parameters. Specifically, concentration of troponin, D-dimer, and CRP were significantly higher in this group compared to others. Protecting cardiovascular health in older adults recovering from COVID-19 requires a targeted and comprehensive approach. Age-related physical changes combined with the potential cardiovascular complications of SARS-CoV-2 infection can increase the risk of adverse outcomes in this population. Therefore, the development of specific evidence-based recommendations for the elderly is essential. Given that older adults represent a particularly vulnerable group, ongoing medical supervision, including regular assessments such as ECG, CRP, D-dimer levels, and lipid panels is critical. Post-COVID syndrome should be closely monitored, and management should include strict control of blood pressure and glycemic level, take measures against blood clots, and the promotion of healthy lifestyle habits, including balanced nutrition, physical activity, adequate sleep, and stress reduction. Long-term cardiovascular care is vital to mitigating the potential cycle of COVID-19 in this age group. With continuous monitoring, appropriate medical management, and lifestyle interventions, many adverse cardiovascular outcomes may be prevented or minimized. Future research should focus on elucidating the long-term effects of COVID-19 on cardiovascular function in older population to inform clinical guidelines and improve patients' outcomes. These are our patients' ECG. We observed different types of different types of arrhythmias. For example, sinus bradycardia, atrial fibrillation, also his bundle blocks. In other patient who was born in 1956, she is a woman in Baku. She also infected patients COVID-19. She has also atrial fibrillation, left and right, also left atrial and ventricular hypertrophy, and other changes, other disorders. These are our patients, elderly and senile age groups. At the end, I wish all of you healthy longevity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your speech. Just one, we have time for one question. If anybody wants to ask a question to Professor Zenfira Gadimova.
I have a question. You know, this bothered me throughout COVID. It's so obvious that COVID affects all the people, that all the people are most vulnerable. Still, there wasn't enough attention paid to the improvement of health of all the people. We understood that they have to be isolated, but not that the health should be improved. Is it your experience as well in Azerbaijan? How can we change the situation? You know, why are all the people's health ignored?
Thank you so much for your questions, dear Ilia Stambler. I work at the Institute of Physiology, but my research works I spent at the Gerontological Center of Baku. I am biologist, but there works doctors of Azerbaijan. We together studied this problem. They have a sport complex which infected COVID-19. After then, they take a medicine. Also, they come here in this gerontological center, and they come sport physical activity. How can I say? Yes.
How can I help you?
In this sport gym they take. Also medicine, they take the medicine treatments.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Nida Kourousheri, Institute of Healthy Aging, Abu Dhabi. And she will be speaking on the topic of mapping interest in healthy longevity in UAE, demographics, behavior, and literacy. Thank you. So welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. First of all, thank you to the organizers and also to Ilia for being an excellent host. It's been really interesting learning from different experts in the field in the last 2 days. So my name is Nida. I am from the Department of Health, from the Institute for Healthier Living, Abu Dhabi. Last year, we became the world's first regulator licensed healthy longevity medicine center in the world. Now, today I'm here to discuss the results of a really interesting project that we wrapped up, and this is going to be more on a population health perspective. So again, just to reiterate some of the information that we already know, some things that have already been discussed. Now, in terms of humanity, we have made a huge advancement when it comes to longevity and for lifespan. So starting with just 45 years in the 1950s, our life expectancy is around 73 now. Despite that, we've got 10 years that we live in disease, which is like the health span gap. In the next couple of years, we also know that about 1 in 6 people would be over the age of 60, and then those aged 65 and above would outnumber the ones under the age of 18, which is also really interesting. If you look at the population pyramid and the way it's going to shift, you can see that, let's say in the next couple of decades, those under the age of 4 would be the same proportion as those in their 60s, which is interesting. So if you look at all of these numbers and the change and the coming of the silver tsunami, as we call it, we know this is going to be our future. So the way the world is going to change in terms of our economy, in healthcare, society, in terms of the workforce planning, this is actually going to be our future. So the reason to understand what the public thinks about longevity, about lifespan, about health span is not just interesting when it comes to a research perspective, but it's actually a necessity given how our world is going to change, and that's actually going to impact every one of us in this room. So a first step in this direction was basically a consortium, which was led by the National University of Singapore, also called as the HELO Consortium or the Healthy Longevity Consortium. UAE is among one of the 8 countries who have participated in this. So what we're trying to do over here is understand the public's perspective on lifespan, health span, and the understanding of healthy longevity. There are more countries being added as we speak, and IHL is really proud to represent the UAE in this regard. Now, the way this consortium is held and what we're trying to do over here is basically conduct a survey. Sounds really simple enough, but just to let you know, this was a really extensive survey. There were 75 questions, takes about 25 to 30 minutes of time commitment. We looked at different perspectives. We looked at their demographics, their health status, their lifestyle. We looked at what their knowledge status was. We looked at what their current lifestyle is, what are their opinions of healthy longevity medicine, what do they know, what do they aspire to be, what are their aspirations for their health. So it was a really detailed questionnaire, and we're really grateful to everyone who actually participated in that. Now, our inclusion criteria to be part of our survey was really simple. all we needed was, if you are a UAE resident, at least the age of 21, and you were able to perform, provide your informed consent, you're happy to come. We translated the questionnaire into Arabic, so we had English and Arabic questionnaires just to kind of fit the demographics of the country. And here are some of our results. Now, just to give you a very brief overview of what the demographics look like, majority of our respondents were relatively young. So most of them were in the category between 25 to 45 years of age. 66% were men, so it was heavily male dominant. In terms of ethnicity, majority of them were Arabs, followed by South Asians, with Emiratis comprising about 14% of the population, which is representative of the demographics in the country. Most of them were married, they were parents, and relatively well educated because at least 75% of them had a bachelor's degree or higher. When it comes to health habits, I'm just going to move to the side because I can't see the screen, I'm sorry. So about 75% of them stated that they never drank alcohol, which is not surprising because that's the cultural norm of the country. 21% said that they had a drink at least once a week. 61% said they never smoked. 27% were current smokers. In terms of their physical activity levels, at least 40% of them said they worked out for 30 minutes, 4 days a week or more. 27% of them just worked out maybe not at all or just 1 day a week. And then we asked them a list of statements, and then we asked if they could relate to that or if that applies to them. So the question was, do you eat a healthy diet? And 70% of them said yes. 49% said they visited the dentist regularly. About 74% said, they get good quality sleep. And 48% actually use wearables to track their health metrics. Continuing on that note, 86% of all respondents were insured. Now, you need to understand that in the UAE, it's majority of an expat population. So the government has excellent schemes for the local population, but that doesn't actually apply to everyone. But having health insurance is actually mandatory by law. About 60% of them actually underwent annual screening at least once a year. 36% of them self-paid for these screenings. Now, this is essential to know because generally healthcare, if you're paying out of pocket, is extremely expensive. About 27% of them reported that they were taking medications prescribed by their doctors. 47% of them took herbal or vitamin supplements. Now, if you look at the BMI, so this was a really interesting result that we found. About 50% of our population was either overweight or obese. But when it comes to self-reporting of chronic disease, because again, this was a survey, all of these results were self-reported, only 15% of them reported that they had at least one chronic condition, and majority of which was like CVD and endocrine diseases, such as diabetes. Now, when it comes to actually visiting healthcare professionals, majority of the people went to their GPs, followed by dentists, followed by specialist physicians. In terms of different kind of testing that they were interested in and they had conducted in the past, the common ones were those who did cardio fitness tests, such as like VO2 max. People got their hormones tested, which was again very popular. They looked into their body composition analysis, muscle strength, and the microbiome testing. So these were the common tests that people had actually undergone. About 54% of them self-paid for the above tests, the ones who did these. Now, the other interesting thing that we found out was 92% of the entire respondents said that they feel fine or they felt they were healthy, despite the other responses that they came, and I'll come to that in a bit. 65% of them were actually worried that they would be getting a non-communicable disease, such as diabetes, heart disease, and such. 77% of them were really interested in actually gathering more information about their health data, and 88% said that they considered themselves to be responsible for their health as opposed to their family or the government. Then we looked at the knowledge. So we actually gave out a bunch of questions, and these were in terms of multiple choice questions where we tested like how much knowledge or information they had about these concepts. So most of them were really knowledgeable about lifespan and health span, which was again surprising, but less than 50% knew that health span was something that was shorter than your lifespan. When it came to the definition of healthy longevity medicine, 54% of them knew what it was, but very few of them actually knew what biological age was and that the fact that it could actually be lowered. Now, we also asked them how familiar did they think they were with the concept of healthy longevity medicine, and only 50% of them said they were familiar with that. But 65% actually thought that healthy longevity medicine could be very effective. Then we moved on to ask questions about healthy longevity medicine clinics. So again, an overwhelming amount of interest. So a lot of people, 72% were actually interested in the services of healthy longevity medicine clinics. And then we looked at what exactly will be services that will be of interest to them. The top ones were to improve their health and well-being, to improve their quality of life, and also to prevent chronic disease. Well, in terms of interventions or the areas of their life that they would actually like to receive advice on, this is the sequence it went on. So majority of them wanted to know more about healthy eating, followed by physical activity, followed by sleeping well, by supplementation, mental health. They also wanted, so this was the other interesting aspect, that almost 50% actually wanted to know more about mental health. And then 31% wanted to know about, social connection, and then 27% wanted more information about using prescribed drugs for longevity. Again, we asked one of the most important questions: what would they think would be barriers or challenges that they anticipate would prevent them from accessing the services of healthy longevity medicine clinics? Again, the top one, not surprising, they were afraid that the costs were too high. About 50% were worried that they didn't actually have enough information. So this actually opens doors that there is much more awareness that's needed in this field. And then 21% were worried about what outcomes would come from these tests. So again, that debate goes back to like over-testing versus under-testing. Now, we have a very brilliant biostatistician on board, and what he did was he used latent class analysis and basically stratified our entire respondents into 10 different categories based on their knowledge, based on what their demographic status was. He looked at what their healthcare engagement was, what their healthy habits were, and then we were very creative with the different names that we came up with. In the interest of time, I'm just going to go through just a few of them just to see the reason why this is important and necessary. So our first class, which was the predominant class in the entire cohort, was just 16%. We call them the realistic midlife health planners. So among this demographic, majority of the people were married, they were parents. Now, they had a good level of longevity knowledge. That means they scored well on the knowledge score. And they were generally more positive and optimistic about wanting to live a long, healthy life. But 65% of them were obese, but yet they still thought that they were healthy. 51% of them would actually be okay with paying for annual screening. So again, coming back to the whole trend where majority of people, despite the issues that they have, despite like the worries that they have, despite their BMI, they perceive themselves to be healthy. So when we look at trying to educate people about healthy longevity and what that means for them, I think the important question is to actually ask, what does being healthy mean to a person? Because if you look at our second group, which was who we called cautiously engaged health navigators, consisting predominantly of women, single or never married, only under 40% actually scored high on longevity knowledge items. 50% of them were obese, but almost 80% thought that they were healthy, despite the fact that half of them actually suffer from pain and from anxiety. The consultations that they actually went to, majority of them went to mental health consults. 22% of them, they underwent annual screening. But another important thing to note is they were not ready to spend a lot of money. So for them, up to 1,500 dirhams, which is roughly 300 euros, is what they would be willing to pay every year in terms of their longevity clinic services. The next one, which were more of an exemplary group, again, 11.5% of the cohort. Again, these were like family units, parents, they live with their family, having a higher amount of disposable income. So about 27% of them, they earned about 27 dirhams, which is roughly around 6,000 euros every month tax-free, which is a reasonable salary in the UAE. Now, 97%, so almost everyone said, they think that they are healthy, but again, this was followed up with very high proactive health behaviors. That means they ate healthier, they slept well, they were very active in terms of their behavior. Also, a large majority of them took supplements, which again gives rise to the question, if that's what people believe, like in order to be healthy, do I need to go for supplementation? So despite if you look at their status and like their behaviors, you would expect them to have a higher level of longevity knowledge, which was not the case. So only 37% of them scored really high on longevity scores, but almost everyone believed in the effectiveness of healthy longevity medicine, and they also were highly interested in the services of clinics. And this was also followed by majority of them undergoing annual screening, almost 60% paying for these screenings, and they were really interested in interventions that would increase their health span. So I just have a few more minutes. I'm just going to really quickly come down to the smallest cohort section of our cohort, only 2.5%. We call them the paradoxical health enthusiasts. So these were almost completely men, relatively younger, under the age of 55. We would say they are high earners because they had a good amount of income, but the amount of knowledge and longevity was very low. So only 4% of them actually had a good amount of knowledge and longevity. But if you look on the other side at their health behaviors, all of them were really healthy. They had a balanced diet, they took supplementation, they avoided unhealthy food, they practiced physical activity, they used wearables to track their data. So as we can see in our cohort, this is what we found, that there are people or groups of people who did really well in terms of their health. They really tried hard, but in terms of their knowledge, there was a massive gap. One of the things that they were really worried about in this cohort was the risk of chronic disease, and that could potentially be tied into why they were trying to be a little bit more healthy. 36% were actually willing to pay up to 10,000 dirhams annually for longevity clinic services, which is roughly around about 2,000 euros, and majority of them would actually prefer to have personalized care. So these were the results that we found out. We're currently working on our manuscript to just get, flesh this out a little bit more and put this out for publication. But looking at what current efforts are done, one of the things that we really want to point out and celebrate is the efforts by Healthy Longevity Medicine Society. So this was established in 2022. They're doing an excellent job at accreditation, promoting education, professional standards. Last year, we also published our Healthy Longevity Medicine Clinic Standards, which was showcased by some of the other speakers yesterday, in collaboration with the Department of Health and HLMS. And I also would like to just really point out the Longevity Education Hub, which I think is doing an excellent job. Their courses are really comprehensive. And again, it's free. So anyone who's interested in upskilling themselves in longevity medicine is an excellent resource. So what were the lessons that we learned, again, from this really small project? Because again, 1,000 respondents is not considered to be way too much in terms of a research study. But the things that we really learned is we definitely need a lot more awareness about not only healthy longevity, but also what health means to people and meet them at that point. The need for preventive screening programs, especially in terms of personalizing them to population groups, is extremely important. We also need more research in precision geriatric medicine. So not just translational research, but also to learn a little bit more about what the population wants, what their needs are, and how we can actually meet them. And lastly, if we actually believe in longevity for all, one of the most important things that we need to do is to digitalize and personalize longevity. So in order to improve accessibility and also meet people and provide them with the resources that they need based on the motivations that they have, based on the resources that they have and what they're willing to spell out. That's everything from me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much. We have one question.
It's a great study, and we are doing something similar in the case of health literacy in Latvia. We're using digital technologies to work with the population. And my question is, it's tremendous. Especially when we talk about people who are really answering on the question health longevity, because in our case in Latvia, only this auditory can answer on this question, yes. But how you plan to move forward with them? Is it possible to engage them again into activities? And if so, do you also plan to by using your certification, prepare also personalized health literacy initiatives? Because some of them needs basic level and some of them need quite specific level, because in our case we struggle with that, because we try to personalize recommendation within our public initiative, but in your case you already established several clusters of population to whom we need stratified the knowledge, what the level of information we need to provide to them. Thank you.
So again, excellent questions, and you're absolutely right. Again, this is the very beginning stages, right? So we've just got the results out. We've got a couple of ideas of how we would engage them. So yes, we might actually go on to, but we don't have any concrete plans as of now. We do plan to do that. But another really important thing, and I think which is very unique to Abu Dhabi, is the government has a very specific vision about promoting healthy longevity. So that's part of their strategic plans. So we are actually working on a couple of projects with the government, which we can't talk about right now, in this field. So we're looking at personalizing longevity, we're looking at personalizing attention, and because the government has a screening program, which is very much specific to the local population, because again, that's their priority. What we're trying to do is try to bring in these interventions, which are very personalized to these people, and then see what the outcomes would be. So we are working on a couple of projects, but again, it's still very early to say. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm here to present our next speakers, Dr. Tetiana Haiduk and Dr. Larysa Tereshchenko from Medical Center of Charitable Foundation Superhumans, Dnipropetrovsk Regional Hospital for War Veterans, Dnipro, Ukraine. And the topic today, these lovely ladies are going to speak on treatment of combat trauma in Ukraine, the struggle for healthy longevity under adverse conditions. Welcome.
Dear colleagues and dear friends, we are very grateful to you for the opportunity to participate in this conference, the third International Baltic Conference on Healthy Longevity. Thank you, Ilia. Thank you, Ugis. My name is Larysa Tereshchenko. I am a head of the neurological department of Dnipropetrovsk Regional Hospital for War Veterans, City Dnipro, Ukraine. This is my colleague, Tetiana Haiduk. She is a head of the Rehabilitation Center, Medical Center of the Charity Foundation Superhumans, City Dnipro, Ukraine. Our institutions are partners for providing assistance for military personnel. Most of them are young people who have been protecting all of us during the war since 2022. This is joint work and joint fight for their health, their active and high-quality longevity. Thank you once more. And now I want to ask you to pay attention for our presentation. Tetiana, please.
Yes, thanks. Superhuman Center, the treatment of combat trauma in Ukraine, the struggle for healthy longevity under adverse conditions. Dnipropetrovsk Regional Hospital for War Veterans is our partners. The Veterans Hospital, a place of stretch, faith, and recovery, a place where people learn to live again, a place of faith, strength, and gratitude to those who believed in us and in life. It is widely acknowledged and scientifically proven that several key factors influence the duration and quality of human life. Esteemed experts have discussed this topic over the course of 2 days. However, today we wish to highlight specific factors that impact the health and well-being of different age groups, particularly those who have experienced physical and mental trauma due to the ongoing war in Ukraine. As of June 2025, more than 20,000 Ukrainians are in need of prosthetics care. The exact number remains undisclosed for security reasons. Our medical institution reflects this national trend, with 58% of amputation affecting the lower limbs and 26% involving the upper limbs. Importantly, 16% of these cases involve multiple limb amputation. To put this into perspective, during the First World War, around 110,000 amputations were performed among German and British forces. All over the world, people with amputation are elderly. After prosthetics, the expectancy is up to 5 years. At the same time, our patients, 63%, are people aged from 18 till 40, that is young. They will live and use the prosthetics for about 14 years. The war affected both the military and the civilian population. Civilian with amputation, 4%. By gender distribution, women make up 1.5%, 12.7%. Rehabilitation and prosthetics. April 2023, August 2025, 3,718 total number of patients with amputation, 1,848 produced prosthetic, 12.1 average waiting time in the superhuman center in days. Patients' evacuation route to reduce infection risk, shorten the duration of treatment, and increase its effectiveness. Evacuation from superhuman center to, for example, Dnipropetrovsk Regional Hospital for War Veterans, our partners. Superhuman Swim Launch Center all over Ukraine. We started in Lviv in 2022. Next step is Dnipro. We started 3 months ago. And next step, we will open in Odessa in the end of 2025. Superhuman Center consists of prosthetic laboratory, surgical intervention, rehabilitation, psychological support, social support, and legal consultation. Patient's roadmap in our center, Superhuman. Step 1, patients apply through an electronic questionnaire on the website. Step 2, first contact from the patient's care manager. Step 3, examination of the patients by the multidisciplinary team. Step 4, hospitalization of the patients for surgical intervention and or rehabilitation. Step 5, patient's discharge. Step 6, further support of the patients. Impact of war on health and life expectancy. War does not only physically harm, it also profoundly affects mental health and accelerated the onset of chronic disease. We are seeing rise in somatic conditions such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, and endocrine disorders among those who have survived the conflict. This issue further exacerbates the challenge of maintaining health and extending life expectancy. For this reason, it is crucial for the European community to understand the ongoing struggles faced by Ukrainian doctors and citizens. This awareness can help foster a collaborative effort to preserve the health and active longevity of individuals living under the strains of war. Our ultimate dream is peace. Our mission is care. Support is not a gesture, it's a joint mission. We need partners, equipment, and essential supplies. Caring for veterans is not a duty, it is an honor for us. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have time for question.
How do you see the continuation of your work after this war will hopefully end very, very soon? What will be the future of your center? I asked in English, so it's okay that I say the same in Russian. Как вы видите будущее вашего центра после того, как эта война закончится, мы надеемся, как можно скорее?
Если вы знаете, что люди, которые имеют ампутации и запатентированы, если вы знаете, люди, которые имеют ампутации и запротезированы, это история на всю жизнь. Тобто є ситуації, коли чоловік требує заміни гільзи протеза, СТО протеза для того, чтобы заменить какие-то детали и научить по-новому этого человека ходить и пользоваться протезом. Тобто мы не только протезируем, мы еще обучаем пациента идеальной ходьбе и идеальным користуванням этого протеза.
The answer was that if with amputation it's a life story. So the answer briefly was that after the amputation it's a lifelong story, lifelong treatment. So that is what the center will continue to do.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. And now the last presentation of today will be a pre-recorded one by Sebastian A. Brunemeyer and from Long Game Ventures US. He will speak about longevity, biotech, revolution in medicine, venture capital perspective.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to speak. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I will share my slides with you. Okay, so I'm Sebastian Brunemeyer. I'm a longevity biotech scientist and investor by background, and I'll give you an overview of the longevity biotech or long bio field. So I'll talk about my own background, our fund, overview of the field, some of the people in the space, etc. So my own background, I'm a longevity scientist by training, been in the field over 10 years, trained at a bunch of different academic research institutions. I was one of the first team members at Apollo Health Ventures, which is today the largest aging-focused fund in the world. I founded a company called Zenfira Therapeutics, which is one of the first autophagy enhancement companies in Oxford, England. And I co-founded Cambrian Biopharma, which is one of the larger multi-asset clinical stage longevity companies in the US. Today, I help lead HealthSpan Capital and a new fund called Long Game Ventures. So here's some other organizations I work with. If you want to get involved with any of them, I would recommend the Longevity Biotech Fellowship. This is the largest organization for founders, investors, longevity scientists in the world. We do conferences and regular events. So a bit about HealthSpan Capital. We're actively investing in longevity biotech and regenerative medicine. You can see some of the team members here and our advisory board members and prominent longevity scientists who have been affiliated with top academic institutions, pharmas, biotechs, etc. Here you can see a snapshot of some of our portfolio companies that we've invested in. This is not a complete list. You can go to the website to see more. Okay, so stepping back, an overview of the long bio ecosystem. So why is it so important and urgent to work on aging? We have this global demographic crisis called the Silver Tsunami. Population is getting older, and there's no credible plan by any government to resolve it. So you can see in the year 2010, the countries in red are those where over 20% of the population is above retirement age or 65. So it's just Western Europe and Japan. But if you fast forward to 2050, it's basically the entire developed world. And this is guaranteed to happen. So there's no uncertainty about it. So we really need to address it. As you all know, age-related diseases are exponential in risk. So that even if we cured one of them, like cancer, completely, tomorrow all types of cancer were gone, we would still, on a population level, die from another age-related disease just a couple of years after. So we really need to slow the aging process itself if we're going to address the global demographic aging crisis. So the traditional pharma approach is to palliate the symptoms of disease, treating late-stage pathology, and extend unhealthy years toward the end of life. Our objective in long bio is simply to extend healthy years by addressing the root cause of damage. Big pharma is not going to save us. Big pharma is historically asleep at the wheel, so they're not seeing these new trends. According to Jürgen Drews, the head of R&D at Roche, one of the biggest big pharmas in Switzerland, said biotech is taking up what pharma is neglecting, attacking the root causes of disease, and nothing is more at the root than aging itself. David Baltimore, president of Caltech and Nobel laureate, said regarding the biotech revolution in the 90s, pharma was asleep at the wheel, unable to understand the opportunities of molecular biology. And so, just the same, pharma is slow to appreciate the merits of longevity biotech. So this is a pretty important slide. Why long bio will have a higher clinical success rate than traditional pharma? Pharma relies heavily on these contrived, fake, unreliable animal models of disease, like amyloid beta for Alzheimer's in mice, etc. In the long bio field, we test therapeutics in normally aged wild-type animals. For example, we give them rapamycin or stem cells or gene therapy or whatever, not in contrived fake animal models of disease that have been genetically engineered, but normally aging animals. And if a drug extends lifespan across species, yeast, worms, flies, fish, mice, etc., it's much more likely to work in humans. So that predictive validity is worth a lot, tens of billions of dollars, with even a small increase in predictive power. So the longevity biotech field has been growing exponentially. You can check out this list called longevitylist.com by my business partner Nathan Cheng that covers the capital and companies in the industry. Also clinical trials, investors in different companies, etc. So it's a really useful resource. Here are some of the other investors in the space, some I've been affiliated with, Beta Down Molecular, DeSci organizations on the blockchain, but there are a handful of other groups. You can see in this slide some of the smart money famous investors coming into the space, Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos, Balaji, Vitalik Buterin, etc. Many very prominent, very intelligent people are starting to invest in long bio. Here's some of the companies in the space. This is just a snapshot. This is not a complete list. There are a lot of interesting ones. So geroscience is a new paradigm of medicine. If you go back to the turn of the 20th century, most people died of bacterial infectious diseases. And at the time, if you would say to a doctor or a scientist, soon we will have pills, antibiotics that cure people of the diseases that are killing most of us, bacterial infection, nobody would have believed you. And lo and behold, that's what happened. Well, I'm here to say, hopefully soon, within the next few decades, we will bring aging under medical control. And one example of this are senescent cells. So senescent cells accumulate with age. You can see on the right-hand side, they have this particular fried egg phenotype. If you ablate the senescent cells, it extends lifespan up to about 27% in the study. This was published in Nature. Here's another example. These are progeric mice of the same age. The mouse on the right received a geroprotective drug. The one on the left did not, and you can see he's clearly much older. Another interesting intervention is heterochronic parabiosis, surgically linking the circulatory systems of old and young mice so they share blood, and we can actually neutralize these circulatory factors that are pro-aging. So you can see a handful of other interventions and their effect size, the quantum of lifespan extension. A heterochronic young to old bone marrow transplant is a really interesting one as well. So if you want to know more about the companies in the space, we put out this report recently, credit to my colleague Alexander Chernev, who cataloged the top 50 companies in the space. So we have this infographic listing some of these top companies that we think are most prominent. And so to conclude, we have to accelerate this biomedical revolution because all of our lives depend on it. Craig Venter, the genomics pioneer, said if the 20th century was a century of physics, 21st will be the century of biology. And Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, said the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology. And I, for one, feel very lucky to be in this industry. I think it's the coolest area of biomedical science. And so with that, thank you everybody for listening, and feel free to reach out on LinkedIn if you want to continue the conversation. Cheers.
So that was the conclusion of our second day of conference and our conference in general. And we hope you have enjoyed those 2 days.
Yeah. You guys?
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. And well, actually, this is our third conference, and we began when it was a few years ago, and it was the first conference. There was a very little people, and the second one, this one is largest so far, and we're very happy that it's expanding, and there's a lot of great speakers. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. Every topic was amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was my first conference here in Riga, and I was really happy to see so much inspiring presentations. I'm really happy that we had so many attendees this year, and we can hope to move this forward for the next year. And I hope you visit us next year, maybe even bigger and better and even more longevity.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I also thank everyone for coming, all the speakers, all the helpers, all the organizers, and us, moderators as well. And I really want to say big thanks to Ilia Stambler for bringing all of us together. We say that Ilia is connecting people, and he's connecting people in longevity and inspiring us. So thank you from all of us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all for joining us in our push for longevity in the Baltics. And hopefully from the Baltics, we can expand the influence. As it was said, Baltics can be a test bed, can be a new breeding ground for health and longevity developments. So thanks for joining our movement. And a special thanks, for organizing once again the conference. Last time I also forgot a few people. So thank you very much to Kyria for the amazing help with actually putting things together, and to Lev Dvornik. Come on stage, please. And to Lev Dvornik, and to Ugis Klatniks, and to Dmitry Bliznyuks, for everybody who made this possible. And we do hope there'll be continuation, and we see each other next year to promote longevity, health and longevity in the Baltics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So guys, I'm very happy to see you here, and I'm very thankful, grateful for the speakers, presenters, for taking all the knowledge here, sharing it. But I just want to remind you that the true longevity and everything starts from you. You are the one who can change the world, at least maybe some things in Latvia, improve the system. I invite you not to give up, speak more loudly, talk to people, and probably nowadays everyone is calling those longevity people crazy, but don't mind, keep on doing what you're doing, and yes, let's make this country and this world a better place.
Thank you. It's definitely not crazy. People who don't promote longevity are crazy. We are the normal ones. Thank you. See you next year. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yes.